Chapter 1 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. The Rat-Catchers of the Wabash. "Hey, you sweet-scented little heartwarmer!" cried Jimmie Malone as he lifted his 10th trap, weighted with a struggling muskrat, from the Wabash. "Varmint ye may be to all the rest of creation, but ye mayn't night at cases to me." Jimmie whistled softly as he reset the trap. For the moment he forgot that he was 5 miles from home, that it was a mile farther to the end of his line at the lower curve of Horseshoe Bend, that his feet and fingers were almost freezing, and that every rat of the 10 now in the bag on his back had made him thirstier. He shivered as the cold wind sweeping the curves of the river struck him, but when an unusually heavy gust dropped the ice and snow from a branch above him on the back of his head, he laughed as he ducked and cried, "Keep ye snowballing to the 4th of July, will ye?" "Chick-a-dee-dee-dee," remarked a tiny gray bird on the tree above him. Jimmie glanced up. "Chickie, chickie, chickie," he said. "I can't tell by your dress whether you're a hen or a rooster, but I can tell by your employment that you are working for grub. Have to hustle lively for every worm you find, don't you, chickie? Now me, I'm hustling lively for a drink. And I'll be damned if it seems necessary, with the whole river of drinking stuff flowing right under my feet. But the old Wabash ain't running wine and milk and honey, not by the jugful. It seems to be compounded of equal parts of mud, crude oil, and rainwater. If 'twas only running Melwood, begorra, chickie, you'd see a mermaid named Jimmie Malone sitting on the Kingfisher stump, combing his auburn hair with the breeze and scooping whiskey down its gullet with its fin tail. No, hold on, chickie, you wouldn't either. I'm too flat-chisted for a mermaid, and I'll have nae time to lave off gurgling for the hair-combing act, which, chickie, to me notion, is as essential to a mermaid as the curves. I'll be a sucker, the biggest sucker in the gar-hole, chickie bird. I'll be an all-day sucker, big gobs, yes, and all-night sucker, too. Come to think of it, chickie, be damned if I'd be a sucker at all. Look at the mouths of them, puckered up with a drawstring. Oh, hell on the Wabash, chickie. Think of Jimmie Malone lying at the bottom of the river, flowing with Melwood and a puckering string mouth. Wouldn't that break the heart of you? I know what I'd be. I'd be the black bass of Horseshoe Bend, chickie, and I'd locate just below the shoals a-heading upstream, and I'd hold me mouth wide open till I paralyzed me jaws so that I couldn't shut them. I'd just let the pure stuff wash over me gills. Constant, word without end. Goodbye, chickie. Hope you got your grub, and pretty soon I'll have enough to drink to make me feel like I was the bass for one night anyway." Jimmie hurried to his next trap, which was empty, but the one after that contained a rat, and there were footprints in the snow. "That's where the porridge heart of the Scotchman's comes in," said Jimmie, as he held up the rat by one foot and gave it a sharp rap over the head with the trap to make sure it was dead. "Dannie could no more hear a rat fast in one of me traps and not come over and put it out of its misery than he could dance a hornpipe, and him only second-hand from hornpipe land, too. But his feet's like lead, poor Dannie. He gets just about half the rats I do. He never did have luck." Jimmie's gay face clouded for an instant. The twinkle faded from his eyes, and a look of unrest swept into them. He muttered something, and, catching up his bag, shoved in the rat. As he reset the trap, a big crow dropped from branch to branch on a sycamore above him, and his back scarcely was turned before it alighted on the ice and ravenously picked at 3 drops of blood purpling there. Away down the ice-sheeted river led Dannie's trail, showing plainly across the snow blanket. The wind raved through the trees and around the curves of the river. The dark earth of the banks, peeping from under overhanging ice and snow, looked like the entrance to deep, mysterious caves. Jimmie's superstitious soul readily peopled them with goblins and devils. He shuddered, and began to talk aloud to cheer himself.
11 muskrat skins times 15 cents apiece, $1.65. That will buy more than I can hold, Guinea. Won't I be taking one long fine gurgle of the pure stuff? And there's the boys. I might do the grand for once. One on me for a house, and I might be back something on me back score. But first I'll drink till I swell like a poisoned pup. And I ought to get Mary that milk pail she's been kicking for this last month. Women and cows always a-kicking. If the blasted cow hadn't kicked a hole in the pail, there'd be no need of Mary kicking for a new one. But dough is dubious sorting. Mary says it's bad enough on the dishpan, but it positively ain't healthy about the milk pail, and she is right. We ought to have a new pail. I guess I'll get it first, and fill up on what's left. 1 for a quarter will do, and I've several traps yet. I might get a few more rats.
The virtuous resolve to buy a milk pail before he quenched the thirst which burned him so elated Jimmy with good opinion of himself that he began whistling gaily as he strode toward his next trap. And by that token Dannie McNoon, resetting an empty trap a quarter of a mile below, knew that Jimmy was coming, and that, as usual, luck was with him. Catching his blood and water-dripping bag, Dannie dodged a rotten branch that came crashing down under the weight of its icy load, and stepping out on the river, he pulled on his patched wool linen mittens as he waited for Jimmy.
"How many, Dannie?"
called Jimmy from afar. 7, answered Dannie. What for ye?
11,
replied Jimmy with a bit of unconscious swagger.
I'm having poor luck today.
How many would satisfy ye? asked Dannie sarcastically.
I ain't got time to figure out,
answered Jimmy, working in a double shuffle as he walked.
Thrash around a little, Dannie. It will warm you up.
I'm no cold, answered Dannie.
Not cold, imitated Jimmy. Not cold? Come to observe you closer. I do detect symptoms of sunstroke in the redness of your face and the whiteness about your mouth, but the frost on your neck scarf and the icicles festooned on the tail of your coat tell a different story. Dannie, you remind me of the baptism of Pete Cox last winter. Pete's nothing but skin and bone, and he'd never had a square meal in his life to warm him. It took pushing and pulling to get him into the water, and the scum froze over where he was under. Pete came up shaking like the feeder on a thrashing machine, and when he could speak at all, "Bless Jesus," he says, "I'm just as warm as I want to be." So are you, Dannie, but there's difference on how warm folks want to be. For myself now, I could easily bear more heat.
It's honest, I'm no cold, insisted Dannie, and he might have added that if Jimmy would not fill his system with Casey's poisons, that degree of cold would not chill and pinch him either. But being Dannie, he neither thought it nor said it.
"Why, I'm frozen to me soul,"
cried Jimmy, as he changed the rat bag to his other hand and beat the empty one against his leg.
"Say, Dannie, where do you think the Kingfisher is wintering?"
"And the black bass," answered Dannie. "Where do you suppose the black bass is new?"
"Strange you should mention the black bass," said Jimmy. "I was just having a little talk about him with a friend of mine named Chicky D, who works a grubstick back there. The bass might be lying in the riverbed right under our feet. Don't you remember the time when I put on 3 big cutworms and skittered them beyond the log that lays across here, and he leapt from the water till we both saw him, the best we ever did, and nothing but my old rotten line ever saved him? Or he might be where it slumps off, just below the Kingfisher stump, but I know where he is all right. He's down in the gar hole. He'll come back here spawning time, and chase minnows when the Kingfisher comes home. But Dannie, where the nation do you suppose the Kingfisher is?"
"Not so far away as you might think," replied Dannie. "Doc Hughes told me that coming on the train fra Indianapolis on the 15th of December, he saw one fly across a little pond just below Winchester. I believe they go south slowly as the cold drives them, and stop near as they can find good fishing. Didn't that stump look lonely without him?"
"Ain't sound lonely without the bass slashing around. I'm going to have that bass this summer, if I don't do a thing but fish,"
vowed Jimmy.
"I'll surely have a try at him,"
answered Dannie with a twinkle in his gray eyes.
"And our reputation for taking good fish is ahead of anyone on the river. except the Kingfisher. Why the devil did not one of us haul out that bass? Ain't I just told you that I'm going to hook him this summer? Shivered Jimmie. Dinna ye hear me mention I intended to take a try at him myself? Questioned Dannie. Have ye forgotten I know how to fish? Nuff breathe today without starting a Highlander, interposed Jimmie hastily. I believe I hear a rat in my next trap. It will make me 12, and it's good and glad of it I am, for I've got to walk to town when my line is reset. There's something Mary wants. If Mary wants you to go to town, why dinna you leave me to finish your traps and start now? Asked Dannie. It's getting dark. If ye are so late you cannot see the drifts, you never can cut across the fields, for the snow is piled waist high, and it's a mile farther by the road. I get to skins me rats first, or I'll be having to ask credit again, replied Jimmie. That's easy, answered Dannie. Turn your rats over to me richt noo. I'll give you market price for them in cash. But the skinning of them, objected Jimmie, for decency's sake, though his eyes were beginning to shine and his fingers to tremble. Never ye mind about that, retorted Dannie. I like to take my time to it and fix them up nice. 11, did you say? 11, answered Jimmie, breaking into a jig, supposedly to keep his feet warm, in reality because he could not stand quietly while Dannie pulled off his mittens, got out and unstrapped his wallet, and carefully counted out the money. Is that all ye need? He asked. For an instant Jimmie hesitated. Missing a chance to get even a few cents more meant a little shorter time at Casey's. That's enough, I think, he said. I wish I'd stayed out of matrimony, and then maybe I could ever have a cent of me own. You ought to be glad you haven't a woman to consume every penny you earn before it reaches your pockets, Dannie McNoon. I ha' never seen Mary consume much but calico and food, Dannie said dryly. Oh, it ain't so much what a woman really spends, said Jimmie peevishly as he shoved the money into his pocket and pulled on his mittens. It's what you know she would spend if she had the chance. I dinna think you'll break up on that, laughed Dannie. And that was what Jimmie wanted. So long as he could set Dannie laughing, he could mold him. No, but I'll break down, lamented Jimmie in sore self-pity as he remembered the quarter sacred to the purchase of the milk pail. You go on and hurry, urged Dannie. If you dinna start home by 7, I'll be combing the dress fra you before morning. Anything I can do for you? Asked Jimmie, tightening his old red neck-scarf. Yes, answered Dannie. Do your errand and start straight home. Your teeth are chattering new. A little more exposure, and the rheumatism will be grinding ye again. You will hurry, Jimmie? Sure, cried Jimmie, ducking under a snowslide and breaking into a whistle as he turned toward the road. Dannie's gaze followed Jimmie's retreating figure till he climbed the bank and was lost in the woods, and the light in his eyes was the light of love. He glanced at the sky and hurried down the river, first across to Jimmie's side to gather his rats and reset his traps, then to his own. But luck seemed to have turned, for all the rest of Dannie's were full, and all of Jimmie's were empty. But as he was gone, it was not necessary for Dannie to slip across and fill them, as was his custom when they worked together. He would divide the rats at skinning time, so that Jimmie would have just twice as many as he, because Jimmie had a wife to support. The last trap of the line lay a little below the curve of Horseshoe Bend, and there Dannie twisted the tops of the bags together, climbed the bank, and struck across Rainbow Bottom. He settled his load on his shoulders and glanced ahead to choose the shortest route. He stopped suddenly with a quick intake of breath. God, he cried reverently, how beautiful are thy works! The ice-covered Wabash circled Rainbow Bottom like a broad white frame, and inside it was a perfect picture wrought in crystal white and snow shadows. The blanket on the earth lay smoothly in even places, rose with knolls, fell with valleys, curved over prostrate logs, heaped in mounds where bushes grew thickly, and piled high in drifts where the wind blew free. In the shelter of the bottom the wind had not stripped the trees of their loads as it had those along the river. The willows, maples, and softwoods bent almost to earth with their shining branches, but the stout, stiffly upstanding trees, the oaks, elms, and cottonwoods, defied the elements to bow their proud heads, while the three mighty trunks of the great sycamore in the middle looked
white as the snow, and dwarfed its companions as it never had in summer. Its wide-spreading branches were sharply cut against the blue background, and they tossed their frosted balls in the face of heaven. The giant of Rainbow Bottom might be broken, but it never would bend. Every clambering vine, every weed and dried leaf wore a coat of lace-webbed frostwork. The wind swept a mist of tiny crystals through the air, and from the shelter of the deep woods across the river a cardinal whistled gaily. The bird of good cheer, whistling no doubt on an empty crop, made Dannie think of Jimmie and his unfailing fountain of mirth. Dear Jimmie! Would he ever take life seriously? How good he was to tramp to town and back after 5 miles on the ice! He thought of Mary with almost a touch of impatience. What did the woman want that was so necessary to send a man to town after a day on the ice? Jimmie would be dog-tired when he got home. Dannie decided to hurry and do the feeding and get in the wood before he began to skin the rats. He found walking uncertain. He plunged into unsuspected hollows and waded drifts, so that he was panting when he reached the lane. From there he caught the gray curl of smoke against the sky from one of the 2 log cabins side by side at the top of the embankment, and he almost ran towards them. Mary might think they were late at the traps, or be out doing the feeding, and it would be cold for a woman. On reaching his own door he dropped the rat bags inside, and then hurried to the yard of the other cabin. He gathered a big load of wood in his arms, and stamping the snow from his feet, called "Open!" at the door. Dannie stepped inside and filled the empty box. With smarting eyes he turned to Mary as he brushed the snow and moss from his sleeves.
"Nothing but luck today," he said. "Jimmie took 11 fine skins for his traps before he started to town, and I got 5 more that are his, and I hae 8 of my own."
Mary looked such a dream to Dannie, standing there all pink and warm and tidy in her fresh blue dress, that he blinked and smiled, half bewildered.
"What did Jimmie go to town for?" she asked.
"Whatever it was you wanted," answered Dannie.
"What was it I wanted?"
persisted Mary.
"He did not tell me,"
replied Dannie, and the smile wavered.
"Me either,"
said Mary, and she stooped and picked up her sewing. Dannie went out and gently closed the door. He stood for a second on the step, forcing himself to take an inventory of the work. There were the chickens to feed and the cows to milk, feed, and water. But the teams must be fed and bedded, a fire in his own house made, and 24 rats skinned, and the skins put to stretch and cure. And at the end of it all, instead of a bed and rest, there was every probability that he must drive to town after Jimmie, for Jimmie could get helpless enough to freeze in a drift on $1.65.
"Ah, Jimmie, Jimmie,"
muttered Dannie.
"I wish he wadna."
And he was not thinking of himself, but of the eyes of the woman inside. So Dannie did all the work and cooked his supper, because he never ate in Jimmie's cabin when Jimmie was not there. Then he skinned rats and watched the clock, because if Jimmie did not come by 11, it meant he must drive to town and bring him home. No wonder Jimmie chilled at the trapping, when he kept his blood on fire with whiskey. At 10:30, Dannie, with scarcely half the rats finished, went out into the storm and hitched to the signal buggy. Then he tapped at Mary Malone's door, quite softly, so that he would not disturb her if she had gone to bed. She was not sleeping, however, and the loneliness of her slight figure, as she stood with the lighted room behind her, struck Dannie forcibly, so that his voice trembled with pity as he said, "Mary, I've run out of mercurin compound just in the middle of skinning the finest bunch of rats we've taken for the traps this winter. I'm going to drive to town for some more before the stores close, and we will be back in less than an hour. I thought I'd tell ye, so if you wanted me, you would know why I did not answer. You will not be afraid, will you?" "No," replied Mary. "I won't be afraid. Bolt the doors and pile on plenty of wood to keep ye warm," said Dannie as he turned away. Just for a minute Mary stared out into the storm. Then a gust of wind nearly swept her from her feet, and she pushed the door shut and slid the heavy bolt into place. For a little while she leaned and listened to the storm outside. She was a clean, neat, beautiful Irish woman. Her eyes were wide and blue, her cheeks pink, and her hair black and softly curling about her face and neck. The room in which she stood was neat as its keeper. The walls were whitewashed and covered with prints, pictures, and some small tanned skins. Dried grasses and flowers filled the vases on the mantel. The floor was neatly carpeted with a striped rag carpet, and in the big open fireplace a wood fire roared. In an opposite corner stood a modern cooking stove, a pipe passing through a hole in the wall, and a door led into a sleeping room beyond. As her eyes swept the room, they rested finally on a framed lithograph of the Virgin with the infant in her arms. Slowly Mary advanced, her gaze fast on the serene picture of the mother clasping her child. Before it she stood staring. Suddenly her breast began to heave, and big tears brimmed from her eyes and slid down her cheeks. "Since ye look so wise, why don't you tell me why?" she demanded. "Oh, if you have any mercy, tell me why." Then, before the steady look in the calm eyes, she hastily made the sign of the cross, and slipping to the floor, she laid her head on a chair and sobbed aloud. End of chapter 1. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. Ruben O'Khayyam and the Milk Pail. Jimmie Malone, carrying a shining tin milk pail, stepped into Casey's saloon and closed the door behind him. "Much as wine has played the infidel and robbed me of my robe of honor. Well, I wonder what the vintners buy, one half so precious as the stuff they sell." Jimmie stared at the back of a man leaning against the bar and gazing lovingly at a glass of red wine, as he recited in mellow, swinging tones. Gripping the milk pail, Jimmie advanced a step. The man stuck a thumb in the belt of his Norfolk jacket, and the verses flowed on. "The grape that can, with logic absolute, the 72 jarring sects confute, the sovereign alchemist that in a trice life's leaden metal into gold transmute." Jimmie's mouth fell open, and he slowly nodded endorsement of the sentiment. The man lifted his glass. "I make the most of what ye yet may spend, before we too into the dust descend. Yesterday this day's madness did prepare, tomorrow's silence, triumph or despair. Drink, for you know not whence you came nor why. Drink, for you know not why you go nor where." Jimmie set the milk pail on the bar and faced the man.
"For God, that's the only sensible word I ever heard on my side of the question in all my life. And to think it should come from the mouth of a man wearing such a go-to-hell coat."
Jimmie shoved the milk pail in front of the stranger.
"In the name of humanity, empty yourself of that," he said. "Fill me pail with the stuff, and let me take it home to Mary. She's always got the best of the argument, but I'm thinking that would cork her. You won't?" questioned Jimmie resentfully. "Keep it to yourself, then, like you did your wine."
He shoved the bucket toward the barkeeper and emptied his pocket on the bar.
"There, Casey, you be the sovereign alchemist, and transmute that metal into melwood pretty quick, for I've not wet me whistle in 3 days, and the belly of me is filling with burning autumn leaves. Give me a loving cup, and come on, boys, this is on me while it lasts."
The barkeeper swept the coin into the till, picked up the bucket, and started back toward a beer keg.
"Oh, no, you don't," cried Jimmie. "Come back here and count that leaden metal, and then ye transmuting it into whiskey straight, the purest gold ye got. You don't drown out a 3 days' thirst with beer. Ye ought to give me most 2 quarts for that."
The barkeeper was wise. He knew that what Jimmie started would go on with the men who could pay, and he filled the order generously. Jimmie picked up the pail. He dipped a small glass in the liquor and held near an ounce aloft.
"I wonder what the vintners buy one half so precious as the stuff they sell," he quoted. "Down goes."
And he emptied the glass at a draught. Then he walked to the group at the stove and began dipping a drink for each. When Jimmie came to a gray-haired man with a high forehead and an intellectual face, he whispered,
"Take your full time, Cap. Who's the rhyming incubator?"
"Threadman, Boston," mouthed the captain as he reached for the glass with trembling fingers. Jimmie held on.
"You know that stuff he's giving off?"
The captain nodded and rose to his feet. He always declared he could feel it farther if he drank standing.
"What's his name?"
whispered Jimmie, releasing the glass.
"Rubaiyat Omar Khayyam,"
panted the captain, and was lost. Jimmie finished the round of his friends, and then, approaching the bar, his voice was softening.
"Mr. Ruben O'Khayyam," he said, "it's me private opinion that ye need lace-trim pantalets and a sash to complete your costume. But barrin' clothes, I'm entangled in the thread of your discourse. Being a Boston man myself, it appeals to me that I detect the refinement of the East in your voice. Now these me friends that I've just been treating are men of these parts, but we're the Middle East, so don't set up to equal the culture of the extreme East. So, Mr. O'Khayyam, solely for the benefit you might be to us, I'm asking you to join me and me friends in the momentous initiation of my new milk pail."
Jimmie lifted a brimming glass and offered it to the thread man.
"Do you transmute?" he asked.
Now, if the Boston man had looked Jimmie in the eye and said, "I do," this book would not have been written. But he did not. He looked at the milk pail and the glass, which had passed through the hands of a dozen men in a little country saloon way out in the wilds of Indiana, and said, "I do not care to partake of further refreshment. If I can be of intellectual benefit, I might remain for a time." For a flash, Jimmie lifted the 5 feet 10 of his height to 6, but in another he shrank below normal. What appeared to the thread man to be a humble, deferential seeker after wisdom led him to one of the chairs around the big coal-base burner, but the boys who knew Jimmie were watching the whites of his eyes as they drank the second round. At this stage Jimmie was on velvet. How long he remained there depended on the depth of Melwood in the milk pail between his knees. He smiled winningly on the thread man.
"Ye know, Mr. O'Khayyam," he said, "at the present time you are located in one of the wooliest parts of the wild East. I don't suppose anything woolier could be found in the plains of Nebraska, where I'm reliably informed that they stuck up a pole and labeled it the center of the United States. Being 1,000 miles closer that pole than you are in Boston, naturally we come by that distance closer to the great wool industry. Most of our wool here grows on our tongues, and we shear it by this transmuting process, concerning which you have discoursed so beautiful. But barring the shearing of our wool, we are the mildest, most sheepish folks you could imagine. I don't reckon now there is a man among us who could be induced to blat or to butt under the most trying circumstances. My Mary's got a little lamb, and all the rest of the boys are lambs, but all the lambs are waned and clustering round the milk pail. Ain't that touching? Come on now, Ruben. I'll up and edify us some more."
"On what point do you seek enlightenment?" inquired the thread man. Jimmie stretched his long legs and spat against the stove in pure delight.
"Oh, you might loosen up on the work of a man," he suggested. "These lambs of Casey's fold may learn things from you to help them in the stress of life. Now here's Jones, for instance. He's holding together a gang of 60 gibbering Italians. Any one of them would cut his throat and skip in the night for $1, but he keeps the beast in them under, and they're getting out gravel for the bed of a railway. Bingham, there is oil he's punching the earth full of 1,000-foot holes, and sending off 200 quarts of nitroglycerin at the bottom of them, and pumping the accumulation across continents to furnish folks with light and hate. York here is running a field railway between Bluffton and Salina, so that I can get to the river and the reservoir to fish without walking. Haynes is bossing a crew of 40 Canadians, and he's taking the timber from the woods hereabouts and sending it to be made into boats to carry stuff across sea. Myself and me partner, Dannie McNoon, are the ladylikeest lambs in the bunch. We grow grub to feed folks in summer and trap the skins to cover 'em in winter. Corn is our great commodity. Ploughing and hoeing in the summer and husking it in the fall is sich lamb-like work, but don't mention it in the same breath with tending our 4 dozen fur traps on the 20 below zero day, freezing hands in fight, and falling into air bubbles, and building fires to thaw out frozen grub. Now here among us, poor little transmutant lambs, you come, a raging lion, representing the culture and refinement of the Far East. By the pleats on your breast, you show us the style. By the thread case in your hand, you furnish us with materials our women can tuck their petticoats a fancy, and by the book in your hand, you teach us your superiority. By the same token, I wish I had that book in me head, for I could just squelch Dannie and Mary with it complete. Say, Mr. O'Khayam, next time you come this way, bring me a copy. I'm wanting it bad. I got what you gave off all secure, but I take it there's more. No man going at that clip could shoot off with them few lines. Do you know the rest?
The Thread Man knew the most of it, and although he was very uncomfortable, he did not know just how to get away, so he recited it. The milk pail was empty now, and Jimmie had almost forgotten that it was a milk pail, and seemed inclined to resent the fact that it had gone empty. He beat time on the bottom of it, and frequently interrupted the Thread Man to repeat a couplet which particularly suited him. By and by he got to his feet and began stepping off a slow dance to a sing-song repetition of lines that sounded musical to him, all the time marking the measures vigorously on the pail. When he tired of a couplet, he pounded the pail over the bar, stove, or chairs in encore, until the Thread Man could think up another to which he could dance.
Wine, 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 red wine, the nightingale cried to the rose,
chanted Jimmie, thumping the pail in time, and stepping off the measures with feet that scarcely seemed to touch the floor. He flung his hat to the barkeeper and his coat on a chair, ruffled his fingers through his thick auburn hair, and holding the pail under one arm, he paused, panting for breath and begging for more. The Thread Man sat on the edge of his chair, and the eyes he fastened on Jimmie were beginning to fill with interest. "Come fill the cup, and in the fire of spring your winter garment of repentance fling. The bird of time has but a little way to flutter, and the bird is on the wing." Smash came the milk pail across the bar. "Hooray!" shouted Jimmie. "Bless ye!" Bang, bang! He was off. "Erdish on the wing," he chanted, and his feet flew. "Come fill the cup, and in the fierisher spring, birdish on the wing." Between the music of the milk pail, the brogue of the panted verses, and the grace of Jimmie's flying feet, the Thread Man was almost prostrate. It suddenly came to him that there might be a chance to have a great time. "More!" gasped Jimmie. "Me some more!" The Thread Man wiped his eyes. "Whether the cup with sweet or bitter run, the wine of life keeps oozing drop by drop. The leaves of life keep falling one by one." Away went Jimmie. "Sweet or bitter run, lives of life keep falling one by one." Bang, bang, sounded a new improvision on the sadly battered pail, and to a new step Jimmie flashed back and forth the length of the saloon. At last he paused to rest a second. "One more, just one more," he begged. A book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me singing in the wilderness. O wilderness were paradise enough. Jimmie's head dropped an instant. His feet slowly shuffled in improvising a new step, and then he moved away, thumping the milk pail and chanting, "A couple of fish poles underneath a tree, a bottle of rye and Dannie beside me, a fishing in the Wabash, where the Wabash paradise, hully gee." Tired out, He dropped across a chair, facing the back, and folded his arms. He regained breath to ask the Thread Man, "Did ye ever have a friend?" He had reached the confidential stage. The Boston man was struggling to regain his dignity. He retained the impression that at the wildest of the dance he had yelled and patted time for Jimmy. "I hope I have a host of friends," he said, settling his pleated coat.
"Damn hushed,"
said Jimmy.
"Just in way, now I got one friend, hushed all by myself. Be here pretty soon now. Always comes night like this."
"Comes here?" inquired the Thread Man. "Am I to meet another interesting character?"
"Yes, comes here. Comes after me. Comes like the clock striking 12. Don't he, boys?" inquired Jimmy. "But he ain't no interesting character. Just common man, Dannie is. Honest man. Never told a lie in his life. Yes, he did, too. I forgot. He lies for me. Just lies and lies. Lies to Mary. Tells her any old lies to keep me out of scrape. You ever have a friend hish up and drive 10 miles for you night like this, and lies to get you out of scrape?"
"I never needed any one to lie and get me out of a scrape," answered the Thread Man. Jimmy sat straight and solemnly batted his eyes.
"Gee, you must miss most of fun," he said. "Me, I ain't ever missed any. Always in scrape. But Dannie gets me out. Good old Dannie. Just like dog. Take care of me all me life, see? Old folks come on the same boat. Women get thick, shuttle besides. Build cabins together, works together, and dom it they don't get smallpox and die together. Left me and Dannie. So we work together just same, and we falls in love with the same girl. Dannie too, slow. I got her."
Jimmy wiped away great tears. "How did you get her, Jimmy?" asked a man who remembered a story.
"How the nation did I get her?"
Jimmy scratched his head and appealed to the Thread Man.
"Dannie best man. Willis best man. Never lie 'cept for me. Never drink 'cept for me. Always save his money 'cept for me. Millis best man. Isn't he best man, Spoolie?"
"Ain't it true that you served Dannie a mean little trick?" asked the man who remembered. Jimmy wasn't quite drunk enough, and the violent exercise of the dance somewhat sobered him. He glared at the man.
"What's you talking about?"
he demanded. "I'm just asking you," said the man, "why, if you played straight with Dannie about the girl, you'd never have had the face to go to confession since you married her."
"Always send my wife," said Jimmy grandly. "Don't any woman that can't confess enough for two."
Then he hitched his chair closer to the Thread Man and grew more confidential.
"See here," he said. "First I see your pleated coat didn't like, but head's all right. Great head. Stuck on frills there. Want to be let in on something? Got enough city clubs and all that? Want to taste real thing? Let's go coon hunting. This tree down Canoper. Just short, pleasant walk. Got 50 coons in it. Nobody knows that tree but me, see. Been good to us boys. Sat on the same chairs we do. Educate us up a lot. You know most that poetry till I die, see. Wanna wash vintners by? Half precious as stuff shells, see. I got it. Let you in on the real thing. Take grand big coon skinch back to Boston with you. Ringstone tail. Make wife fine muff. Fur trimmish. Good till boys at club about she."
"Are you asking me to go on a coon hunt with you?" demanded the Thread Man. "When? Where?"
"Cordially invited," answered Jimmy. "Tomorrow night. Canoper. Show you plash. Bill Duke's dogs. My gunch. Moon shining. Dogs howling. Snow flying. 50 coons rolling out one hole. Shoot all dead. Take your pick. Tan skin for yourself. Roaring big fire swarm by. Bag finest sandwiches ever tasted. Milk pail. Pure gold drink. No stop. Slop going out over bridge. Take a jug. Big jug. Toss her up and let her gurgle. Dogs bark. fire pop, guns bang, 50 coons drop. Boys all go, want to get more education. Takes culture to get woolsh off. Shay, will you go?
I wouldn't miss it for $1,000, said the Thread Man, but what will I say to my house for being a day late?
Shay got her grip, suggested Jimmie. Never too late to get her grip. Y'all go, boys.
There were not 3 men in the saloon who knew of a tree that had contained a coon that winter, but Jimmie was Jimmie, and to be trusted for an expedition of that sort, and all of them agreed to be at the saloon ready for the hunt at 9 o'clock the next night. The Thread Man felt that he was going to see life. He immediately invited the boys to the bar to drink to the success of the hunt.
You shoot your own coon yourself, offered the magnanimous Jimmie. You may carry my guns. Take first shot to Mr. O'Kham. Boys, remember that. Shay, can you hit anything? Take a try now.
Jimmie reached behind him and shoved a big revolver into the hand of the Thread Man.
Worst target, he demanded.
As he turned from the bar, the milk pail, which he still carried under his arm, caught an iron rod. Jimmie gave it a jerk and ripped the rim from the bottom.
"Ish do," he said. "Splendid mark. Shinish just like coon's eyes in torchlight."
He carried the pail on the back wall and hung it over a nail. The nail was straight and the pail flaring. The pail fell. Jimmie kicked it across the room and then gathered it up and drove a dent in it with his heel that would hold over the nail. Then he went back to the Thread Man.
"There's smart, Ruben. Blash away," he said.
The Boston man hesitated.
"What's the matter? Can't shoot off nothing but your mouth?" demanded Jimmie. He caught the revolver and fired 3 shots so rapidly that the sounds almost came as one. 2 bullets pierced the bottom of the pail, and the other the side of it as it fell. The door opened, and with a rush of cold air Jimmie gave just one glance toward it, and slid the revolver into his pocket, reached for his hat, and started in the direction of his coat. "Glad to see you, Mignoon," he said. "If you're going home, I'll just ride out with you. Good night, boys. Don't forget the coon hunt."
And Jimmie was gone. A minute later the door opened again, and this time a man of nearly 40 stepped inside. He had a manly form and a manly face, and was above average in looks, and spoke with a slight Scotch accent. "Do any of you boys happen to know what it was Jimmie had with him when he came in here?" A roar of laughter greeted the query. The Thread Man picked up the pail. As he handed it to Dannie, he said, "Mr. Malone said he was initiating a new milk pail, but I'm afraid he has overdone the job." "Thank ye," said Dannie, and taking the battered thing, he went out into the night. Jimmie was asleep when he reached the buggy. Dannie had long found it convenient to have no fence about his dooryard. He drove to the door, dragged Jimmie from the buggy, and stabled the horse. By hard work he removed Jimmie's coat and boots, laid him across the bed, and covered him. Then he grimly looked at the light in the next cabin. "Why doesn't I go to bed?" he said. He summoned courage, and crossing the space between the 2 buildings, he tapped on the window. "It's me, Mary," he called. "The skins are only half done, and Jimmie is going to help me finish. He will come over in the morning. You go to bed. You needna be afraid. We will hear you if you even snore." There was no answer, but by a movement in the cabin, Dannie knew that Mary was still dressed and waiting. He started back, but for an instant, heedless of the scurrying snow and biting cold, he faced the sky. "I wonder if ye had na found a glib tongue and light feet the least part of matrimony," he said. "Why, in God's name, couldn't you have married me? I'd like to know why." As he closed the door, the cold air roused Jimmie.
"Dannie," he said, "don't forget the milk pail. I'll initiate good now."
End of chapter 2. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com.
Chapter 3 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 3 The 50 Coons of the Canoper. Near noon of the next day, Jimmie opened his eyes and stretched himself on Dannie's bed. It did not occur to him that he was sprawled across it in such a fashion that if Dannie had any sleep that night, he had taken it on chairs before the fireplace. At first Jimmie decided that he had a head on him, and would turn over and go back where he came from. Then he thought of the coon hunt, and sitting on the edge of the bed, he laughed as he looked about for his boots. "I am glad ye are feeling so fine," said Dannie at the door, in a relieved voice. "I had a notion that ye would be crosser than a badger when ye came to." Jimmie laughed on. "What's the fun?" inquired Dannie. Jimmie thought hard a minute. Here was one instance where the truth would serve better than any invention, so he virtuously told Dannie all about it. Dannie thought of the lonely little woman next door, and rebelled. "But Jimmie," he cried, "ye cannot be gone all nicht again. It's too lonely fra Mary, and there's always a chance I might sleep sound and wadna hear if she should be sick or need ye. Then she can just yell louder, or come after you, or get well, for I am going, see." He was a thrid peddler, in a dinky little pleated coat, Dannie. He laid up against the counter with his feet crossed at a dancing girl angle, but I will say for him that he was running at the mouth with the finest flow of language I iver heard. I learned a lot of it, and Cap knows the stuff, and I'm going to have him get you the book. But Dannie, he wouldn't drink with us, but he stayed to educate us up a little. That little spoolman, Dannie, educating Jones of the gravel gang, and Bingham of the Standard, and York of the Electric Railway, and Haynes of the Timber Gang, not to mention the champeen rat catcher of the Wabash." Jimmie hugged himself, and rocked on the edge of the bed. "Oh, I can just see it, Dannie!" he cried. "I can just see it now. I was pretty drunk, but I wasn't too drunk to think of it, and it came to me sudden like." Dannie stared at Jimmie wide-eyed, while he explained the details, and then he too began to laugh, and the longer he laughed, the funnier it grew. "I've got to start," said Jimmie. "I've an awful afternoon's work. I must find him some rubber boots. He's to have the inestimable privilege of carrying me a gun, Dannie, and have the first shot at the coons. 50, I'm thinking I said. And if I don't put some frills on his cute little coat. Oh, Dannie, it will break the heart of me if he don't wear that pleated coat." Dannie wiped his eyes. "Come on into the kitchen," he said. "I've something ready fra ye to eat. Wash while I dish it." "I wish to heaven you were a woman, Dannie," said Jimmie. "A fellow could fall in love with you, and marry you with some satisfaction. Criminy, but I'm hungry." Jimmie ate greedily, and Dannie stepped about setting the cabin to rights. It lacked many feminine touches that distinguished Jimmie's as the abode of a woman, but it was neat and clean, and there seemed to be a place where everything belonged. "Now I'm off," said Jimmie, rising. "I'll take your gun because I ain't going to see Mary till I get back." "Oh, Jimmie, dinna do that," pleaded Dannie. "I want my gun. Go and get your own and tell her where ye are going and what ye are going to do. She'd feel less lonely." "I know how she would feel better than you do," retorted Jimmie. "I am not going. If you won't give me your gun, I'll borrow one, or have all my fun spoiled." Dannie took down the shining gun and passed it over. Jimmie instantly relented. He smiled an old boyish smile that always caught Dannie in his softest spot. "You are the best friend I have on earth, Dannie," he said winsomely. "You are a man worth tying to. By gum, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Now go on, like the good fellow ye are, and fix it up with Mary." So Dannie started for the woodpile. In summer he could stand outside and speak through the screen. In winter he had to enter the cabin for errands like this, and as Jimmie's wood box was as heavily weighed on his mind as his own, there was nothing unnatural in his stamping snow on Jimmy's back stoop and calling "Open" to Mary at any hour of the day he happened to be passing the woodpile. He stood at a distance and patiently waited until a gray and black nuthatch that foraged on the wood covered all the new territory discovered by the last disturbance of the pile. From loosened bark, Dannie watched the bird take several good-sized white worms and a few dormant ants. As it flew away he gathered an armload of wood. He was very careful to clean his feet on the stoop, place the wood without tearing the neat covering of wall paper, and brush from his coat the snow and moss so that it fell in the box. He had heard Mary tell the careless Jimmie to do all these things, and Dannie knew that they saved her work. There was a whiteness on her face that morning that startled him, and long after the last particle of moss was cleaned from his sleeve, he bent over the box trying to get something said. The cleaning took such a length of time that the glint of a smile crept into the grave eyes of the woman, and the grim line of her lips softened. "Don't be feeling so badly about it, Dannie," she said. "I could have told you when you went after him last night that he would go back as soon as he wakened today. I know he is gone. I watched him lave." Dannie brushed the other sleeve, on which there had been nothing at the start, and answered, "Noo, dinna ye misjudge Mary. He is gone to a coon hunt to-nicht. Dinna ye see him take my gun?" This evidence so bolstered Dannie that he faced Mary with confidence. "There's a traveling man frae Boston in town, Mary, and he was edifying the boys a little, and Jimmie dinna like it. He's going to show him a little country sport to-nicht to edify him." Dannie outlined the plan of Jimmie's campaign. Despite disapproval and a sore heart, Mary Malone had to smile, perhaps as much over Dannie's eagerness in telling what was contemplated as anything. "Why don't you take Jimmie's gun and go yourself?" she asked. "You haven't a day off since fishing was over." "But I have the work to do," replied Dannie, "and I couldna lave." He broke off abruptly, but the woman supplied the word. "Why can't you lave me, if Jimmie can? I'm not afraid. The snow and the cold will furnish me protection to-night. There'll be no one to fear. Why should you do Jimmie's work and miss the sport, to guard the thing he holds so lightly?" The red flushed Dannie's cheeks. Mary never before had spoken like that. He had to say something for Jimmie, quickly, and quickness was not his forte. His lips opened, but nothing came, for as Jimmie had boasted, Dannie never lied, except for him, and at those times he had careful preparation before he faced Mary. Now he was overtaken unawares. He looked so boyish in his confusion. The mother in Mary's heart was touched. "I'll tell you what we'll do, Dannie," she said. "You tend the stock, and get in wood enough so that things won't be frazing here, and then you hitch up and I'll go with you to town, and stay all night with Mrs. Dolan. You can put the horse in my sister's stable, and when you and Jimmie get back, you'll be tired enough that you'll be glad to ride home. A visit with Katie will be good for me, and I have been blue the last few days, and I can see you are just aching to go with the boys. Isn't that a fine plan?" "I should say that is a good plan," answered the delighted Dannie. Anything to save Mary another night alone was good, and then that coon hunt did sound alluring. And that was how it happened that at 9 o'clock that night, just as arrangements were being completed at Casey's, Dannie Macnoun stepped into the group and said to the astonished Jimmie, "Mary wanted to come to her sister's overnight, so I fixed everything, and I'm going to the coon hunt too, if you boys want me." The crowd closed around Dannie, patted his back and cheered him, and he was introduced to Mr. O'Khayam of Boston, who tried to drown the clamor enough to tell what his name really was, in case of accident, but he couldn't be heard for Jimmie yelling that a good old Irish name like O'Khayam couldn't be beat in case of anything. and Dannie took a hasty glance at the Thread Man to see if he wore that hated pleated coat which lay at the bottom of Jimmy's anger. Then they started. Casey's wife was to be left in charge of the saloon, and the Thread Man half angered Casey by a whispered conversation with her in a corner. Jimmy cut his crowd as low as he possibly could, but it numbered 15 men, and no one counted the dogs. Jimmy led the way, the Thread Man beside him, and the crowd followed. The walking would be best to follow the railroad to the Canoper, and also they could cross the railroad bridge over the river and save quite a distance. Jimmy helped the Thread Man into a borrowed overcoat and mittens, and loaded him with a 12-pound gun, and they started. Jimmy carried a torch, and as torch-bearer he was a rank failure, for he had a careless way of turning it and flashing it into people's faces that compelled them to jump to save themselves. Where the track lay clear and straight ahead, the torch seemed to light it like day, but in dark places it was suddenly lowered or wavering somewhere else. It was through this carelessness of Jimmy's that, at the first cattle guard north of the village, the torch flickered backward, ostensibly to locate Dannie, and the Thread Man went crashing down between the iron bars and across the gun. Instantly Jimmy sprawled on top of him, and the two men followed suit. The torch plowed into the snow and went out, and the yells of Jimmy alarmed the adjoining village. He was hurt, the worst of all, and the busiest getting in marching order again. "Holy smoke!" he panted. "I was having the time of me life, and plumb forgot that cow catcher. Thought it was a quarter of a mile away yet, and like to kill meself with me carelessness. But that's always the way in troop sport. You got to take the knocks with the fun." No one asked the Thread Man if he was hurt, and he did not like to seem unmanly by mentioning a skinned shin, when Jimmy Malone seemed to have bursted most of his inside. So he shouldered his gun and limped along, now slightly in the rear of Jimmy. The river bridge was a serious matter with its icy coat and danger of specials, and the torches suddenly flashed out from all sides, and the Thread Man gave thanks for Dannie Macnoun, who reached him a steady hand across the ties. The walk was 3 miles, and the railroad lay at from 20 to 30 feet elevation along the river and through the bottomland. The Boston man would have been thankful for the light, but as the last man stepped from the ties of the bridge, all the torches went out save one. Jimmy explained they simply had to save them so that they could see where the coon fell when they began to shake the coon tree. Just beside the water tank, and where the embankment was 20 feet sheer, Jimmy was cautioning the Boston man to look out, when the hunter next behind him gave a wild yell and plunged into his back. Jimmy's grab for him seemed more a push than a pull, and the three rolled to the bottom and halfway across the flooded ditch. The ditch was frozen over, but they were shaken and smothered in snow. The whole howling party came streaming down the embankment. Dannie held aloft his torch and discovered Jimmy lying face down in a drift, making no effort to rise, and the Thread Man feebly tugging at him and imploring some one to come and help get Malone out. Then Dannie slunk behind the others and yelled until he was tired. By and by Jimmy allowed himself to be dragged out. "Who the thunder was that come buttin' into us?" he blustered. "I don't allow no man to butt into me when I'm on an embankment. Send the fool back here till I kill him." The Thread Man was pulling at Jimmy's arm. "Don't mind, Jimmy," he gasped. "It was an accident. The man slipped. This is an awful place. I will be glad when we reach the woods. I'll feel safer with ground that's holding up trees under my feet. Come on now. Are we not almost there? Should we not keep quiet from now on? Will we not alarm the coons?" "Sure," said Jimmy. "Boys, don't holler so much. Every blamed coon will be scared out of its hollow." "Amazing," said the Thread Man. "How clever! Came on the spur of the moment. I must remember that to tell the club. Do not hollow. Scare the coon out of its hollow." "Oh, I do miles of things like that," said Jimmie dryly, "and mostly I have to do them before the spur of the moment. Because our moments go so dom fast out here, mighty few of them have time to grow their spurs before they are gone. Here's where we turn. Now, boys, they've been trying to get this biler across the tracks here, and they broke the ice. The water in this ditch is 3 feet deep and freezing cold. They've stuck getting the biler over, but I wonder if we can't cross on it and hit the wood beyond. Maybe we can walk it." Jimmie set a foot on the ice-covered boiler, howled, and fell back on the men behind him. "Jiminy crickets, we never can do that," he yelled. "It's a glare of ice and rounding. Let's crawl through it. The rest of you can get through if I can." "We'd better take off our overcoats to make us smaller. We can roll them into a bundle, and the last man can pull it through behind him." Jimmie threw off his coat and entered the wrecked oil engine. He knew how to hobble through on his toes, but the pleated coat of the Boston man, who tried to pass through by stooping, got almost all Jimmie had in store for it. Jimmie came out all right with a shout. The Thread Man did not step half so far, and landed knee deep in the icy, oil-covered slush of the ditch. That threw him off his balance, and Jimmie let him sink one arm in the pool, and then grabbed him and scooped oil on his back with the other hand as he pulled. During the excitement and struggles of Jimmie and the Thread Man, the rest of the party jumped the ditch and gathered about, rubbing soot and oil on the Boston man, and he did not see how they crossed. Jimmie continued to rub oil and soot into the hated coat industriously. The dogs leaped the ditch, and the instant they struck the woods broke away from baying over fresh tracks. The men yelled like mad. Jimmie struggled into his overcoat and helped the almost insane Boston man into his, and then they hurried after the dogs. The scent was so new and clear the dogs simply raged. The Thread Man was wild, Jimmie was wilder, and the 13 contributed all they could for laughing. Dannie forgot to be ashamed of himself and followed the example of the crowd. Deeper and deeper into the wild, swampy Canoper led the chase, with a man on either side to guide him into the deepest holes and to shove him into bushy thickets. The skinned, soot-covered, oil-coated Boston man toiled and sweated. He had no time to think, the excitement was so intense. He scrambled out of each pitfall set for him and plunged into the next with such uncomplaining bravery that Dannie very shortly grew ashamed, and crowding up beside him, he took the heavy gun and tried to protect him all he could without falling under the eye of Jimmie, who was keeping close watch on the Boston man. Wild yelling told that the dogs had treed, and with shaking fingers the Thread Man pulled off the big mittens he wore and tried to lift the gun. Jimmie flashed a torch, and sure enough, in the top of a medium hickory tree the light was reflected in streams from the big shining eyes of a coon. "Treed!" yelled Jimmie frantically. "Treed! And big as an elephant. Company's first shot. Here, Mr. O'Khayam. Here's a good place to stand. Gee, what luck! Coon in sight first thing, and Malone's food coon at that. Shoot, Mr. O'Khayam, shoot!" The Thread Man lifted the wavering gun, but it was no use. "Tell you what, Ruben," said Jimmie, "you are too tired to shoot straight. Let's take a rest and eat our lunch. Then we'll cut down the tree and let the dogs get Cooney. That way there won't be any shot marks in his skin. What do you say? Is that a good plan?" They all said that was the proper course, so they built a fire and placed the Thread Man where he could see the gleaming eyes of the frightened coon, and where all of them could feast on his soot and oil-covered face. Then they opened the bag and passed the sandwiches. "I really am hungry," said the weary, Thread Man, biting into his with great relish. His jaws moved once or twice experimentally, and then he lifted his handkerchief to his lips. "I wish 'twas as big as me head," said Jimmie, taking a great bite, and then he began to curse uproariously. "What ails the things?" inquired Dannie, ejecting a mouthful. And then all of them began to spit bird shot, and started an inquest simultaneously. Jimmie raged. He swore some enemy had secured the bag and mined the feast. But the boys who knew him laughed until it seemed the Thread Man must suspect. He indignantly declared it was a dirty trick. By the light of the fire he knelt and tried to free one of the sandwiches from its sprinkling of bird shot so that it would be fit for poor Jimmie, who had worked so hard to lead them there and tree the coon. For the first time Jimmie looked thoughtful. But the sight of the Thread Man was too much for him, and a second later he was thrusting an axe into the hands accustomed to handling a thread case. Then he led the way to the tree and began chopping at the green hickory. It was slow work, and soon the perspiration streamed. Jimmie pulled off his coat and threw it aside. He assisted the Thread Man out of his and tossed it behind him. The coat alighted in the fire, and was badly scorched before it was rescued. But the Thread Man was game. 50 times that night it had been said that he was to have the first coon. Of course he should work for it. So with the axe with which Casey chopped ice for his refrigerator, the Boston man banged against the hickory, and swore to himself because he could not make the chips fly as Jimmie did. "Everybody clear out," cried Jimmie. "Number 1 is coming down. Get the coffee sack ready. Baste Cooney over the head and shove him in before the dogs tear the skin. We want a dandy big pelt out of this." There was a crack, and the tree fell with a crash. All the Boston man could see was that from a tumbled pile of branches, dogs, and men, someone at last stepped back, gripping a sack, and cried, "Got it all right? And it's a buster." "Now for the other 49," shouted Jimmie, straining into his coat. "Come on, boys, we must secure a coon for every one," cried the Thread Man, heartily, as any member of the party might have said it. But the rest of the boys suddenly grew tired. They did not want any coons, and after some persuasion the party agreed to go back to Casey's to warm up. The Thread Man got into his scorched, besooted, oil smeared coat and the overcoat which had been loaned him, and shouldered the gun. Jimmie hesitated, but Dannie came up to the Boston man and said, "There's a place in my shoulder that gun joist fits, and it's lonesome without it. Pass it over." Only the sorely bruised and strained Thread Man knew how glad he was to let it go. It was Dannie, too, who whispered to the Thread Man to keep close behind him, and when the party trudged back to Casey's it was so surprising how much better he knew the way going back than Jimmie had known it coming out, that the Thread Man did remark about it. But Jimmie explained that after one had been out a few hours their eyes became accustomed to the darkness and they could see better. That was reasonable, for the Thread Man knew it was true in his own experience. So they got back to Casey's and found a long table set, and a steaming big oyster supper ready for them. And that explained the Thread Man's conference with Mrs. Casey. He took the head of the table, with his back to the wall, and placed Jimmie on his right and Dannie on his left. Mrs. Casey had furnished soap and towels, and at least part of the Boston man's face was clean. The oysters were fine and well cooked. The Thread Man recited more of the wonderful poem for Dannie's benefit, and told jokes and stories. They laughed until they were so weak they could only pound the table to indicate how funny it was. And at the close, just as they were making a movement to rise, Casey proposed that he bring in the coon and let all of them get a good look at their night's work. The Thread Man applauded, and Casey brought in the bag and shook it bottom up over the floor. Therefrom there issued a poor, frightened, maltreated little pet coon of Mrs. Casey's, and it dexterously ran up Casey's trouser leg and hid its nose in his collar, its chain dragging behind. And that was so funny the boys doubled over the table and laughed and screamed until a sudden movement brought them to their senses. The Thread Man was on his feet, and his eyes were no laughing matter. He gripped his chair back and leaned toward Jimmie. "You walked me into that cattle guard on purpose," he cried. Silence. "You led me into that boiler and fixed the oil at the end." No answer. "You mauled me all over the woods, and loaded those sandwiches yourself, and sored me for a week trying to chop down a tree with a pet coon chained in it. You! What had I done to you?" "You wouldn't drink with me, and I didn't like the domn dinky little pleated coat you wore," answered Jimmie. One instant amazement held sway on the Thread Man's face. The next, "And damned if I like yours!" he cried, and catching up a bowl half filled with broth, he flung it squarely into Jimmie's face. Jimmie, with a great oath, sprang at the Boston man. But once in his life Dannie was quick. For the only time on record he was ahead of Jimmie, and he caught the uplifted fist in a grip that Jimmie's use of whiskey and suffering from rheumatism had made his master. "Steady, Jimmie, wait a minute," panted Dannie. "This mon is not even wi' ye yet. When every muscle in your body is strained, and every inch of it bruised, and ye are daubed with soot and bedraggled in oil, and he's made ye the laughing stock fra the strangers by the hour, ye will be just even, and ready to talk to him. Every minute of the nicht he's proved himself a man, and right now he's showed he's no coward. It's up to ye, Jimmie. Do it royal. Be as much of a man as he is. Say ye are sorry." One tense instant the two friends faced each other. Then Jimmie's fist unclenched, and his arms dropped. Dannie stepped back, trying to breathe lightly, and it was between Jimmie and the Thread Man. "I am sorry," said Jimmie. "I carried my objictions to your wardrobe too far. If you'll let me, I'll clean you up. If you'll take it, I'll raise you the price of a new coat. But I'll be domn if I'll helps put such a man as you are into another of the feminine gender." The Thread Man laughed and shook Jimmie's hand, and then Jimmie proved why everyone liked him by turning to Dannie and taking his hand. "Thank you, Dannie," he said. "You sure helped me to meself that time. If I'd hit him, I couldn't have held up me head in the morning." End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 4. When the Kingfisher and the Black Bass Came Home. Criminy, but you were slow. Jimmie made the statement not as one voices a newly discovered fact, but as one iterates a time-worn truism. He sat on a girder of the Limberlost Bridge and scraped the black muck from his boots in a little heap. Then he twisted a stick into the top of his rat sack, preparatory to his walk home. The ice had broken on the river, and now the partners had to separate at the bridge, each following his own line of traps to the last one, and return to the bridge so that Jimmie could cross to reach home. Jimmie was always waiting, after the river opened, and it was a remarkable fact to him that as soon as the ice was gone his luck failed him. This evening the bag at his feet proved by its bulk that it contained just about one half the rats Dannie carried. "I must set traps in my own way," answered Dannie calmly. "If I stuck them into the water onyway and went on, so would the rats. A trap is no trap unless it is concealed." "That's it. Go on and give me a sermon," urged Jimmie derisively. "Who's got the bulk of the rats all winter? The truth is that my side of the river is the best catching in the extreme cold, and you get the most after the thaws begin to come. The rats seem to have a lot of burrows and shift around among them." One time I'm ahead, and the nixt day they go to you, but it don't mane that you are any better trapper than I am. I only got 7 tonight. That's a sweet day's work for a whole man. 15 cents apiece for 7 rats. I've a big notion to cut the rat business and compete with Rocky and Isle." Dannie laughed. "Let's hurry home and get the skinning over before nicht," he said. "I think the days are growing a little longer. I seem to scent spring in the air today." Jimmie looked at Dannie's mud-covered wet clothing, his blood-stained mittens and coat back, and the dripping bag he had rested on the bridge. "I've got some music in me head and some action in me feet," he said, "but I guess God forgot to put much sentiment into me heart. The breath of spring never got so strong with me that I could smell it above a bag of muskrats in me trapping clothes." He arose, swung his bag to his shoulder, and together they left the bridge and struck the road leading to Rainbow Bottom. It was late February. The air was raw and the walking heavy. Jimmie saw little around him, and there was little Dannie did not see. To him, his farm, the river, and the cabins in Rainbow Bottom meant all there was of life, for all he loved on earth was there. But loafing in town on rainy days, when Dannie sat with a book, hearing the talk at Casey's, at the hotel, and on the streets, had given Jimmie different views of life, and made his lot seem paltry compared with that of men who had greater possessions. On days when Jimmie's luck was bad, or when a fever of thirst burned him, he usually discoursed on some sort of intangible experience that men had, which he called "seeing life." His rat bag was unusually light that night, and in a vague way he connected it with the breaking up of the ice. When the river lay solid he usually carried home just twice the rats Dannie had, and as he had patronized Dannie all his life, it fretted Jimmie to be behind even one day at the traps. "Be Jasus, I get tired of this," he said. "Always and foriver the same thing. I kape going this trail so much that I got a speaking acquaintance with meself. Some of these days I'm going to take a trip, and have a little change. I'd like to see Chicago, and as far west as the middle, anyway." "Well, ye canna go," said Dannie. "Ye mind the time when ye were married, and I thought I'd best be away, and packed my trunk? When ye and Mary caught me, ye got mad as fire, and she cried, and I had to stay. Just ye try going, and I'll get mad, and Mary will cry, and you will stay home, just like I did." There was a fear deep in Dannie's soul that some day Jimmie would fulfill this long-time threat of his. "I dinna think there is ony place in all the world so good as the place ye own," Dannie said earnestly. "I dinna care a penny what anybody else has. Probably they have what they want. What I want is the land that my father owned before me, and the house that my mither kept. And they'll have to show me the place they call Eden before I'll give up that it beats Rainbow Bottom, summer, autumn, or winter. I dinna give twa hopes fra the palaces men rig up or the thing they call landscape gardening. When did men ever compete with the work of God? All the men that have peopled the earth since time began could have had their brains rolled into one, and he would stand helpless before the autonomy of one of the rats in these bags. The thing God does is good enough for me." "Why don't you take a short cut to the matin' house?" inquired Jimmie. "Because I would have nothing to say when I got there," retorted Dannie. "I've a meetin' house of my ain, and it juist suits me. And I've a God too, and whether he is spirit or essence, he suits me. I dinna want to be held to sharper account than he faces me up to when I hold communion with mysel. I dinna want any better meetin' house than Rainbow Bottom. I dinna care for better talking than the tongues in the trees, sounder preaching than the sermons in the stones, finer reading than the books in the river. No, nor better music than the choir of the birds each singing in its ain way fit to burst its leetle throat about the mate it won, the nest they built, and the babies they are raising. That's what I call the music of God. Spontaneous, and the soul o' joy. Give it to me every time compared with notes from a book. And all the fine places that the wealth of men ever evolved wouldn't begin to compare with the work of God, and I've got that around me every day." "But I want to see life," wailed Jimmie. "Then open your eyes, mon, fra the love of mercy, open your eyes. There's life sailing over your head in that flock of crows going home for the night. Why dinna ye, or some other mon, fly like that? There's living roots, and seeds, and insects, and worms by the million wherever you are setting foot. Why dinna ye creep into the earth and sleep through the winter, and renew your life with the spring? If ye'd stayed by the books as I begged ye, there now would be that in your head that would teach ye that the old story of the rainbow is true. There is a pot of gold, of the purest gold ever smelted, at its foot, and we been born, and own a good living right there. And the gold is there, that I know, wealth to shame any bilious millionaire, and both of us missing the pot when we hold the location. You've the first chance, mon, fra in your life is the great prize mine will forever lack. I canna get to the bottom of the pot, but I'm going to come as close to it as I can, and as for ye, empty it. Take it all. It's yours. It's fra the mon who finds it, and we own the location." "Aha! We own the location," repeated Jimmie. "I should say we do. Behold our hotbed of riches! I often lay awake nights thinking about my attachment to the place. How dear to me heart are the skeins of my childhood! Fondly gaze on the cabin where I'm doomed to dwell, those chicken coop, them pig pen, these highly piled wood, around which I've always raised hell." Jimmie turned in at his own gate, while Dannie passed to the cabin beyond. He entered, set the dripping rat bag in a tub, raked open the buried fire, and threw on a log. He always ate at Jimmie's when Jimmie was home, so there was no supper to get. He went out to the barn, wading mud ankle deep, fed and bedded his horses, and then went over to Jimmie's barn and completed his work up to milking. Jimmie came out with a pail, and a very large hole in the bottom of it was covered with dried dough. Jimmie looked at it disapprovingly. "I bought a new milk pail the other night, I know I did," he said. "Mary was kicking for one a month ago, and I went after it the night I met Ruben O'Khayam. Now what in the nation did I do with that pail?" "I have wondered myself," answered Dannie, as he leaned over and lifted a strange-looking object from a barrel. "This is what you brought home, Jimmie." Jimmie stared at the shining, battered, bullet-punctured pail in amazement. Slowly he turned it over and around, and then he lifted bewildered eyes to Dannie. "Are you foolin'?" he asked. "Did I bring that thing home in that shape?" "Honest," said Dannie. "I remember buying it," said Jimmie slowly. "I remember hanging on to it like grim death, for it was the one excuse I had for going, but I don't just know how." Slowly he revolved the pail, and then he rolled over in the hay and laughed until he was tired. Then he sat up and wiped his eyes. "Great day! What a lot of fun I must have had before I got that milk pail into that shape," he said. "Domned if I don't go straight to town and buy another one. Yes, bedad, I'll buy two." In the meantime Dannie milked, fed, and watered the cattle, and Jimmie picked up the pail of milk and carried it to the house. Dannie came by the woodpile and brought in a heavy load. Then they washed and sat down to supper. "Seems to me you look unusually perky," said Jimmie to his wife. "Had any good news?" "Splendid," said Mary. "I am so glad, and I don't belave you two stupids know." "You niver can tell by looking at me what I know," said Jimmie. "When I look the wisest, I know the least. When I look like a fool, I'm thinking like a philosopher." "Give it up," said Dannie promptly. "You would not catch him knowing anything it would make Mary's eyes shine to tell." "Sap is running," announced Mary. "The divil you say!" cried Jimmie. "It is," beamed Mary. "It will be full in 3 days. Didn't you notice how green the maples are? I took a little walk down to the bottom today. I never in all my life was so tired of winter, and the first thing I saw was that wet look on the maples, and on the low land, where they are sheltered and yet get the sun, several of them are oozing." "Grand!" cried Dannie. "Jimmie, we must peel those rats in a hurry, and then clean the spiles, and see how many new ones we will need. Tomorrow we must come for the traps early and look up our troughs." "Oh, for pity's sake, don't pile up work enough to kill a horse," cried Jimmie. "Ain't you ever happy unless you are working?" "Yes," said Dannie. "Sometimes I find a book that suits me, and sometimes the fish bite, and sometimes it's in the air." "Get the condenser," said Jimmie. "And that reminds me, Mary, Dannie smelled spring in the air today." "Well, what if he did?" questioned Mary. "I can always smell it. A little later, when the sap begins to run in all the trees, and the buds swell, and the ice breaks up, and the wild geese go over, I always scent spring. And when the catkins bloom, then it comes strong, and I just love it. Spring is my happiest time. I have more news, too." "Don't spring so much at once," cried Jimmie. "You'll spoil my appetite." "I guess there's no danger," replied Mary. "There is," said Jimmie. "At last in the foresection, appa is Frinch and means atin'. Tite is Irish and means drinking. Appetite means atin' and drinking together. Tite means drinking without atin'. See?" "I was just going to mention it meself," said Mary. "It's where you come in strong. There's no danger of anybody spoiling your drinking, if they could interfere with your atin'. You guess, Dannie." "The Dominic hen is setting," ventured Dannie, and Mary's face showed that he had blundered onto the truth. "She is," affirmed Mary, pouring the tea. "But it's real mane of ye to guess it, when I've so few things to tell. She's been setting 2 days, and she went over 15 fresh eggs today. In just 21 days I will have 15 the cunningest little chickens you ever saw, and there is more yet. I found the nest of the gray goose, and there are 3 big eggs in it, all buried in feathers. She must have stripped her breast almost bare to cover them. And I'm the happiest I've been all winter. I hate the long, lonely, shut-in time. I am going on a delightful spree. I shall help boil down sugar water and make maple syrup. I shall set hens and geese and turkeys. I shall make soap and clean house and plant seed, and all my flowers will bloom again. Goody for summer. It can't come too soon to suit me." "Lord, I don't see what there is in any of those things," said Jimmie. "I've got just one sign of spring that interests me. If you want to see me caper, somebody mention to me the first rattle of the Kingfisher. When he comes home, the house cleans in his tunnel in the embankment and takes possession of his stump in the river. The next day the black bass locates in the deep water below the shoals. Then you can count me in. There is where business begins for Jimmie boy. I am going to have that bass this summer if I don't plant an acre of corn." "I bet you that's the truth," said Mary, so quickly that both men laughed. "Ahem," said Dannie. "Then I will have to do my plowing by a headlight, so I can fish as much as you do in the daytime. I hereby make, enact, and enforce a law that neither of us is to fish in the bass hole when the other is not there to fish also. That is the only fair way. I've as much right to him as you have." "Of course," said Mary, "that is a fair way. Make that rule and kape it. If you both fish at once, it's got to be a fair catch for the one that lands it. But whoever catches it, I shall ate it. So it don't matter much to me." "You ate it?" howled Jimmie. "I guess not. Not a taste of that fish, when he's teased me for years. He's as big as a whale. If Jonah had had the good fortune of falling in the Wabash, and being swallowed by the black bass, he could have ridden from Peru to Terre Haute and suffered no inconvanience making a landing. 7 pounds he'll weigh by the steelyard, I wager you." "5, Jimmie, 5," corrected Dannie. "7," shouted Jimmie. "Ain't I hooked him repeated? Ain't I seen him broadside? I wonder if them dumb lines of mine have gone and rotted." He left his supper, carrying his chair, and standing on it he began rummaging the top shelf of the cupboard for his box of tackle. He knocked a bottle from the shelf, but caught it in midair with a dexterous sweep. "Spirits are movin'," cried Jimmie as he restored the camphor to its place. He carried the box to the window, and became so deeply engrossed in its contents that he did not notice when Dannie picked up his rat bag and told him to come on and help skin their day's catch. Mary tried to send him, and he was going in a minute, but the minute stretched and stretched, and both of them were surprised when the door opened and Dannie entered with an armload of spiles, and the rat skinning was all over. So Jimmie went on unwinding lines and sharpening hooks and talking fish, while Dannie and Mary cleaned the spiles, and figured out how many new elders must be cut and prepared for more on the morrow, and planned the sugar making. When it was bedtime and Dannie had gone and Jimmie and Mary had closed their cabin for the night, Mary stepped to the window that looked on Dannie's home to see if his light was burning. It was, and in clear rays stood Dannie, stripping yard after yard of fine line through his fingers, and carefully examining it. Jimmie came and stood beside her as she wondered. "Why, the dumb son of the rainbow," he cried, "if he ain't testing his fish lines." The next day Mary Malone was rejoicing when the men returned from trapping, and gathering and cleaning the sugar water troughs. There had been a robin at the well. "Kape your eye on Mary," advised Jimmie. "If she ain't watched close from this time on, she'll be setting hens in snowdrifts, and pouring bilin' water on the daffodils to sprout them." On the 1st of March 5 killdeers flew over in a flock, and a half hour later one straggler, crying piteously, followed in their wake. "Oh, the mane things!" almost sobbed Mary. "Why don't they wait for it?" She stood by a big kettle of boiling syrup at the sugar camp, almost helpless in Jimmie's boots and Dannie's great coat. Jimmie cut and carried wood, and Dannie hauled sap. All the woods were stirred by the smell of the curling smoke and the odor of the boiling sap, fine as the fragrance of flowers. Bright-eyed deer mice peeped at her from under old logs. The chickadees, nuthatches, and jays started an investigating committee to learn if anything interesting to them was occurring. One gaily dressed little sapsucker hammered a tree near by and scolded vigorously. "Right you are," said Mary. "It's a pity you're not big enough to drive us from the woods, for into one kettle goes enough sap to last you a lifetime." The squirrels were sure it was an intrusion, and raced among the branches overhead, barking loud defiance. At night the three rode home on the sled, with syrup jugs beside them, and Mary's apron was filled with big green rolls of pungent woolly dog moss. Jimmie built the fires, Dannie fed the stock, and Mary cooked the supper. When it was over, while the men warmed chilled feet and fingers by the fire, Mary poured some syrup into a kettle, and just as it was sugared off, she dipped streams of the amber sweetness into cups of water. All of them ate it like big children, and oh, but it was good! 2 days more of the same work ended sugar making, but for the next 3 days Dannie gathered the rapidly diminishing sap for the vinegar barrel. Then there were more hens ready to set. Water must be poured hourly into the ash hopper to start the flow of lye for soap making. and the smokehouse must be gotten ready to cure the hams and pickled meats so that they would keep during warm weather. The bluebells were pushing through the sod in a race with the Easter and star flowers. One morning Mary aroused Jimmie with a pull at his arm. "Jimmie, Jimmie," she cried, "wake up!" "Do you mane wake up or get up?" asked Jimmie sleepily. "Both," cried Mary. "The larks are here." A little later Jimmie shouted from the back door to the barn, "Dannie, do you hear the larks?" "You bet I do," answered Dannie. "Heard 'em going over in the night. How long is it now till the Kingfisher comes?" "Just a little while," said Jimmie. "If only these March storms would let up 'stead of down. He can't come until he can fish, you know. He's got to have crabs and minnies to live on." A few days later the green hylas began to pipe in the swamps, the bullfrogs drummed among the pools in the bottom, the doves cooed in the thickets, and the breath of spring was in the nostrils of all creation, for the wind was heavy with the pungent odors of catkin pollen. The spring flowers were 2 inches high. The peonies and rhubarb were pushing bright yellow and red cones through the earth. The old gander, leading his flock along the Wabash, had hailed passing flocks bound northward until he was hoarse, and the Brahma rooster had threshed the yellow dorkin until he took refuge under the pig pen and dare not stick out his unprotected head. The doors had stood open at supper time, and Dannie stayed up late, mending and oiling the harness. Jimmie sat by, cleaning his gun, for to his mortification he had that day missed killing a crow which stole from the ash hopper the egg with which Mary tested the strength of the lie. In a basket behind the kitchen stove 15 newly hatched yellow chickens, with brown stripes on their backs, were peeping and nestling, and on wing the killdeers cried half the night. At 2 o'clock in the morning came a tap on the Malone's bedroom window. "Dannie?" questioned Mary, half startled. "Tell Jimmie!" cried Dannie's breathless voice outside. "Tell him the Kingfisher has just struck the river." Jimmie sat straight up in bed. "Then glory be!" he cried. "Tomorrow the black bass comes home." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 5, When the Rainbow Set its Arch in the Sky. "Where did Jimmie go?" asked Mary. Jimmie had been up in time to feed the chickens and carry in the milk, but he disappeared shortly after breakfast. Dannie almost blushed as he answered. "He went to take a peep at the river. It's going down fast. When it gets into its regular channel, spawning will be over and the fish will come back to their old places. We figure that the black bass will be home today." "When you go digging for bait," said Mary, "I wonder if the two of you could make it convenient to spade an onion bed. If I had it spaded, I could stick the sets myself." "Now that am a fair, Mary," said Dannie. "We never went fishing till the garden was made, and the crops at least wouldn't suffer. We'll make the beds, of course, just as soon as they can be spaded, and plant the seed too." "I want to plant the seeds mysilf," said Mary. "And we dinna want ye should," replied Dannie. "All we want ye to do is to boss." "But I'm going to do the planting myself." Mary was emphatic. "It will be good for me to be in the sunshine, and I do enjoy working in the dirt, so that for a little while I'm happy. If you want to put the onions in the highest place, I should think I could spade and bed now, and enough for lettuce and radishes." Dannie went after a spade, and Mary Malone laughed softly as she saw that he also carried an old tin can. He tested the earth in several places, and then called to her, "All right, Mary, ground in prime shape. Turns up dry and mellow. We will have the garden started in no time." He had spaded but a minute when Mary saw him run past the window, leap the fence, and go hurrying down the path to the river. She went to the door. At the head of the lane stood Jimmie, waving his hat, and the fresh morning air carried his cry clearly. "Gee, Dannie, come hear him splash!" Just why that cry and the sight of Dannie Macnoun racing toward the river, his spade lying on the upturned earth of her scarcely begun onion bed, should have made her angry, it would be hard to explain. He had no tackle or bait, and reason easily could have told her that he would return shortly, and finish anything she wanted done, but when was a lonely, disappointed woman ever reasonable? She set the dishwater on the stove, wiped her hands on her apron, and walking to the garden, picked up the spade and began turning great pieces of earth. She had never done rough farm work, such as all women about her did. She had little exercise during the long, cold winter, and the first half-dozen spadefuls tired her until the tears of self-pity rolled. "I wish there was a turtle as big as a wash-tub in the river," she sobbed, "and I wish it would eat that old black bass to the last scale. And I'm going to take the shotgun and go over to the embankment and poke it into the tunnel and blow the old Kingfisher through into the cornfield. Then maybe Dannie won't go off too and leave me. I want this onion bed spaded right away, so I do." "Drop that! Idjit! What you doin'?" yelled Jimmie. "Mary, you goose!" panted Dannie as he came hurrying across the yard. "What d'ye mean? You knew I'd be back in a minute. Jimmie just called me to hear the bass splash. I was comin' back. Mary, this amna fair." Dannie took the spade from her hand, and Mary fled sobbing to the house. "What's the row?" demanded Jimmie of the suffering Dannie. "I'd just started spading this onion bed," explained Dannie. "Of course she thought we were going to stay all day." "With no poles, and no bait, and no grub? She didn't think any such a domn thing," said Jimmie. "You don't know women. She just got to the place where it's her time to spill brine, and raise a rumpus about something, and aisy brathin' would start her. Just let her bawl it out, and then we'll get something decent for dinner." Dannie turned a spadeful of earth and broke it open, and Jimmie squatted by the can and began picking out the angleworms. "I see where we dinna fish much this summer," said Dannie as he waited, "and where we fish close to home when we do, and where all the work is done before we go." "Ah, borrow me rose-colored specs," cried Jimmie. "I don't see anything but what I've always seen. I'll come and go as I please, and Mary can do the same. I don't throw no Jiminy fit every time a woman acts the fool a little, and if you've lived with one 15 years, you wouldn't either. Of course we'll make the garden. Wish to goodness it was a beer garden. What I wouldn't like to plant a lot of hop seeds and see rows of little green beer bottles humping up the dirt. Oh my, what all does she want done?" Dannie turned another spadeful of earth and studied the premises, while Jimmie gathered the worms. "Palin's all on the fence?" asked Dannie. "Yep," said Jimmie. "Well, the yard is to be raked?" "Yep." "The flooer bed spaded?" "Yep." "Stones around the peonies, phlox, and hollyhocks raised and manure worked in. All the trees must be pruned, the bushes and vines trimmed, and the gooseberries, currants, and raspberries thinned. The strawberry bed must be fixed up, and the rhubarb and asparagus spaded around and manured. This whole garden must be made." "And the road swept, and the gate sandpapered, and the barn whitewashed. Return to grazing, Nebuchadnezzar," said Jimmie. "We do what's raisonable, and then we go fishing. See?" 3 beds spaded, squared, and ready for seeding lay in the warm spring sunshine before noon. Jimmie raked the yard, and Dannie trimmed the gooseberries. Then he wheeled a barrel of swamp loam for a flower bed by the cabin wall, and listened intently between each shovelful he threw. He could not hear a sound. What was more, he could not bear it. He went to Jimmie. "Say, Jimmie," he said, "didn't you have to go in for a drink?" "House or town?" inquired Jimmie sweetly. "The house!" exploded Dannie. "I dinna hear a sound yet. You go in for a drink, and tell Mary I want to know where she'd like the new flooer bed she's been talking about." Jimmie leaned the rake against the tree and started. "And Jimmie," said Dannie, "if she's quit crying, ask her what was the matter. I want to know." Jimmie vanished. Presently he passed Dannie where he worked. "Come on," whispered Jimmie. The bewildered Dannie followed. Jimmie passed the wood pile, and pig pen, and slunk around behind the barn, where he leaned against the logs and held his sides. Dannie stared at him. "She says," wheezed Jimmie, "that she guesses she wanted to go and hear the bass splash too." Dannie's mouth fell open and then closed with a snap. "Us for the fool killer," he said. "You dinna let her see you laugh." "Let her see me laugh!" cried Jimmie. "Let her see me laugh! I told her she wasn't to go for a few days yet, because we were sawing the Kingfisher stump into a rustic sate for her, and we were going to carry her out to it, and she was to sit there and sew, and umpire the fishing, and whichever bait she told the bass to take, that one of us would be getting it. And she was pleased as anything, me lad, and now it's up to us to rig up some sort of dacent sate, and tag a woman along half the time. You thick-tongued descendant of a bagpipe baboon, what did you send me in there for?" "Maybe a little of it will tire her," groaned Dannie. "It will if she undertakes to follow me," Jimmie said. "I know where horseweeds grow giraffe high." Then they went back to work, and presently many savory odors began to steal from the cabin. Whereat Jimmie looked at Dannie and winked an I told you so wink. A garden grows fast under the hands of 2 strong men really working, and by the time the first slice of sugar-cured ham from the smokehouse for that season struck the sizzling skillet, and Mary very meekly called from the back door to know if one of them wanted to dig a little horseradish, the garden was almost ready for planting. Then they went into the cabin and ate fragrant, thick slices of juicy fried ham, seasoned with horseradish, fried eggs, freckled with the ham fat in which they were cooked, fluffy mashed potatoes, with a little well of melted butter in the center of the mound overflowing the sides, raisin pie, soda biscuit, and their own maple syrup. "Oh, said Jimmie. "I don't know as I hanker for city life so much as I sometimes think I do. What do you suppose the adulterated stuff we read about in papers tastes like?" "I've often wondered," answered Dannie. "Look at some of the hogs and cattle that we see shipped from here to city markets. The folks that sell them would starve before they'd eat a bit of them, and yet somebody eats them, and what do you suppose maple syrup made from hickory bark and brown sugar tastes like?" "And cold storage eggs, and cottonseed butter, and even horseradish half turnip," added Mary. "Bate up the cream a little before you put it in your coffee, or it will be in lumps. When the cattle are on clover, it raises so thick." Jimmie speared a piece of salt rising bread crust, soaked in ham gravy made with cream, and said, "I wish I could bring that third man home with me to one meal of the real thing next time he strikes town. I belave he would enjoy it. May I, Mary?" Mary's face flushed slightly. "Depends on when he comes," she said. "Of course, if I am cleaning house or busy with something I can't put off." "Sure," cried Jimmie. "I'd ask you before I brought him, because I'd want him to have something special. Some of this ham and horseradish and maple syrup to begin with, and then your fried spring chicken and your stewed squirrel is a drame, Mary. Nobody iver makes turtle soup half so rich as yours, and your green peas and cream and asparagus on toast is a rivelation. Don't you remember 'twas Father Michael that said that? I ought to be able to find mushrooms in a few weeks, and I can taste your rhubarb pie over from last year. Gee! But I wish he'd come in strawberrying. Berries from the vines, butter in the crust, cream you have to bate to make it smooth. Talk about shortcake!" "What's wrong with cherry cobbler?" asked Dannie. "Or blackberry pie? Or greens cooked with bacon? Or chicken pie? Or catfish rolled in cornmeal and fried in ham fat? Or guineas stewed in cream with hard-boiled eggs in the gravy?" "Oh, stop!" cried the delighted Mary. "It makes me dead tired thinking how I'll ever be cooking all you want. Sure, have him come, and both of you can pick out the things you like the best, and I'll fix them for him. Pure fresh stuff might be a treat to a city man. When Dolan took sister Katie to New York with him, his boss sent them to a $5 a day house, and they thought they was some up. By the third day poor Katie was crying for a square meal. She couldn't touch the butter, the eggs made her sick, and the cold storage meat and chicken never got nearer her stomach than her nose. So she just ate fish, because they were fresh, and she ate, till if you mention New York to poor Katie she turns pale and tastes fish. She vows and declares that she feeds her chickens and hogs better food twice a day than the people fed her in New York." "I'll bet my new milk pail the grub we eat ivery day would be a treat that would raise him," said Jimmie, "provided his taste ain't so depraved with saltpeter and chalk he don't know fresh, pure food when he tastes it. I understand some of the victims really don't." "Your new milk pail?" questioned Mary. "That's what," said Jimmie. "The next time I go to town I'm going to get you two." "But I only need one," protested Mary. "Instead of two, get me a new dishpan. Mine leaks and smears the stove and table." "By gorry!" sighed Jimmie. "There goes me tongue letting me in for it again. I'll look over the skins, and if any of them are ripe I'll get you a milk pail and a dishpan the next time I go into town. And by gee! If that dandy big coon hide I got last fall looks good, I'm going to comb it up and work the skin fine and send it over to the thrid man, with me compliments. I don't feel right about him yet. Wonder what his name really is, and where he lives, and whether I killed him complate." "And dry goods man in town can tell you," said Dannie. "Ask the clerk in the hotel," suggested Mary. "You've said it," cried Jimmie. "That's the stuff. And I can find out when he'll be here again." 2 hours more they faithfully worked on the garden, and then Jimmie began to grow restless. "Ah, go on," cried Mary. "You have done all that is needed just now, and more too. There won't any fish bite to day, but you can have the pleasure of stringing them poor sufferin' worms on a hook and soaking 'em in the river." "Sufferin' worms! Sufferin' Job!" cried Jimmie. "What's next? Go on, Dannie, get your pole." Dannie went. As he came back, Jimmie was sprinkling a thin layer of earth over the bait in the can. "Why not come along, Mary?" he suggested. "I'm not done planting my seeds," she said. "I'll be tired when I am, and I thought the place wasn't fixed for me yet." "We can't fix that till a little later," said Jimmie. "We can't tell where it's going to be grassy and shady yet, and the wood is too wet to fix a seat." "Any kind of seat will do," said Mary. "I guess you better not try to make one out of the Kingfisher stump. If you take it out, it may change the pool and drive away the bass." "Sure!" cried Jimmie. "What a head you've got! We'll have to find some other stump for a sate." "I don't want to go until it gets dry underfoot and warmer," said Mary. "You boys go on. I'll tell you when I am ready to go." "There," said Jimmie, when well on the way to the river. "What did I tell you? Won't go if she has the chance. Just wants to be asked." "I dinna pretend to know women," said Dannie gravely. "But whatever Mary does is all richt with me." "So I've observed," remarked Jimmie. "Now how will we get at this fishing to be perfectly fair?" "Tell you what I think," said Dannie. "I think we ought to pick out the twa best places about the black bass pool, and you take and fray yours, and I'll take the ither for mine." and then we'll each fish from his own place." "Nothing fair about that," answered Jimmie. "You might just happen to strike the bed where he lays most, and be getting bites all the time, and me none. Or I might strike it, and you be left out. And then there's days when the wind has to do, and the light. We ought to change places every hour." "There's nothing fair in that either," broke in Dannie. "I might have him told up to my place, and just be feeding him my bait, and here you'd come along and prove by your watch that my time was up, and take him when I had him all ready to bite." "That's so for you," hurried in Jimmie. "I'd be hanged if I'd leave a place by the watch when I had a strike." "Me either," said Dannie. "'Tis past human nature to ask it. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go to work and rig up a sort of bridge where it's so narrow and shallow, just above Kingfisher shoals, and then we'll toss up for sides. Then each will keep to his side. With a decent pole either of us can throw across the pool, and both of us can fish as we please. Then each fellow can pick his bait, and cast or fish deep as he thinks best. What do you say to that?" "I don't see how anything could be fairer than that," said Jimmie, "but I don't want to fish for anything but the bass. I'm going back and get our rubber boots, and you'll be rolling logs, and we'll build that crossing right now." "All richt," said Dannie. So they laid aside their poles and tackle, and Dannie rolled logs and gathered material for the bridge, while Jimmie went back after their boots. Then both of them entered the water and began clearing away drift and laying the foundations. As the first log of the crossing lifted above the water, Dannie paused. "How about the Kingfisher?" he asked. "Wouldn't this scare him away?" "Not if he ain't a dumb fool," said Jimmie, "and if he is, let him go." "Seems like the river would no be just richt without him," said Dannie, breaking off a spice limb and nibbling the fragrant buds. "Let's only use what we bare need to get across. And where will we fix for Mary?" "Oh, get out!" said Jimmie. "I ain't going to fool with that." "Well, we best fix a place. Then we can tell her we fixed it, and it's all ready." "Sure!" cried Jimmie. "You are catching it from your neighbor. Tell her a place is all fixed and waiting, and you couldn't drag her here with a team of oxen. Tell her you are gonna fix it soon, and she'll come to see if you've done it, if she has to be carried on a stretcher." So they selected a spot that they thought would be all right for Mary, and not close enough to disturb the bass and the Kingfisher, rolled out 2 logs, and fished a board that had been carried by a freshet from the water and laid it across them, and decided that would have to serve until they could do better. Then they sat astride the board, Dannie drew out a coin, and they tossed it to see which was heads and tails. Dannie won heads. Then they tossed to see which bank was heads or tails, and the right, which was on Rainbow's side, came to heads. So Jimmie was to use the bridge. Then they went home and began the night work. The first thing Jimmie espied was the barrel containing the milk pail. He fished out the pail, and while Dannie fed the stock, shoveled manure, and milked, Jimmie pounded out the dents, closed the bullet holes, emptied the bait into it, half filled it with mellow earth, and went to Mary for some cornmeal to sprinkle on top to feed the worms. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Dannie was up feeding, milking, scraping plows, and setting bolts. After breakfast they piled their implements on a mud boat, which Dannie drove, while Jimmie rode one of his team, and led the other, and opened the gates. They began on Dannie's field, because it was closest, and for the next 2 weeks, unless it were too rainy to work, they plowed, harrowed, lined off, and planted the seed. The blackbirds followed along the furrows, picking up grubs, the crows cawed from high tree tops, the bluebirds twittered about hollow stumps and fence rails, the wood thrushes sang out their souls in the thickets across the river, and the king cardinal of Rainbow Bottom whistled to split his throat from the giant sycamore. Tender greens were showing along the river and in the fields, and the purple of red bud mingled with the white of wild plum all along the Wabash. The sunny side of the hill that sloped down to Rainbow Bottom was a mass of spring beauties, anemones, and violets. Thread-like ramps rose rank to the scent among them, and round ginger leaves were thrusting their folded heads through the mold. The Kingfisher was cleaning his house and fishing from his favorite stump in the river, while near him, at the fall of every luckless worm that missed its hold on a blossomed whitened thorn tree, came the splash of the great black bass. Every morning the bass took a trip around Horseshoe Bend food hunting, and the small fry raced for life before his big shear-like jaws. During the heat of noon he lay in the deep pool below the stump and rested, but when evening came he set out in search of supper, and frequently he felt so good that he leaped clear of the water and fell back in with a splash that threw shining spray about him, or lashed out with his tail and sent widening circles of waves rolling from his lurking place. Then the Kingfisher rattled with all his might and flew for the tunnel in the embankment. Some of these days the air was still, the earth warmed in the golden sunshine, and murmured a low song of sleepy content. Some days the wind raised, whirling dead leaves before it, and covering the earth with drifts of plum, cherry, and apple bloom like late falling snow. Then great black clouds came sweeping across the sky, and massed above Rainbow Bottom. The lightning flashed as if the heavens were being cracked open, and the rolling thunder sent terror to the hearts of man and beast. When the birds flew for shelter, Dannie and Jimmie unhitched their horses and raced for the stables to escape the storm and to be with Mary, whom electricity made nervous. They would sit on the little front porch and watch the greedy earth drink the downpour. They could almost see the grass and flowers grow. When the clouds scattered, the thunder grew fainter, and the sun shone again between light sprinkles of rain. Then a great, glittering rainbow set its arch in the sky, and it planted one of its feet in Horseshoe Bend, and the other so far away they could not even guess where. If it rained lightly, in a little while Dannie and Jimmie could go back to their work afield. If the downpour was heavy and made plowing impossible, they pulled weeds and hoed in the garden. Dannie discoursed on the wholesome freshness of the earth, and Jimmie ever waited a chance to twist his words and ring in a laugh on him. He usually found it. Sometimes, after a rain, they took their bait cans and rods and went down to the river to fish. If one could not go, the other religiously refrained from casting bait into the pool where the black bass lay. Once, when they were fishing together, the bass rose to a white moth, skittered over the surface by Dannie late in the evening, and twice Jimmie had strikes which he averred had taken the arm almost off him, but neither really had the bass on his hook. They kept to their own land and fished when they pleased, for game laws and wardens were unknown to them. Truth to tell, neither of them really hoped to get the bass before fall. The water was too high in the spring, minnows were plentiful, and as Jimmie said, it seemed as if the Dom Plum tree just rained caterpillars. So they bided their time, and the signs prohibiting trespass on all sides of their land were many and emphatic, and Mary had instructions to ring the dinner bell if she caught sight of any strangers. The days grew longer, and the sun was insistent. Untold miles they trudged back and forth across their land, guiding their horses, jerked about with plows, their feet weighted with the damp, clinging earth, and their clothing pasted to their wet bodies. Jimmie was growing restless. Never in all his life had he worked so faithfully as that spring, and never had his visits to Casey's so told on him. No matter where they started or how hard they worked, Dannie was across the middle of the field and helping Jimmie before the finish. It was always Dannie who plowed on, while Jimmie rode to town for the missing bolt or buckle, and he generally rolled from his horse into a fence corner and slept the remainder of the day on his return. The work and heat were beginning to tire him, and his trips to Casey's had been much less frequent than he desired. He grew to feel that between them Dannie and Mary were driving him, and a desire to balk at a slight cause gathered in his breast. He deliberately tied his team in a fence corner, lay down, and fell asleep. The clanging of the supper bell aroused him. He opened his eyes, and as he rose, found that Dannie had been to the barn and had brought a horse blanket to cover him. Well, as he knew anything, Jimmie knew that he had no business sleeping in fence corners so early in the season. With candor he would have admitted to himself that a part of his brittle temper came from aching bones and rheumatic twinges. Some way, the sight of Dannie swinging across the field, looking as fresh as in the early morning, and the fact that he had carried a blanket to cover him, and the further fact that he was wild for drink, and could think of no excuse on earth for going to town, brought him to a fighting crisis. Dannie turned his horses at Jimmie's feet. "Come on, Jimmie, supper bell is rung," he cried. "We mustn't keep Mary waiting. She wants us to help her plant the sweet potatoes to nicht." Jimmie rose, and his joints almost creaked. The pain angered him. He leaned forward and glared at Dannie. "Is there one minute of the day when you ain't thinking about my wife?" he demanded, oh, so slowly and so ugly. Dannie met his hateful gaze squarely. "Not a minute," he answered, "excepting when I am thinking about you." "The hell you say?" exploded the astonished Jimmie. Dannie stepped out of the furrow and came closer. "See here, Jimmie Malone," he said, "you ain't forgot the nicht when I told you I loved Mary with all of my heart, and that I'd never love another woman. I sent you to tell her for me, and to ask if I might come to her, and you brought me her answer. It's not your fault she preferred you. Everybody did. But it is your fault that I've stayed on here. I tried to go, and you wouldn't have let me. So for 15 years you have lain with the woman I love, and I've lain alone a few rods of you. If that ain't man hell, try some other on me, and see if it will touch me. I sent you to tell her that I loved her. Have I ever sent you to tell her that I've quit? I should think you'd know by this time that I'm not a quitter. Love her? Why, I love her till I can see her standing plain before me, when I know she's a mile away. Love her? Why, I can smell her any place I am, sweeter than any flower I ever held to my face. Love her? Till the day I die I love her. But it ain't any fault of yours, and if you've come to the place where I worry you, that's the place where I go, as I wanted to on the same day you brought Mary to Rainbow Bottom." Jimmie's gray jaws fell open. Jimmie's sullen eyes cleared. He caught Dannie by the arm. "For the love of Heaven, what did I say, Dannie?" he panted. "I must have been half asleep. Go! You go! You leave Rainbow Bottom. Then by God I go too. I won't stay here without you, not a day. If I had to take my choice between you, I'd give up Mary before I'd give up the best friend I ever had. Go? I guess not, unless I go with you. She can go to Jimmie, Jimmie, cautioned Dannie. I mean every domn word of it, said Jimmie. I think more of you than I ever did of any woman. Dannie drew a deep breath. Then why, in the name of God, did ye say that thing to me? I have na betrayed your trust in me, not ever, Jimmie, and ye know it. What's the matter with ye? Jimmie heaved a deep sigh and rubbed his hands across his hot, angry face. Oh, I'm just so domn sore, he said. Some days I get about wild. Things haven't come out like I thought they would. Jimmie, if ye're in trouble, why do ye not tell me? Can I help ye? Haven't I always helped ye if I could? Yes, you have, said Jimmie. Always. Been 1,000 times too good to me. But ye can't help here. I'm up agin it alone. But put this in your pipe and smoke it good and brown. If you go, I go. I don't stay here without you. Then it's up to ye not to make it impossible for me to stay, said Dannie. After this I'll try to be careful. I've had no guard on my lips. I've said whatever came into my head. The supper bell clanged sharply a second time. That means more heaven on the Wabash, said Jimmie. Wish I had a bracer before I face it. How long has it been, Jimmie? asked Dannie. Eternity, replied Jimmie briefly. Dannie stood thinking, and then light broke. Jimmie was always short of money in the summer. When trapping was over, and before any crops were ready, he was usually out of funds. Dannie hesitated, then he said, Would a small loan be what you need, Jimmie? Jimmie's eyes gleamed. It would put new life into me, he cried. Forgive me, Dannie. I am almost crazy. Dannie handed over a coin, and after supper Jimmie went to town. Then Dannie saw his mistake. He had purchased peace for himself. But what about Mary? End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 6. The Heart of Mary Malone. This is the job that was done with the reaper. If we hustle, we can do it ourselves, thus securing to us a little cheaper the bread and pie upon our pantry shelves. Eat this wheat by and by on this beautiful Wabash shore. Drink this rye by and by. Eat and drink on this beautiful shore. So sang Jimmie as he drove through the wheat, oats, and rye, accompanied by the clacking machinery. Dannie stopped stacking sheaves to mop his warm, perspiring face, and to listen. Jimmie, always with an eye to the effect he was producing, immediately broke into a wilder parody. Drive this mower a little slower on this beautiful Wabash shore. Cutting wheat to buy our meat, cutting oats to buy our coats, also pants if we get the chance. By and by we'll cut the rye, but I bet my hat I drink that, I drink that. Drive this mower a little slower in this wheat, by and by. The larks scolded, fluttering overhead, for at times the reaper overtook their belated broods. The bobolinks danced and chattered on stumps and fences, in an agony of suspense, when their nests were approached, and cried pitifully if they were destroyed. The chewinks flashed from the ground to the fences and trees, and back, crying chewink, chewee to each other, in such excitement that they appeared to be in danger of flirting off their long tails. The quail ran about the shorn fields, and excitedly called from fence riders to draw their flocks into the security of Rainbow Bottom. Frightened hares bounded through the wheat, and if the cruel blade sheared into their nests, Dannie gathered the wounded and helpless of the scattered broods in his hat and carried them to Mary. Then came threshing, which was a busy time, but after that, through the long hot days of late July and August, there was little to do afield, and fishing was impossible. Dannie grubbed fence corners, mended fences, chopped and corded wood for winter, and, in spare time, read his books. For the most part, Jimmie kept close to Dannie. Jimmie's temper never had been so variable. Dannie was greatly troubled, for despite Jimmie's protests of devotion, He flared at a word, and sometimes at no word at all. The only thing in which he really seemed interested was the coonskin he was dressing to send to Boston. Over that he worked by the hour, sometimes with earnest face, and sometimes he raised his head and let out a whoop that almost frightened Mary. At such times he was sure to go on and give her some new detail of the hunt for the 50 coons that he had forgotten to tell her before. He had been to the hotel and learned the Thread Man's name and address, and found that he did not come regularly, and no one knew when to expect him, so when he had combed and brushed the fur to its finest point, and worked the skin until it was velvet soft, and bleached it until it was muslin white, he made it into a neat package, and sent it with his compliments to the Boston man. After he had waited for a week, he began going to town every day to the post office for the letter he expected, and coming home much worse for a visit to Casey's. Since plowing time he had asked Dannie for money, as he wanted it, telling him to keep an account and he would pay him in the fall. He seemed to forget or not to know how fast his bills grew. Then came a week in August when the heat invaded even the cool retreat along the river. Out of the highway, passing wheels rolled back the dust like water, and raised it in clouds after them. The ragweeds hung wilted heads along the road. The goldenrod and purple ironwort were dust-colored and dust-choked. The trees were thirsty and their leaves shriveling. The riverbed was bare its width in places, and while the Kingfisher made merry with his family and rattled, feasting from Abram Johnson's to the Gar-hole, the black bass sought its deep pool and lay still. It was a rare thing to hear it splash in those days. The prickly heat burned until the souls of men were tried. Mary slipped listlessly about or lay much of the time on a couch beside a window, where a breath of air stirred. Despite the good beginning he had made in the spring, Jimmy slumped with the heat and exposures he had risked, and was hard to live with. Dannie was not having a good time himself. Since Jimmy's wedding, life had been all grind to Dannie, but he kept his reason, accepted his lot, and ground his grist with patience and such cheer as few men could have summoned to the aid of so poor a cause. Had there been any one to notice it, Dannie was tired and heat-ridden also, but, as always, Dannie sank self and labored uncomplainingly with Jimmy's problems. On a burning August morning Dannie went to breakfast and found Mary white and nervous, little prepared to eat, and no sign of Jimmy. "Jimmy sleeping?" he asked. "I don't know where Jimmy is," Mary answered coldly. "Since when?" asked Dannie, gulping coffee and taking hasty bites, for he had begun his breakfast supposing that Jimmy would come presently. "He left as soon as you went home last night," she said, "and he has not come back yet." Dannie did not know what to say, loyal to the bone to Jimmy, loving each hair on the head of Mary Malone, and she worn and neglected. The problem was heartbreaking in any solution he attempted, and he felt none too well himself. He arose hastily, muttering something about getting the work done. He brought in wood and water, and asked if there was anything more he could do. "Sure," said Mary in a calm, even voice. "Go to the barn and shovel manure for Jimmie Malone, and do all the work he shirks, before you do anything for yourself." Dannie always had admitted that he did not understand women, but he understood a plain danger signal, and he almost ran from the cabin. In the fear that Mary might think he had heeded her hasty words, he went to his own barn first, just to show her that he did not do Jimmy's work. The flies and mosquitoes were so bad he kept his horses stabled through the day, and turned them to pasture at night, so their stalls were to be cleaned, and he set to work. When he had finished his own barn, as he had nothing else to do, he went on to Jimmy's. He had finished the stalls and was sweeping when he heard a sound at the back door, and turning, saw Jimmy clinging to the casing, unable to stand longer. Dannie sprang to him and helped him inside. Jimmie sank to the floor. Dannie caught up several empty grain sacks, folded them, and pushed them under Jimmie's head for a pillow. "Danish, did you shay your national flourish wash shissel?" asked Jimmie. "Yes," said Dannie, lifting the heavy auburn head to smooth the folds from the sacks. "Why she like me?" "I dunno," answered Dannie wearily. "Awful jaggish on," murmured Jimmie, sighed heavily, and was off. His clothing was torn and dust covered. His face was purple and bloated, and his hair was dusty and disordered. He was a repulsive sight. As Dannie straightened Jimmie's limbs, he thought he heard a step. He lifted his head and leaned forward to listen. "Dannie Macnoun," called the same even, cold voice he had heard at breakfast. "Have you left me too?" Dannie sprang for a manger. He caught a great armload of hay and threw it over Jimmie. He gave one hurried toss to scatter it, for Mary was in the barn. As he turned to interpose his body between her and the manger, which partially screened Jimmie, his heart sickened. He was too late. She had seen. Frightened to the soul, he stared at her. She came a step closer, and with her foot gave a hand of Jimmie's that lay exposed a contemptuous shove. "You didn't get him completely covered," she said. "How long have you had him here?" Dannie was frightened into speech. "Not a minute, Mary. He just came in when I heard ye. I was trying to spare ye." "Him, you mane," she said, in that same strange voice. "I suppose you gave him money, and he has a bottle, and he's been here all night." "Mary," said Dannie, "that's not true. I have furnished him money. He'd mortgage the farm or do something worse if I didna. But I dinna where he has been all nicht, and in trying to cover him, my only thought was to save you pain." "And when you let him spend money you know you'll never get back, and loaf while you do his work, and when you lie mountain high, times without number, who is it for?" Then 15 years' restraint slid from Dannie like a cloak, and in the torture of his soul his slow tongue outran all its previous history. "Ye!" he shouted. "It's fra Jimmie too, but ye first. Always ye first." Mary began to tremble. Her white cheeks burned red. Her figure straightened, and her hands clenched. "On the cross! Will you swear it?" she cried. "On the sacred body of Jesus himself, if I could face him," answered Dannie. "Anything, everything is fra ye first, Mary." "Then why?" she panted between gasps for breath. "Tell me why? If you have cared for me enough to stay here all these years and see that I had the best treatment you could get for me, why didn't you care for me enough more to save me this? Oh, Dannie, tell me why." And then she shook with strangled sobs until she scarce could stand alone. Dannie Macnoun cleared the space between them and took her in his arms. Her trembling hands clung to him, her head dropped on his breast, and the perfume of her hair in his nostrils drove him mad. Then the tense bulk of her body struck against him, and horror filled his soul. 1 second he held her, the next, Jimmie, smothering under the hay, threw up an arm and called like a petulant child, "Dannie, make shun quick shinish my fish." And Dannie awoke to the realization that Mary was another man's, and that man one who trusted him completely. The problem was so much too big for poor Dannie that reason kindly slipped a cog. He broke from the grasp of the woman, fled through the back door, and took to the woods. He ran as if fiends were after him, and he ran and ran. And when he could run no longer, he walked, but he went on. Just on and on. He crossed forests and fields, orchards and highways, streams and rivers, deep woods and swamps, and on he went. He felt nothing, and saw nothing, and thought nothing, save to go on, always on. In the dark he stumbled on, and through the day he staggered on, and he stopped for nothing, save at times to lift water to his parched lips. The bushes took his hat, the thorns ripped his shirt, the water soaked his shoes, and they spread, and his feet came through, and the stones cut them until they bled. Leaves and twigs stuck in his hair, and his eyes grew bloodshot, his lips and tongue swollen, and when he could go no further on his feet, he crawled on his knees, until at last he pitched forward on his face and lay still. The tumult was over, and Mother Nature set to work to see about repairing damages. Dannie was so badly damaged, soul, heart, and body, that she never would have been equal to the task. But another woman happened that way, and she helped. Dannie was carried to a house, and a doctor dressed his hurts. When the physician got down to first principles, and found a big, white-bodied, fine-faced Scotchman in the heart of the wreck, he was amazed. A wild man, but not a whiskey bloat. A crazy man, but not a maniac. He stood long beside Dannie as he lay unconscious. "I'll take oath that man has wronged no one," he said. "What in the name of God has some woman been doing to him?" He took money from Dannie's wallet, and bought clothing to replace the rags he had burned. He filled Dannie with nourishment, and told the woman who found him that when he awoke, if he did not remember, to tell him that his name was Dannie Macnoun, and that he lived in Rainbow Bottom, Adams County, because just at that time Dannie was halfway across the state. A day later he awoke, in a strange room, and among strange faces. He took up life exactly where he left off, and in his ears, as he remembered his flight, rang the awful cry uttered by Mary Malone, and not until then did there come to Dannie the realization that she had been driven to seek him for help, because her woman's hour was upon her. Cold fear froze Dannie's soul. He went back by railway, and walked the train most of the way. He dropped from the cars at the water tank, and struck across country, and again he ran. But this time it was no headlong flight. Straight as a homing bird went Dannie with all speed, toward the foot of the rainbow and Mary Malone. The Kingfisher sped, rattling down the river, when Dannie came crashing along the bank. "Oh God, let her be alive," prayed Dannie, as he leaned panting against a tree for an instant, because he was very close now, and sickeningly afraid. Then he ran on. In a minute it would be over. At the next turn he could see the cabins. As he dashed along, Jimmie Malone rose from a log and faced him. A white Jimmie, with black ringed eyes and shaking hands. "Where the hell have you been?" Jimmie demanded. "Is she dead?" cried Dannie. "The doctor is talking scare," said Jimmie, "but I don't scare so easy. She's never been sick in her life, and she has lived through it twice before. Why should she die now? Of course the kid is dead again," he added angrily. Dannie shut his eyes and stood still. He had helped plant starflowers on 2 tiny cross-marked mounds at 5 Mile Hill. Now there were 3. Jimmie had worn out her love for him, that was plain. Why should she die now? To Dannie it seemed that question should have been, why should she live? Jimmie eyed him belligerently. "Why in the name of sense did you cut out when I was off me pins?" he growled. "Of course I don't blame you for cutting that kind of a party, me for the woods, all right. But what I can't see is why you couldn't have gone for the doctor and waited until I'd slept it off before you went." "I dinna know she was sick," answered Dannie. "I deserve anything ony ane can say to me.
and it's all my fault if she does. But this ane thing ye got to say ye know richt noo, Jimmy. Ye got to say ye know that I dinna understand Mary was sick when I went." "Sure, I've said that all the time," agreed Jimmy. "But what I don't understand is why you went. I guess she thinks it was her fault. I came out here to try to study it out. The nurse woman, domn pretty girl, says if you don't get back before midnight, it's all up. You're just on time, Dannie. The talk in the house is that she'll wink out if you don't prove to her that she didn't drive you away. She is about crazy over it. What did she do to you?" "Nothing!" exclaimed Dannie. "She was so deathly sick she didna know what she was doing. I can see it noo, but I dinna understand then." "That's all right," said Jimmy. "She didn't. She keeps moaning over and over, 'What did I do?' You hustle in and fix it up with her. I'm getting tired of all this racket." All Dannie heard was that he was to go to Mary. He went up the lane, across the garden, and stepped in at the back door. Beside the table stood a comely young woman, dressed in blue and white stripes. She was doing something with eggs and milk. She glanced at Dannie, and finished filling a glass. As she held it to the light, "Is your name Malone?" she inquired. "Yes," said Dannie. "Dannie Malone?" she asked. "Yes," said Dannie. "Then you are the medicine needed here just now," she said, as if that were the most natural statement in the world. "Mrs. Malone seems to have an idea that she offended you and drove you from home just prior to her illness, and as she has been very sick, she is in no condition to bear other trouble. You understand?" "Do ye understand that I could not have gone if I had known she was ill?" asked Dannie in turn. "From what she has said in delirium, I have been sure of that," replied the nurse. "It seems you have been the stay of the family for years. I have a very high opinion of you, Mr. Malone. Wait until I speak to her." The nurse vanished, presently returned, and as Dannie passed through the door, she closed it after him, and he stood still, trying to see in the dim light. That great snowy stretch, that must be the bed. That tumbled dark circle, that must be Mary's hair. That dead white thing beneath it, that must be Mary's face. Those burning lights flaming on him, those must be Mary's eyes. Dannie stepped softly across the room and bent over the bed. He tried hard to speak naturally. "Mary," he said. "Oh, Mary, I didna know ye were ill. Oh, believe me, I didna realize ye were suffering pain." She smiled faintly and her lips moved. Dannie bent lower. "Promise," she panted. "Promise you will stay now." Her hand fumbled at her breast, and then she slipped on the white cover, a little black cross. Dannie knew what she meant. He laid his hand on the emblem precious to her and said softly, "I swear I never will leave ye again, Mary Malone." A great light swept into her face, and she smiled happily. "Now ye," said Dannie. He slipped the cross into her hand. "Repeat after me," he said. "I promise I will get well, Dannie." "I promise I will get well, Dannie, if I can," said Mary. "Na," said Dannie, "that winna do. Repeat what I said, and remember it is on the cross. Life has not been richt for ye, Mary, but if ye will get well before the Lord in some way we will make it happier. Ye will get well?" "I promise I will get well, Dannie," said Mary Malone, and Dannie softly left the room. Outside he said to the nurse, "What can I do?" She told him everything of which she could think that would be of benefit. "Now tell me all ye know. of what happened," commanded Dannie. "After you left," said the nurse, "she was in labor, and she could not waken her husband, and she grew frightened and screamed. There were men passing out on the road. They heard her, and came to see what was the matter." "Strangers?" shuddered Dannie, with dry lips. "No, neighbors. One man went for the nearest woman, and the others drove to town for a doctor. They had help here almost as soon as you could. But, of course, the shock was a very dreadful thing, and the heat of the past few weeks has been enervating." "Thing more," questioned Dannie. "Why do her children die?" "I don't know about the others," answered the nurse. "This one simply couldn't be made to breathe. It was a strange thing. It was a fine big baby, a boy, and it seemed perfect, but we couldn't save it. I never worked harder. They told me she had lost 2 others, and we tried everything of which we could think. It just seemed as if it had grown a lump of flesh, with no vital spark in it." Dannie turned, went out of the door, and back along the lane to the river where he had left Jimmie. "A lump of flesh, with no vital spark in it," he kept repeating. "I dinna but that is the secret. She is almost numb with misery. All these days she's been without hope, and these awful nights, when she's watched and feared alone. She has no wished to perpetuate him in children who might be like him, and so at their coming the vital spark is not in them. Oh, Jimmie, Jimmie, have ye Mary's happiness and those 3 little graves to answer for?" He found Jimmie asleep where he had left him. Dannie shook him awake. "I want to talk with ye," he said. Jimmie sat up and looked into Dannie's face. He had a complaint on his lips, but it died there. He tried to apologize. "I am almost dead for sleep," he said. "There has been no rest for anyone here. What do you think?" "I think she will live," said Dannie dryly. "In spite of your neglect and my cowardice. I think she will live to suffer more for us." Jimmie's mouth opened, but for once no sound issued. The drops of perspiration raised on his forehead. Dannie sat down, and staring at him Jimmie saw that there were patches of white hair at his temples that had been brown a week before. His colorless face was sunken almost to the bone, and there was a peculiar twist about his mouth. Jimmie's heart weighed heavily, his tongue stood still, and he was afraid to the marrow in his bones. "I think she will live," repeated Dannie. "And about the suffering more, we will face that like men, and see what can be done about it. This makes 3 little graves on the hill, Jimmie. What do they mean to ye?" "Dam bad luck," said Jimmie promptly. "Nothing more?" asked Dannie. "No responsibility at all? Ye are the father of those children. Have ye never been to the doctor and asked why ye lost them?" "No, I haven't," said Jimmie. "That is one thing more we will do now," said Dannie, "and then we will do more, much more." "What are you driving at?" asked Jimmie. "The secret of Mary's heart," said Dannie. The cold sweat ran from the pores of Jimmie's body. He licked his dry lips and pulled his hat over his eyes, that he might watch Dannie from under the brim. "We are 2 big strong men," said Dannie. "For 15 years we have lived here with Mary. The night ye married her the light of happiness went out for me. But I shut my mouth and shouldered my burden, and went on with my best foot first, because if she had not refused me I should have married her, and then ye would have been the one to suffer. If she had chosen me, I should have married her just as ye did. Oh, I've never forgotten that. So I have not been a happy man, Jimmie. We winna go into that any further. We've been over it once. It seems to be a form of torture especially designed for me, though at times I must confess it seems rough, and I cannot see why, but we'll cut that off with this. Life has been hell's hottest sweatbox for me these 15 years." Jimmy groaned aloud. Dannie's keen gray eyes seemed boring into the soul of the man before him, as he went on. "Now how about ye? Ye got the girl ye wanted. Ye own a good farm that would make ye a living and save ye money every year. Ye have done just what ye pleased, and as far as I could I have helped ye. I've had my eye on ye pretty close, Jimmy, and if ye are a happy man, I dinna but I'm content as I am. What's your trouble? Did ye find ye dinna love Mary after ye won her? Did ye murder your mither or blacken your soul with some deadly sin? Man, if I had in my life what ye every day neglect and torture, heaven would come down and locate at the foot of the rainbow for me. But ye are no happy, Jimmy. Let's get at the root of the matter. While ye are unhappy, Mary will be also. We are responsible to God for her, and between us she is empty-armed, near to death, and almost dumb with misery. I have just sworn to her on the cross she loves that if she will make ane more effort and get well, we will make her happy. Now, how are we going to do it?" Another great groan burst from Jimmy, and he shivered as if with a chill. "Let us look ourselves in the face," Dannie went on, "and see what we lack. What can we do for her? What will bring a song to her lips, light to her beautiful eyes, love to her heart, and a living child to her arms? Wake up, man. By God, if ye dinna set to work with me and solve this problem, I'll shake a solution out of ye. What I must suffer is my own, but what's the matter with ye? And why, when she loved and married ye, are ye breaking Mary's heart? Answer me, man." Dannie reached over and snatched the hat from Jimmy's forehead, and stared at an inert heap. Jimmy lay senseless, and he looked like death. Dannie rushed down to the water with the hat, and splashed drops into Jimmy's face until he gasped for breath. When he recovered a little, he shrank from Dannie, and began to sob as if he were a sick 10-year-old child. "I knew you'd go back on me, Dannie," he wavered. "I've lost the only friend I've got, and I wish I was dead." "I havena gone back on ye," persisted Dannie, bathing Jimmy's face. "Life means nothing to me, save as I can use it fra Mary and fra ye. Be quiet and sit up here, and help me work this thing out. Why are ye a discontented man, always wishing for any place save home? Why do ye spend all ye earn foolishly, so that ye are always hard up, when ye might have affluence? Why does Mary lose her children, and why does she no wish she hadna married ye?" "Who said she wished she hadn't married me?" cried Jimmy. "Do ye mean to say ye think she doesn't?" blazed Dannie. "I ain't said anything!" exclaimed Jimmy. "Na, and I seem to have damn poor luck getting ye to say anything. I dinna ask fra tears nor fainting like a woman. Be a man, and let me into the secret of this muddle. There is a secret, and ye know it. What is it? Why are ye breaking the heart o' Mary Malone? Answer me, or 'fore God I'll wring the answer fra your body." And Jimmy keeled over again. This time he was gone so far that Dannie was frightened into a panic, and called the doctor coming up the lane to Jimmy before he had time to see Mary. The doctor soon brought Jimmy around, prescribed quiet and sleep, talked about heart trouble developing and symptoms of tremens, and Dannie poured on water and gritted his teeth. and it ended by Jimmie being helped to Dannie's cabin, undressed and put into bed, and then Dannie went over to see what he could do for the nurse. She looked at him searchingly. "Mr. Macnoun, when were you last asleep?" she asked. "I forget," answered Dannie. "When did you last have a good hot meal?" "I dinna know," replied Dannie. "Drink that," said the nurse, handing him the bowl of broth she carried, and going back to the stove for another. "When I have finished making Mrs. Malone comfortable, I'm going to get you something to eat, and you are going to eat it. Then you are going to lie down on that cot, where I can call you if I need you, and sleep 6 hours. And then you're going to wake up and watch by this door while I sleep my 6. Even nurses must have some rest, you know." "Ye first," said Dannie. "I'll be all right when I get food. Since you mention it, I believe I am almost mad with hunger." The nurse handed him another bowl of broth. "Just drink that, and drink slowly," she said, as she left the room. Dannie could hear her speaking softly to Mary, and then all was quiet, and the girl came out and closed the door. She deftly prepared food for Dannie, and he ate all she would allow him, and begged for more. But she firmly told him her hands were full now, and she had no one to depend on but him to watch after the turn of the night. So Dannie lay down on the cot. He had barely touched it when he thought of Jimmie, so he got up quietly and started home. He had almost reached his back door when it opened and Jimmie came out. Dannie paused, amazed at Jimmie's wild face and staring eyes. "Don't you begin your cursed gibberish again!" cried Jimmie, at sight of him. "I'm burning in all the torches of fire now, and I'll have a drink if I smash down cases and steal it." Dannie jumped for him, and Jimmie evaded him and fled. Dannie started after. He had reached the barn before he began to think. "I depend on you," the nurse had said. "Jimmie, wait!" he called. "Jimmie, have you any money?" Jimmie was running along the path toward town. Dannie stopped. He stood staring after Jimmie for a second, and then he deliberately turned, went back, and lay down on the cot, where the nurse expected to find him when she wanted him to watch by the door of Mary Malone. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 7. The Apple of Discord becomes a jointed rod. "What do you think about fishing, Dannie?" asked Jimmie Malone. "There was a licht frost last nicht," said Dannie. "It begins to look that way. I should think a week more, especially if there should come a good rain." Jimmie looked disappointed. His last trip to town had ended in a sodden week in the barn and at Dannie's cabin. For the first time he had carried whiskey home with him. He had insisted on Dannie drinking with him, and wanted to fight when he would not. He addressed the bottle and Dannie as the sovereign alchemist by turns, and transmuted the leaden metal of life into pure gold of a glorious drunk until his craving was satisfied. Then he came back to work and reason one morning, and by the time Mary was about enough to notice him, he was Jimmie at his level best, and doing more than he had in years to try and interest and please her. Mary had fully recovered, and appeared as strong as she ever had been, but there was a noticeable change in her. She talked and laughed with a gaiety that seemed forced, and in the midst of it her tongue turned bitter, and Jimmie and Dannie fled before it. The gray hairs multiplied on Dannie's head with rapidity. He had gone to the doctor, and to Mary's sister, and learned nothing more than the nurse could tell him. Dannie was willing to undertake anything in the world for Mary, but just how to furnish the vital spark to an unborn babe was too big a problem for him. And Jimmie Malone was growing to be another. Heretofore, Dannie had borne the brunt of the work and all of the worry. He had let Jimmie feel that his was the guiding hand. Jimmy's plans were followed whenever it was possible, and when it was not, Dannie started Jimmy's way, and gradually worked around to his own. But there had never been a time between them when things really came to a crisis, and Dannie took the lead, and said matters must go a certain way, that Jimmy had not acceded. In reality, Dannie always had been the master. Now he was not. Where he lost control he did not know. He had tried several times to return to the subject of how to bring back happiness to Mary, and Jimmy immediately developed symptoms of another attack of heart disease, a tendency to start for town, or openly defied him by walking away. Yet Jimmy stuck to him closer than he ever had, and absolutely refused to go anywhere, or to do the smallest piece of work alone. Sometimes he grew sullen and morose when he was not drinking, and that was very unlike the gay Jimmy. Sometimes he grew wildly hilarious, as if he were bound to make such a racket that he could hear no sound save his own voice. So long as he stayed at home, helped with the work, and made an effort to please Mary, Dannie hoped for the best, but his hopes never grew so bright that they shut out an awful fear that was beginning to loom in the future. But he tried in every way to encourage Jimmy, and to help him in the struggle he did not understand, so when he saw that Jimmy was disappointed about the fishing, he suggested that he should go alone. "I guess not," said Jimmy. "I'd rather go to confession than go alone. What's the fun of fishing alone? All the fun there is to fishing is to watch the other fellow's eyes when you pull in a big one, and to try to hide yours from him when he gets it. I guess not. What have we got to do?" "Finish cutting the corn, and get in the pumpkins before there comes frost enough to hurt them." "Well, come along," said Jimmy. "Let's get it over. I'm going to begin fishing for that bass the morning after the first black frost, if I do go alone. I mean it." "But you said," began Dannie. "Hagginy!" cried Jimmy. "What a lot of time you've wasted if you've been kaping account of all the things I've said. Haven't you learned by this time that I lie twice to the truth once?" Dannie laughed. "Dinna say such things, Jimmy. I hate to hear you. Of course, I know about the 50 coons of the Canoper, and things like that. Honest, I dinna believe ye could help it. But no man need lie about a serious matter, and when he knows he is deceiving another who trusts him." Jimmy became so white that he felt the color receding, and turned to hide his face. "Of course, about those 50 coons knew. What was the harm in that? Nobody believed it. That wasna deceiving any ane." "Yes, but it was," answered Jimmy. "The Boston man belaved it, and I guess he hasn't forgiven me, if he did take my hand and drink with me. You know I haven't a word from him about that coon skin. I worked awful hard on that skin. Some way, I tried to make it say to him again that I was sorry for that night's work. Sometimes I am afraid I killed the fellow." "Oh ho!" scoffed Dannie. "Men ain't so easily killed. I've been thinking about it too, and I'll tell you what I think. I think he goes on long trips, and only gets home every 4 or 5 months. That package would have to wait. His folks wouldn't try to send it after him. He was a munly fellow, all richt, and you will hear from him yet." "I'd like to," said Jimmy, absently, beating across his palm a spray of goldenrod he had broken. "Just a line to tell me that he don't bear malice." "Ye will get it," said Dannie. "Have a little patience. But that's your greatest fault, Jimmy. Ye never did have ony patience." "Oh, for God's sake, don't begin on me faults again," snapped Jimmy. "I reckon I know me faults about as well as the nixt fellow. I'm so doomed full of faults that I've thought a lot lately about filling up, and taking a sleep on the railroad." A new fear wrung Dannie's soul. "You would never, Jimmy," he implored. "Sure not," cried Jimmy. "I'm no good Catholic living, but if it came to dying, bedad I niver could face it without first confissin' to the praste, and that would give the game away. Let's cut out dying and cut the corn." "That's richt," agreed Dannie. "And let's work like men, and then fish for a week or so, before ice and trapping time comes again. I'll wager I can beat you the first row." "Bait!" scoffed Jimmy. "Bait! With them club-footed fingers of yours, you couldn't bait an egg. Just watch me. If you are enough of a watch to keep your hands running at the same time." Jimmy worked feverishly for an hour, and then he straightened and looked about him. On the left lay the river, its shores bordered with trees and bushes. Behind them was deep wood. Before them lay their open fields, sloping down to the bottom, the cabins on one side and the Kingfisher embankment on the other. There was a smoky haze in the air. As always, the blackbirds clamored along the river. Some crows followed the workers at a distance, hunting for grains of corn, and over in the woods a chewink scratched and rustled among the deep leaves as it searched for grubs. From time to time a flock of quail arose before them with a whir and scattered down the fields, reassembling later at the call of their leader, from a rider of the snake fence which enclosed the field. "Bob, Bob White," whistled Dannie. "Bob, Bob White," answered the quail. "I got my eye on that fellow," said Jimmy. "When he gets a little larger, I'm going after him." "Seems an awful pity to kill him," said Dannie. "People rave over the lark, but I vow I'd miss the quail most if they were both gone. They are getting scarce." "Well, I didn't say I was going to kill the whole flock," said Jimmie. "I was just going to kill a few for Mary, and if I don't, somebody else will." "Mary dinna need onything better than any of her own fried chicken," said Dannie, "and it's no true about hunters. We've the river on ane side, and the bluff on the other. If we keep up our fishing signs, and add hunting to them, and just shut the other fellows out, the birds will come here like everything wild gathers in National Park out west. You bet things know where they are taken care of, well enough." Jimmie snipped a spray of purple ironwort with his corn cutter, and stuck it through his suspender buckle. "I think that would be more fun than killing 'em, if you're dacent shot and your gun is clane." Jimmie remembered the crow that had escaped with the eggs at soap making. "You pretty well know you're going to bring down anything you aim at. But it would be a dandy joke to shell a little corn as we husk it, and to toll all the quail into Rainbow Boom, and then cape the other fellows out. Bedad, let's do it." Jimmie addressed the quail. "Quaily, quaily on the fence, we think your singing's just immense. Stay right here and live with us, and the fellow that shoots you will strike a fuss." "We can protect them all richt enough," laughed Dannie, "and when the snow comes we can feed the cardinals like chickens. Wish when we'd threshed we'd saved a few sheaves of the wheat. They do that in Germany, you know. The last sheaf of the harvest they put up on a long pole at Christmas, and as a thank offering to the birds for their care of the crops. My father often told of it." "That would be great," said Jimmie. "Now look how domn slow you are. Why didn't you mention it at harvest? I'd like things coming for me to take care of them. Gee! Makes me feel important just to think about it. Next year we'll do it, sure. They'd be a lot of company. A man could work in this field to day, with all the flowers around him, and the colors of the leaves like a garden, and a lot of birds talking to him, and not feel afraid of being alone." "Afraid?" quoted Dannie in amazement. For an instant Jimmie looked startled. Then his love of proving his point arose. "Yes, afraid," he repeated stubbornly. "Afraid of being away from the sound of a human voice, because when you are, the voices of the black divils of conscience come twisting up from the ground in a little wiry whisper, and moaning among the trees, and whistling in the wind, and rolling in the thunder, and above all, in the dark, they screech and shout and roar, 'We're after you, Jimmie Malone. We've almost got you, Jimmie Malone. You're going to burn in hell, Jimmie Malone.'" Jimmie leaned toward Dannie and began in a low voice, but he grew so excited as he tried to picture the thing that he ended in a scream, and even then Dannie's horrified eyes failed to recall him. Jimmie straightened, stared wildly behind him, and over the open, hazy field where the flowers bloomed and birds called and the long rows of shocks stood unconscious auditors of this strange scene. He lifted his hat and wiped the perspiration from his dripping face with the sleeve of his shirt, and as he raised his arm the corn cutter flashed in the light. "My God, it's awful, Dannie. It's so awful I can't begin to tell you." Dannie's face was ashen. "Jimmie, dear old fellow," he said, "how long has this been going on?" "A million years," said Jimmie, shifting the corn cutter to the hand that held his hat, that he might moisten his fingers with saliva and rub it across his parched lips. "Jimmie, dear," Dannie's hand was on Jimmie's sleeve, "have you been to town in the nicht or anything like that lately?" "No, Dannie, dear, I ain't," sneered Jimmie, setting his hat on the back of his head and testing the corn cutter with his thumb. "This ain't Casey's, me lad. I've no more call there, at this minute, than you have." "It is Casey's, just the same," said Dannie bitterly. "Dinna you know the end of this sort of thing?" "No, bedad I don't," said Jimmie. "If I knew any way to end it, you can bet I'd had enough. I'd end it quick enough if I knew how, but the railroad won't be in the end. That would just be the beginning. Keep close to me, Dannie, and talk, for mercy's sake, talk. Do you think we could finish the corn by noon?" "Let's try," said Dannie, as he squared his shoulders to adjust them to his new load. "Then we'll get in the pumpkins this afternoon, and bury the potatoes, and the cabbages, and the turnips, and then we're aboot fixed for winter." "We must take one day and gather our nuts," suggested Jimmie, struggling to make his voice sound natural. "And you forgot the apples. We must bury them too." "That's so," said Dannie, "and when that's over we'll have nothing left to do but catch the bass, and say farewell to the Kingfisher." "I've already told you that I would relieve you of all responsibility about the bass," said Jimmie, "and when I do, you won't need trouble to make your adieus to the Kingfisher of the Wabash. He'll be one bird that won't be migrating this winter." Dannie tried to laugh. "I'd like fall as much as any season of the year," he said, "if it wasn't for the winter coming next." "I thought you liked winter, and the tramping in the white woods and trapping, and the long evenings with the book." "I do," said Dannie. "I must have been thinking of Mary. She hated last winter so. Of course, I had to go home when you were away, and the nichts were so long, so cold, and mony of them alone. I wonder if we can arrange for one of her sister's gals to stay with her this winter." "What's the matter with me?" asked Jimmie. "Nothing, if only you'd stay," answered Dannie. all I'll be out of nights you could put in one eye," said Jimmie. "I went last winter and before, because when they clamored too loud, I could be driving out the devils that way, for a while, and you always came for me, but even that won't be stopping it now. I wouldn't stick my head out alone after dark, not if I was dying." "Jimmie, you never felt that way before," said Dannie. "Tell me what happened this summer to start you." "I've done a dumb sight of failing that you didn't know anything about," answered Jimmie. "I could work it off at Casey's for a while, but this summer things sort of came to a head, and I saw myself for fair, and before God, Dannie, I didn't like me looks." "Well, then, I like ye looks," said Dannie. "Ye are the best company I ever was in. Ye are the only mon I ever knew that I cared fra, and I care fra ye so much I have no the way to tell ye how much. You're possessed with a damn fool idea, Jimmie, and ye got to shake it off. Such a great hearted big man as you. I winna have it. There's the dinner bell, and richt glad am I of it." That afternoon, when pumpkin gathering was over, and Jimmie had invited Mary out to separate the punk from the pumpkins, there was a wagon load of good ones above what they would need for their use. Dannie proposed to take them to town and sell them. To his amazement, Jimmie refused to go along. "I told you this morning that Casey wasn't calling me at present," he said, "and when I am not called I best not answer. I've promised Mary to top the onions and bury the celery and murder the Bates." "Do what with the Bates?" inquired the puzzled Dannie. "Kill 'em. Kill 'em stone dead. I'm too tender hearted to be burying anything but a dead Bate, Dannie. But laugh like I knew you would, old Rampharinkus. No, thank you, I don't go to town." Then Dannie was scared. "He's going to be dreadfully seek or go mad," he said. So he drove to the village, sold the pumpkins, filled Mary's order for groceries, and then went to the doctor and told him of Jimmie's latest developments. "It's the drink," said the worthy disciple of Asclepius. "It's the drink. In time it makes a fool sodden and a bright man mad. Few men have sufficient brains to go crazy. Jimmie has. He must stop the drink." On the street Dannie encountered Father Michael. The priest stopped him to shake hands. "How's Mary Malone?" he asked. "She is quite well noo," answered Dannie, "but she is na happy. I live so close and see so much, I know. I thought of ye lately. I thought of coming to see ye. I'm not of your religion, but Mary is, and what suits her is good enough for me. I've tried to think of everything under the sun that might help, and among other things I've thought of ye. Jimmie was confirmed in your church, and he was more or less regular up to his marriage." "Less, Mr. McNown, much less," said the priest, "since not at all. Why do you ask?" "He is sick," said Dannie. "He drinks a good deal, he has been reckless about sleeping on the ground, and noo, if you will make this confidential," the priest nodded, "he is talking about sleeping on the railroad, and he's having delusions. There are devils after him. He is the finest fellow ye ever knew, Father Michael. We've been friends all our lives. Ye have had much experience with men, and it ought to count for something. For all ye know, and what I've told ye, could his troubles be cured as the doctor suggests?" The priest did a queer thing. "You know him as no living man, Dannie," he said. "What do you think?" "If you'd asked me that this time last year, I'd a said it's the drink at a jump. But times this summer, this morning, for instance, when he hadn't a drop in 3 weeks, and didn't want ane, when he could have come wid me to town and wouldna, and there were devils calling him from the ground and the trees and the sky out in the open cornfield, it looked bad." The priest's eyes were boring into Dannie's sick face. "How did it look?" he asked briefly. "It looked," said Dannie, and his voice dropped to a whisper, "it looked like he might carry a damned ugly secret, that it would be better for him if ye, at least, knew." "And the nature of that secret?" Dannie shook his head. "Couldn't I give a guess at it. Known him all his life. My only friend. Always been together. Square as a mon as God ever made. There's na fault in him if he'd let drink alone. Got more faith in him than any ane I ever knew. I wouldna trust mon on God's footstool if I had to lose faith in Jimmie. Come to think of it, that secret business is all old woman's scare. The drink is telling on him. If only he could be cured of that awful weakness, all heaven would come down and settle in Rainbow Bottom." They shook hands and parted without Dannie realizing that he had told all he knew and learned nothing. Then he entered the post office for the weekly mail. He called for Malone's papers also, and with them came a slip from the express office notifying Jimmie that there was a package for him. Dannie went to see if they would let him have it, and as Jimmie lived in the country, and as he and Dannie were known to be partners, he was allowed to sign the book and carry away the long, slender wooden box with a Boston tag. The Thread Man had sent Jimmie a present, and from the appearance of the box, Dannie made up his mind that it was a cane. Straight away he drove home at a scandalous rate of speed, and on the way he dressed Jimmie in a broadcloth suit, patent leathers, and a silk hat. Then he took him to a gold cure, where he learned to abhor whiskey in a week, and then to the priest, to whom he confessed that he had lied about the number of coons in the Canoper. And so peace brooded in Rainbow Bottom, and all of them were happy again. For with the passing of summer, Dannie had learned that heretofore there had been happiness of a sort for them, and that if they could all get back to the old footing it would be well, or at least far better than it was at present. With Mary's tongue dripping gall and her sweet face souring, and Jimmie hearing devils, no wonder poor Dannie overheated his team in a race to carry a package that promised to furnish some diversion. Jimmie and Mary heard the racket, and standing on the celery hill, they saw Dannie come clattering up the lane, and as he saw them he stood in the wagon and waved the package over his head. Jimmie straightened with a flourish, stuck the spade in the celery hill, and descended with great deliberation. "I mintioned to Dannie this morning," he said, "that it was about time I was hearin' from the Thrid man." "Oh, do you s'pose it is something from Boston?" The eagerness in Mary's voice made it sound almost girlish again. "Hunt the hatchet," hissed Jimmie, and walked very leisurely into the cabin. Dannie was visibly excited as he entered. "I think ye have heard from the Thread man," he said, handing Jimmie the package. Jimmie took it and examined it carefully. He never before in his life had an express package, the contents of which he did not know. It behooved him to get all there was out of the pride and the joy of it. Mary laid down the hatchet so close that it touched Jimmie's hand, to remind him. "Now what do you suppose he has sent you?" she inquired eagerly, her hand straying toward the packages. Jimmie tested the box. "It don't weigh much," he said, "but one end of it's the heaviest." He set the hatchet in a tiny crack, and with one rip stripped off the cover. Inside lay a long, brown, leather case with small buckles, and in one end a little leather case flat on one side, rounding on the other, and it too fastened with a buckle. Jimmie caught sight of a paper book folded in the bottom of the box, as he lifted the case. With trembling fingers he unfastened the buckles, the whole thing unrolled, and disclosed a case of leather, sewn in 4 divisions from top to bottom, and from the largest of these protruded a shining object. Jimmie caught this and began to draw, and the shine began to lengthen. "Just what I thought!" exclaimed Dannie. "He's sent you a fine cane." "A hint to kape out of his small back the nixt time he goes promenadin' on a cow kitcher, the divil!" exploded Jimmie. His quick eyes had caught a word on the cover of the little book in the bottom of the box. "A cane! A cane! Look at that, will ya?" He flashed 6 inches of grooved silvery handle before their faces, and 3 feet of shining black steel, scarcely thicker than a lead pencil. "Cane!" he cried scornfully. Then he picked up the box, and opening it, drew out a little machine that shone like a silver watch, and setting it against the handle, slipped a small slide over each end, and held it firmly, and shone bravely. "Oh, Jimmie, what is it?" cried Mary. "Me cane!" answered Jimmie. "Me new cane from Boston. Didn't you hear Dannie sayin' what it was? This little arrangement is my cyclometer, like they put on wheels and buggies now, to tell how far you've traveled. The way this works, I just tie this silk thrid to my door knob, and off I walk, with it reeling out behind, and when I turn back it takes up as I come, and when I get home I take the yardstick and measure me string, and be the same token it tells me how far I've traveled." And as he talked he drew out another shining length and added it to the first, and then another, and a last fine as a wheat straw. "These last jints I'm adding," he explained to Mary, "are so that if I have me cane when I'm riding I can stretch it out and top up me horses with it. And betimes, if I should ever break me old cane fish pole, I could take this down to the river, and there, the books call it whipping the water. See? Cane be Jasus! It's the jim dandiest little fishing rod anybody in this parts ever set eyes on. Lord, what a beauty!" He turned to Dannie and shook the shining, slender thing before his envious eyes. "Who gets the black bass now?" he triumphed in tones of utter conviction. There is no use taking time to explain to any fisherman who has read thus far that Dannie, the patient, Dannie, the long suffering, felt abused. How would you feel yourself? "The Thread man might have sent twa," was his thought. "The only decent treatment he got that nicht was from me, and if I'd let Jimmie hit him, he'd have gone through the wall. But there is never anything for me." And it was true. There never was. Aloud he said, "Dinna bother to hunt the steel yards, Mary. We winna weigh it until he brings it home." "Yes, and by gum, I'll bring it with this. Look, here's a picture of a man in a boat pulling in a whale with a pole just like this," bragged Jimmie. "Yes," said Dannie, "that's what it's made for, a boat in open water. If you're going to fish with that thing along the river we'll have to cut down all the trees, and that will dry up the water. That's na for river fishing." Jimmie was intently studying the book. Mary tried to take the rod from his hand. "Let be," he cried, hanging on. "You'll break it." "I guess steel don't break so easy," she said aggrievedly. "I just want to heft it." "Light as a feather," boasted Jimmie. "Fish all day, and it won't tire a man at all. Done. Unjoint it, and put it in its case, and not go dragging up everything along the bank like a living stump puller. This book says this line will bear 20 pounds pressure, and sometimes it's taken an hour to tire out a fish if it's a fighter. I bet you the black bass is a fighter from what we know of him." "You can watch me land him and see what you think about it," suggested Dannie. Jimmie held the book with one hand and lightly waved the rod with the other, in a way that would have developed nerves in an Indian. He laughed absently. "With me shooting bait all over his pool with this?" he asked. "I guess not." "But you can't fish for the bass with that, Jimmie Malone," cried Mary hotly. "You agreed to fish fair for the bass, and it wouldn't be fair for you to use that when Dannie only has his old cane pole. Dannie, get you a steel pole too," she begged. "If Jimmie's going to fish with that, there will be all the more glory in taking the bass from him with the pole I have," answered Dannie. "You keep out," cried Jimmie angrily to Mary. "It was a fair bargain. He made it himself. Each man was to fish surface or deep, and with his own pole and bait. I guess this is my pole, ain't it?" "Yes," said Mary, "but it wasn't yours when you made the agreement. You know very well Dannie expected you to fish with the same kind of pole and bait he did, didn't you, Dannie?" "Yes," said Dannie, "I did, because I never dreamed of him having any other. But since he has it, I think he's in his rights if he fishes with it. I dinna care. In the first place, he will only scare the bass away from him with the racket that reel will make, and in the second, if he tries to land it with that thing, he will smash it and lose the fish. There's a long-handled net to land things with that goes with these rods. He'd better sent you one. Now you'll have to jump into the river and land a fish by hand if you hook it." "That's true," cried Mary. "Here's one in the picture." She had snatched the book from Jimmie. He snatched it back. "Be careful, you'll tear that," he cried. "I was just going to say that I would get some fine wire or mosquito bar and make one." Dannie's fingers were itching to take the rod, if only for an instant. He looked at it longingly. But Jimmie was impervious. He whipped it softly about and eagerly read from the book. "Tells here about a man taking a fish that weighs 40 pounds with a pole just like this," he announced. "Scat! Jumpin' Jehoshaphat! What do you think of that?" "Couldn't you fish turn about with it?" inquired Mary. "Nah, we couldn't a fish turn about with it," answered Dannie. "Not with that pole. Jimmie would throw a fit if anybody else touched it. And he's welcome to it. He never in this world will catch the black bass with it. If only I had some way to put just 15 feet more line on my pole, I'd show him how to take the bass tomorrow. The way we always have come to lose it is with too short lines. We have to try and land it before it's tired out and strong enough to break and tear away. It must have ragged jaws and a dozen pieces of lines hanging to it, for both of us have hooked it time and again. When it strikes me, if only I could give it 15 feet more line, I could land it." "Can't you fix some way?" asked Mary. "I'll try," answered Dannie. "And in the manetime, I'll just be giving it 20 off my dandy little reel, and away goes me with Mr. Bass," said Jimmie. "I must take it to town and have its picture took to send to the Thrid Man." And that was the last straw. Dannie had given up being allowed to touch the rod, and was on his way to unhitch his team and do the evening work. The day had been trying, and just for the moment he forgot everything save that his longing fingers had not touched that beautiful little fishing rod. "That Boston man forgot another thing," he said. "The dude who shindies round with those things in the pictures wears a damn dinky little pleated coat." End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 8. When the black bass stuck. "Lots of fish down in the brook. All you need is a rod and a line and a hook," hummed Jimmie, still lovingly fingering his possessions. "Did Dannie ever say a thing like that to you before?" asked Mary. "Oh, he's dead so," explained Jimmie. "He thinks he should have had a jinted rod too." "And so he had," replied Mary. "You said yourself that you might have killed that man if Dannie hadn't shown you that you were wrong." "You must think stuff like this is got at the 10-cent store," said Jimmie. "Oh no, I don't," said Mary. "I expect it cost $3 or $4. "$3 or $4?" sneered Jimmie. "All the sense a woman has. Feast your eyes on this book, and read that just this little reel alone costs 15, and there's no telling what the rod is worth. Why, it's turned right out of the pure steel, same as if it were wood. Look for yourself." "Thanks, no, I'm afraid to touch it," said Mary. "Oh, you're sore too," laughed Jimmie. "With all that money in it, I should think you could see why I couldn't want it broke." You've sat there and whipped it around for an hour. Would it break if for me or Dannie to do the same thing? If it had been his, you'd have had a worm on it, and been down to the river trying it for him by now." "Worm!" scoffed Jimmy. "A worm! That's a good one. Idiot! You don't fish with worms with a jinted rod." "Well, what do you fish with? Hummingbirds?" "No, you fish with—" Jimmy stopped and eyed Mary dubiously. "You fish with a lot of things," he continued. "Some of them come in little books, and they look like moths, and some like snake feeders, and some of them are bucktail and bits of tin, painted to look shiny. Once there was a man in town who had a Minnie made of rubber, and all painted up just like life. There were hooks on its head, and on its back, and its belly, and its tail, so that if a fish snapped at it anywhere it got hooked." "I should say so!" exclaimed Mary. "It's no fair way to fish to use more than one hook. You might just as well take a net and wade in and seine out the fish as to take a lot of hooks and rake him out." "Well, who's going to take a lot of hooks and rake them out?" "I didn't say anybody was. I was just saying it wouldn't be fair to the fish if they did." "Course! I wouldn't fish with no rigging like that, when Dannie only has one old hook. When we fish for the bass, I won't use but one hook either. All the same, I'm going to have some of those fancy baits. I'm going to get Jim Skeels at the drugstore to order them for me. I know just how you do," said Jimmy, flourishing the rod. "You put on your bait and quite a heavy sinker, and you wind it up to the end of the rod, and then you stand up in your boat." "Stand up in your boat?" "I wish you'd let me finish. Or on the bank. And you take this little whippersnapper and you touch the spot on the reel that releases the thread, and you give the rod a little toss, easy as throwing away chips, and off maybe 50 feet your bait hits the water. Spat and snap goes Mr. Bass, and stick goes the hook. See?" "What I see is that if you want to fish that way in the Wabash, you'll have to wait until the dredge goes through and they make a canal out of it. For be the time you'd be throwed 50 feet and your fish had run another 50, there's just 100 snags and logs and stumps between you, one for every foot of the way. It must look pretty on deep water. There it can be done right, but I bet anything that if you go to the fooling with that on our river, Dannie gets the bass." "Not much. Dannie don't gets the bass," said Jimmy confidently. "Just you come out there, and let me show you how this works. Now you see I put me sinker on the end of the thread. No hook, of course, for practice, and I touch this little spring here, and away goes me bait, slick as grace. Mr. Bass is layin' in 'em base weeds right out there, forninst the pie plant bed, and the bait strikes the water at the edge. See? And snap, he takes it and sails off slow, to swallow it at leisure. Here's where I don't pull a morsel. Just let them rin and swallow, and when me line is well out and he has me bait all digested, yank! I give him the round up, and then the fun begins. He leaps clear of the water, and I see his 10 pound. If he rins from me, I give him rope, and if he rins too, I dig in, working me little machine for dear life to take up the thread just before it slacks. When he sees me makes a dash back, and I just got to release me line and let him go, because he'd bust this little silk thread all to thunder if I tried to force him unpleasant to his intentions. And so we kape it up until he's plumb wore out and comes a promenadin' up to me boat. Bank I mane, and I scoops him in, and that's sport, Mary. That's a man's fishin'. Now watch. He's in them bass weeds before the pie plant, like I said, and I'm here on the bank, and I think he's there, so I give me little jinted rod a whip and a swing." Jimmy gave the rod a whip and a swing. The sinker shot in air, struck the limb of an apple tree, and wound a dozen times around it. Jimmy said things, and Mary giggled. She also noticed that Dannie had stopped work and was standing in the barn door watching intently. Jimmie climbed the tree, unwound the line, and tried again. "I didn't notice that damn apple limb sticking out there," he said. "Now you watch. Right out there among the bass weeds, for inst the pie plant." To avoid another limb, Jimmie aimed too low, and the sinker shot under the well platform not 10 feet from him. "Lucky you didn't get fast in the bass weeds," said Mary, as Jimmie reeled in. "Well, I got to get me range," explained Jimmie. "This time." Jimmie swung too high. The spring slipped from his unaccustomed thumb. The sinker shot about and behind him and became entangled in the eaves, while yards of the fine silk line flew off the spinning reel and dropped in tangled masses at his feet. And in an effort to do something, Jimmie reversed the reel and it wound back on tangles and all until it became completely clogged. Mary had sat down on the back steps to watch the exhibition. Now she stood up to laugh. "And that's just what will happen to you at the river," she said. "While you are fooling with that thing which ain't for rivers, and which you don't know beans about handling, Dannie will haul you in the bass and serve you right too." "Mary," said Jimmie, "I never stuck ye all me life, but if you don't go in the house and shut up, I'll knock the head off ye." "I wouldn't be advising you to," she said. "Dannie is watching you." Jimmie glanced toward the barn in time to see Dannie's shaking shoulders as he turned from the door. With unexpected patience he firmly closed his lips and went after a ladder. By the time he had the sinker loose and the line untangled, supper was ready. By the time he had mastered the reel and could land the sinker accurately in front of various imaginary beds of bass weeds, Dannie had finished the night work in both stables and gone home. But his back door stood open, and there protruded the point of a long, heavy cane fish pole. By the light of the lamp on his table, Dannie could be seen working with pincers and a ball of wire. "I wonder what he thinks he can do," said Jimmie. "I suppose he's trying to fix some way to get that 15 feet more line he needs," replied Mary. When they went to bed the light still burned, and the broad shoulders of Dannie bent over the pole. Mary had fallen asleep, but she was awakened by Jimmie slipping from the bed. He went to the window and looked toward Dannie's cabin. There he left the bedroom, and she could hear him crossing to the back window of the next room. Then came a smothered laugh, and he softly called her. She went to him. Dannie's figure stood out clear and strong in the moonlight in his woodyard. His black outline looked unusually powerful in the silvery whiteness surrounding it. He held his fishing pole in both hands and swept a circle about him that would have required considerable space on Lake Michigan, and made a cast toward the barn. The line ran out smoothly and evenly, and through the gloom Mary saw Jimmie's figure straighten and his lips close in surprise. Then Dannie began taking in line. That process was so slow, Jimmie doubled up and laughed again. "Be looking at that, will you?" he heaved. "What does the darn fool think the black bass will be doing while he's taking in line on that young windlass?" "There'd be no room on the river to do that," answered Mary serenely. "Dannie wouldn't be so foolish as to try. All he wants now is to see if his line will run, and it will. When he gets to the river, he'll swing his bait where he wants it with his pole, like he always does, and when the bass strikes, he'll give it the extra 15 feet more line he said he needed, and then he'll have the pole and line with which he can land it." "Not on your life he won't," said Jimmie. He opened the back door and stepped out just as Dannie raised the pole again. "Hey, you! Quit raising! Come out here!" yelled Jimmie. "I want to get some sleep." Across the night, tinged neither with chagrin nor rancor, boomed the big voice of Dannie. "Believe I have my extra line fixed so it works all right," he said. "Awful sorry if I waked you, though I was quiet." "How much did you make off that?" inquired Mary. 2 points," answered Jimmie. "Found out that Dannie ain't sore at me any longer than that you are." Next morning was no sort of angler's weather, but the afternoon gave promise of being good fishing by the morrow. Dannie worked about the farms and preparing for the winter. Jimmie worked with him until mid-afternoon. Then he hailed a boy passing, and they went away together. At supper time Jimmie had not returned. Mary came to where Dannie worked. "Where's Jimmie?" she asked. "I didn't know," said Dannie. "He went away a while ago with some boy. I didn't notice who." "And he didn't tell you where he was going?" "No." "And he didn't take either of his fish poles?" "No." Mary's lips thinned to a mere line. "Then it's Casey's," she said, and turned away. Dannie was silent. Presently Mary came back. "If Jimmie won't come till morning," she asked, "or comes in shape that he can't fish, will you go without him?" "Tomorrow was the day we agreed on," answered Dannie. "Will you go without him?" persisted Mary. "What would he do if it were me?" asked Dannie. "What have you ever done to Jimmie Malone what he would do if he were you?" "Is there any reason why ye not want me to land the black bass, Mary?" "There is no particular reason why I don't want your living with Jimmie to make you like him," answered Mary. "My temper is being whined, and I can see where it's beginning to show on you. Whatever you do, don't do what he would." "Dinna be hard on him, Mary. He doesn't think," urged Dannie. "You never said 12 words. He don't think. He never thought about anybody in his life except himself, and he never will." "Maybe he didn't go to town." "Maybe the sun won't rise in the morning, and it will always be dark after this. Come in and get your supper." "I'd best pick up something to eat at home," said Dannie. "I have some good food cooked, and it's a pity to be throwing it away. What's the use? You've done a long day's work, more for us than yourself, as usual. Come along and get your supper." Dannie went, and as he was washing at the back door, Jimmie came through the barn and up the walk. He was fresh and in fine spirits, and wherever he had been, it was a sure thing that it was nowhere near Casey's. "Where have you been?" asked Mary wonderingly. "Robbing graves," answered Jimmie promptly. "I needed a few stiffs in me business, so I just went out to 5 Mile and got 'em." "What are you going to do with 'em, Jimmie?" chuckled Dannie. "Use 'em for bass bait. Now rattle, old snake," replied Jimmie. After supper, Dannie went to the barn for the shovel to dig worms for bait, and noticed that Jimmie's rubber waders hanging on the wall were covered almost to the top with fresh mud and water stains, and Dannie's wonder grew. Early the next morning they started for the river. As usual, Jimmie led the way. He proudly carried his new rod. Dannie followed with the basket of lunch Mary had insisted on packing, his big cane pole, a can of worms, and a shovel in case they ran out of bait. Dannie had recovered his temper and was just great-hearted Big Dannie again. He talked about the south wind and shivered with the frost and listened for the splash of the bass. Jimmie had little to say. He seemed to be thinking deeply. No doubt he felt in his soul that they should settle the question of who landed the bass with the same rods they had used when the contest was proposed. And that was not all. When they came to the temporary bridge, Jimmie started to cross it, and Dannie called to him to wait. He was forgetting his worms. "I don't want any worms," answered Jimmie briefly. He walked on. Dannie stood staring after him, for he did not understand that. Then he went slowly to his side of the river and deposited his load under a tree where it would be out of the way. He laid down his pole, took a rude wooden spool of heavy fish cord from his pocket, and passed the line through the loop next the handle, and so on the length of the rod to the point. Then he wired on a sharp bass hook, and wound the wire far up the double line. As he worked, he kept an eye on Jimmie. He was doing practically the same thing. But just as Dannie had fastened on a light lead to carry his line, a souse in the river opposite attracted his attention. Jimmie hauled from the water a minnow bucket, and opening it, took a live minnow and placed it on his hook. "Ready!" he called, as he resank the bucket and stood on the bank holding his line in his fingers and watching the minnow play at his feet. The fact that Dannie was a Scotchman and unusually slow and patient did not alter the fact that he was just a common human being. The lump that rose in his throat was so big and so hard he did not try to swallow it. He hurried back into the Rainbow bottom. The first log he came across he kicked over, and grovelling in the rotten wood and loose earth with his hands, he brought up a half-dozen bluish white grubs. He tore up the ground for the length of the log, and then he went to others, cramming the worms and dirt with them into his pockets. When he had enough he went back, and with extreme care placed 3 of them on his hook. He tried to see how Jimmie was going to fish, but he could not tell. So Dannie decided that he would cast in the morning, fish deep at noon, and cast again toward evening. He rose, turned to the river, and lifted his rod. As he stood looking over the channel and the pool where the bass homed, the Kingfisher came rattling down the river, and as if in answer to its cry the black bass gave a leap that sent the water flying. "Ready?" cried Dannie, swinging his pole over the water. As the word left his lips, whiz! Jimmie Minnow landed in the middle of the circles, widening about the rise of the base. There was a rush and a snap, and Dannie saw the jaws of the big fellow close within an inch of the minnow, and he swam after it for a yard, as Jimmie slowly reeled in. Dannie waited a second, and then softly dropped his grubs on the water just before where he figured that bass would be. He could hear Jimmie smothering oaths. Dannie said something himself as he untouched bait near the bank. He lifted it, swung it out, and slowly trailed it in again. Spat! Came Jimmie's minnow almost at his feet, and again the bass leaped for it. Again he missed. As the minnow reeled away the second time, Dannie swung his grubs higher and struck the water. Spat! As the minnow had done. Snap went the bass. One instant the line strained, the next the hook came up stripped clean of bait. Then Dannie and Jimmie really went at it, and they were strangers. Not a word of friendly banter crossed the river. They cast until the bass grew suspicious and would not rise to the bait. Then they fished deep. Then they cast again. If Jimmie fell into trouble with his reel, Dannie had the honesty to stop fishing until it worked again. But he spent the time burrowing for grubs until his hands resembled the claws of an animal. Sometimes they set and still fished. Sometimes they warily slipped along the bank, trailing bait a few inches under water. Then they would cast and skitter by turns. The Kingfisher struck his stump and tilted on again. His mate and their family of 6 followed in his lead, so that their rattle was almost constant. A fussy little red-eyed vireo asked questions, first of Jimmie, and then crossing the river besieged Dannie, but neither of the stern-faced fishermen paid it any heed. The blackbirds swung on the rushes and talked over the season. As always, a few crows cawed about the deep woods, and the chewinks threshed among the dry leaves. A band of larks were gathering for migration, and the frosty air was vibrant with their calls to each other. Killdeers were circling about them in flocks. A half-dozen robins gathered over a wild grapevine and chirped cheerfully as they pecked at the frosted fruit. At times the pointed nose of a muskrat wove its way across the river, leaving a shiny ripple in its wake. In the deep woods squirrels barked and chattered. Frost loosened crimson leaves came whirling down, settling in a bright blanket that covered the water several feet from the bank, and the unfortunate bees that had fallen into the river struggled frantically to gain a footing on them. Water beetles shot over the surface in small shining parties, and schools of tiny minnows played along the banks. Once a black ant assassinated an enemy on Dannie's shoe by creeping up behind it and puncturing its abdomen. Noon came, and neither of the fishermen spoke or moved from their work. The lunch Mary had prepared with such care they had forgotten. A little after noon Dannie got another strike deep fishing. Mid-afternoon found them still even, and patiently fishing. Then it was not so long until supper time, and the air was steadily growing colder. The south wind had veered into the west, and signs of a black frost were in the air. About this time the larks arose as with one accord, and with a whir of wings that proved how large the flock was, they sailed straight south. Jimmie hauled his minnow bucket from the river, poured the water from it, and picked his last minnow, a dead one, from the grass. Dannie was watching him, and rightly guessed that he would fish deep. So Dannie scooped the remaining dirt from his pockets and found 3 grubs. He placed them on his hook, lightened his sinker, and prepared to skitter once more. Jimmie dropped his minnow beside the Kingfisher stump and let it sink. Dannie hit the water at the base of the stump where it had not been disturbed for a long time. A sharp spat with his worms. Something seized his bait and was gone. Dannie planted his feet firmly, squared his jaws, gripped his rod, and loosened his line. As his eye followed it, he saw to his amazement that Jimmie's line was sailing off down to the river beside his, and heard the reel singing. Dannie was soon close to the end of his line. He threw his weight into a jerk enough to have torn the head from a fish, and down the river the black bass leaped clear of the water, doubled, and with a mighty shake tried to throw the hook from his mouth. "Got him fast, by God!" screamed Jimmie in triumph. Straight toward them rushed the fish. Jimmie reeled wildly. Dannie gathered in his line by yard lengths and grasped it with his hand that held the rod. Near them the bass leaped again and sped back down the river. Jimmie's reel began to sing louder, and his line followed Dannie's. Instantly Jimmie went wild. "Stop pulling me, little silk thread!" he yelled. "I've got the black bass hooked fast as a rod, and your damn clothes line is sawing across me. Cut there! Cut that damn rope! Quick!" "He's mine! I'll land him!" roared Dannie. "Cut yourself and let me get my fish." And so it happened that when Mary Malone, tired of waiting for the boys to come and anxious as to the day's outcome, slipped down to the Wabash to see what they were doing, she heard sounds that almost paralyzed her. Shaking with fear, she ran toward the river and paused at a little thicket behind Dannie. Jimmie danced and raged on the opposite bank. "Cut!" he yelled. "Cut that damn cloth and let me bass loose. Cut your line, I say." Dannie stood with his feet planted wide apart and his jaws set. He drew his line steadily toward him, and Jimmie's followed. "Ye see," exulted Dannie. "You crossed me. The bass is mine. Reel out your line till I land him, if ye don't want it broken." "If you don't cut your damn line, I will," raved Jimmie. "Cut nothing!" cried Dannie. "Let's see ye try to touch it." Into the river went Jimmie. Splash went Dannie from his bank. He was nearer the tangled lines, but the water was deepest on his side, and the mud of the bed held his feet. Jimmie reached the cross line, a knife in hand, by the time Dannie was there. "Will you cut?" cried Jimmie. "Nah," bellowed Dannie. "I've given up every damn thing to ye all my life, but I will no give up the black bass. He's mine, and I'll land him." Jimmie made a lunge for the lines. Dannie swung his pole backward, drawing them his way. Jimmie slashed again. Dannie dropped his pole, and without a sweep caught the twisted lines in his fingers. "No! Let's see ye cut my line, babby," he jeered. Jimmie's fist flew straight, and the blood streamed from Dannie's nose. Dannie dropped the lines and straightened. "You!" he panted. "You!" and no other words came. If Jimmie had been possessed of any small particle of reason, he lost it at the sight of blood on Dannie's face. "You're a damn fish thief!" he screamed. "Ye lie!" breathed Dannie, but his hand did not lift. "You are a coward! You're afraid to strike like a man! Hit me! You don't dare hit me!" "Ye lie!" repeated Dannie. "You're a dog!" panted Jimmie. "I've used you to wait on me all me life." "That's the God's truth!" cried Dannie, but he made no movement to strike. Jimmie leaned forward with a distorted, insane face. "That time you sent me to Mary for you. I lied to her and married her myself. Now will you fight like a man?" Dannie made a spring, and Jimmie crumpled up in his grasp. "No, I will choke the miserable tongue out of your head, and twist the head of your body, and tear the body to mincemeat," raved Dannie, and he promptly began the job. With one awful effort, Jimmie tore the gripping hands from his throat a little. "Lie!" he gasped. "It's all a lie!" "It's the truth! Before God, it's the truth!" Mary Malone tried to scream behind him. "It's the truth! It's the truth!" And her ears told her that she was making no sound as with dry lips she mouthed it over and over, and then she fainted and sank down in the bushes. Dannie's hands relaxed a little. He lifted the weight of Jimmie's body by his throat and sent him on his feet. I gave you just any chance," he said. "Is that the truth?" Jimmie's awful eyes were bulging from his head. His hands were clawing on his throat, and his swollen lips repeated it over and over as breath came. "It's a lie! It's a lie!" "I think so myself," said Dannie. "You never would have dared. Ye have known that I'd find you some day, and on that day I'd kill ye as I would a copperhead." "A lie!" panted Jimmie. "Then why did you tell it?" And Dannie's fingers threatened to renew their grip. "I thought if I could make you strike back," gasped Jimmie, "my hitting you wouldn't seem so bad." Then Dannie's hands relaxed. "Oh, Jimmie, Jimmie!" he cried. "Was there ever any other man like ye?" Then he remembered the cause of the trouble. "But I'm everlastingly damned," Dannie went on, "if I'll give up the black bass to ye unless it's on your line. Get yourself up there on your bank." The shove he gave Jimmie almost upset him, and Jimmie waded back, and as he climbed the bank, Dannie was behind him. After him he dragged a tangled mass of lines and poles, and at the last up the bank and on the grass, two big fish, one the great black bass of Horseshoe Bend, and the other nearly as large, a channel catfish, undoubtedly one of those which had escaped in the Wabash in an overflow of the Salina reservoir that spring. "No, I'll cut," said Dannie. "Keep your eyes on me sharp. See me cut my line at the end of the pole." He snipped the line in two. "No, watch," he cautioned. "I didn't want contradiction about this." He picked up the bass, and taking the line by which it was fast at its mouth, he slowly drew it through his fingers. The very silk line slipped away, and the heavy cord whipped out free. "Is this my line?" asked Dannie, holding it up. Jimmie nodded. "Is the black bass my fish? Speak up!" cried Dannie, dangling the fish from the line. "It's yours," admitted Jimmie. "Then I'll be damned if I didn't want to do what I please my own," cried Dannie. With trembling fingers he extracted the hook and dropped it. He took the gasping big fish in both hands and tested its weight. "Almost 6," he said. "Michty near 6." And he tossed the black bass back in the Wabash. Then he stopped and gathered up his pole and line. With one foot he kicked the catfish, the tangled silk line, and the jointed rod toward Jimmie. "Take your fish," he said. He turned and plunged into the river, recrossed as he came, gathered up the dinner pail and shovel, passed Mary Malone, a tumbled heap in the bushes, and started toward his cabin. The black bass struck the water with a splash and sank to the mud to the bottom, where he lay joyfully soaking his dry gills, parched tongue, and glazed eyes. He scooped water with his tail and poured it over his torn jaw, and then he said to his progeny, "Children, let this be a warning to you. Never rise to put one grub at a time. 3 is too good to be true. There is always a stinger in their midst." And the black bass ruefully shook his sore head and scooped more water. End of chapter 8. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Chapter 9 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 9. When Jimmie Malone came to confession. Dannie never before had known such anger as possessed him when he trudged homeward across Rainbow Bottom. His brain whirled in a tumult of conflicting passions, and his heart pained worse than his swelling face. In one instant the knowledge that Jimmie had struck him possessed him with a desire to turn back and do murder. In the next, a sense of profound scorn for the cowardly lie which had driven him to the rage that kills encompassed him. And then in a surge came compassion for Jimmie at the remembrance of the excuse he had offered for saying that thing. How childish, but how like Jimmie. What was the use in trying to deal with him as if he were a man? A great, spoiled, selfish baby was all he ever would be. The fallen leaves rustled about Danny's feet. The blackbirds above him in chattering debate discussed migration. A stiff breeze swept the fields, topped the embankment, and rushed down, circling about Danny, and setting his teeth chattering, for he was almost as wet as if he had been completely immersed. As the chill struck in, from force of habit he thought of Jimmie. If he was ever going to learn how to take care of himself, a man past 35 should know. Would he come home and put on dry clothing? But when had Jimmie taken care of himself? Danny felt that he should go back, bring him home, and make him dress quickly. A sharp pain shot across Danny's swollen face. His lips shut firmly. No, Jimmie had struck him, and Jimmie was in the wrong. The fish was his, and he had a right to it. No man living would have given it up to Jimmie, after he had changed poles, and slipped away with a boy and gotten those minnows too, and wouldn't offer him even one. Much good they had done him. Caught a catfish on a dead one. Wonder if he would take the catfish to town and have its picture taken. Mighty fine fish too, that channel cat. If it hadn't been for the black bass, they would have wondered and exclaimed over it, and carefully weighed it, and commented on the gamey fight it made. Just the same as he was glad that he landed the bass. And he got it fairly. If Jimmie's old catfish mixed up with his line, he could not help that. He baited, hooked, played, and landed the bass all right, and without any minnows either. When he reached the top of the hill, he realized that he was going to look back. In spite of Jimmie's selfishness, in spite of the blow, in spite of the ugly lie, Jimmie had been his lifelong partner, and his only friend, and stiffen his neck as he would, Danny felt his head turning. He deliberately swung his fish pole into the bushes, and when it caught, as he knew it would, he set down his load, and turned as if to release it. Not a sight of Jimmie anywhere. Danny started on. "Where are you, Jimmie Malone?" A thin, little wiry thread of a cry, that seemed to come twisting as if wrung from the chill air about him, whispered in his ear, and Danny jumped, dropped his load, and ran for the river. He couldn't see any sign of Jimmie. He hurried over the shaky little bridge they had built. The catfish lay gasping on the grass. The case and jointed rod lay on a log, but Jimmie was gone. Danny gave the catfish a shove that sent it well into the river, and ran for the shoals at the lower curve of Horseshoe Bend. The tracks of Jimmie's crossing were plain, and after him hurried Danny. He ran up the hill, and as he reached the top he saw Jimmie climb on a wagon out on the road. Danny called, but the farmer touched up his horses and trotted away without hearing him. "The fool! To ride!" thought Danny. "No, he will chill to the bone." Danny cut across the fields to the lane and gathered up his load. With the knowledge that Jimmie had started for town came the thought of Mary. What was he going to say to her? He would have to make a clean breast of it, and he did not like the showing. In fact, he simply could not make a clean breast of it. Tell her? He could not tell her. He would lie to her once more, this one time for himself. He would tell her he fell in the river to account for his wet clothing and bruised face, and wait until Jimmie came home and see what he told her. He went to the cabin and tapped at the door. There was no answer, so he opened it and set the lunch basket inside. Then he hurried home, built a fire, bathed, and put on dry clothing. He wondered where Mary was. He was ravenously hungry now. He did all the evening work, and as she still did not come, he concluded that she had gone to town, and that Jimmie knew she was there. Of course, that was it. Jimmie could get dry clothing of his brother-in-law. To be sure, Mary had gone to town. That was why Jimmie went. And he was right. Mary had gone to town. When sense slowly returned to her, she sat up in the bushes and stared about her. Then she arose and looked toward the river. The men were gone. Mary guessed the situation rightly. They were too much of river men to drown in a few feet of water. They scarcely would kill each other. They had fought, and Dannie had gone home, and Jimmie to the consolation of cases. Where should she go? Mary Malone's lips set in a firm line. "It's the truth! It's the truth!" she panted over and over. And now that there was no one to hear, she found that she could say it quite plainly. As the sense of her outraged womanhood swept over her, she grew almost deliriously. "I hope you killed him, Dannie Micnoun," she raved. "I hope you killed him, for if you didn't, I will. Oh! Oh!" She was almost suffocating with rage. The only thing clear to her was that she never again would live an hour with Jimmie Malone. He might have gone home. Probably he did for dry clothing. She would go to her sister. She hurried across the bottom. With wavering knees she climbed the embankment. Then, skirting the fields, she half walked, half ran to the village, and selecting back streets and alleys, tumbled, half distracted, into the home of her sister. "Holy Vargin!" screamed Katy Dolan. "Whatever do be ailin' you, Mary Malone?" "Jimmie! Jimmie!" sobbed the shivering Mary. "I knew it! I knew it! I've expected it for years!" cried Katy. "They've had a fight!" "Just what I looked for! I always told you they were too thick to last." "And Jimmie told Dannie he'd lied to me and married me himsilf." "He did. I saw him do it!" screamed Katy. "And Dannie tried to kill him." "I hope to Hiven he got it done, for if any man iver needed killin', a carpse named Jimmie Malone would 'a' looked good to me any time these 15 years. I always said—" "And he took it back." "Jist like the rid divil, I knew he'd do it. And of course that mutton head of a Dannie Micnoun belaved him, whativer he said." "Of course he did." "I knew it. Didn't I say so first?" "And I tried to scrame and my tongue stuck." "Sure, you poor lamb. My tongue always sticks. That's what I expicted." "And me head just went round and I keeled over in the bushes." "I've told Dolan 1,000 times. I knew it. It's no news to me." "And when I came to, they were gone, and I don't know where, and I don't care, but I won't go back. I won't go back. I'll not live with him another day. Oh, Katy, think how you'd feel if someone had separated you and Dolan before you'd even been together." Katy Dolan gathered her sister into her arms. "You poor lamb," she wailed. "I've known every word of this for 15 years, and if I'd had the laist idea 'twas so, I'd 'a' busted Jimmie Malone to smithereens before it ever happened." "I won't go back. I won't go back," raved Mary. "I guess you won't go back," cried Katy, patting every available spot on Mary, or making dashes at her own eyes to stop the flow of tears. "I guess you won't go back. You'll stay right here with me. I've always wanted you. I always said I'd love to have you. I've told them from the start there was something wrong out there. I've expected you every day for years, and I never was so surprised in all my life as when you came. Now, don't you shed another tear. The Lord knows this is enough for anybody. None at all would be too many for Jimmie Malone. You get right into bid, and I'll make you a cup of rid pipper tay to take the chill out of you. And if Jimmie Malone comes round to this house, I'll have him out with the poker. And if Dannie Micnoun comes south sadderin' after him, I'll stritch him out too. Yis, and if Dolan's got anything to say, he can take his medicine like the rist. The min are all of a pace anyhow. I've always said it. If I wouldn't like to get me fingers on that haythen, never going to confession, spendin' everything on himself ye needed for dacent livin'. Let him come, just let him come." Thus forestalled with knowledge and overwhelmed with kindness, Mary Malone cuddled up in bed and sobbed herself to sleep, and Katy Dolan assured her, as long as she was conscious, that she always had known it, and if Jimmie Malone came near, she had the poker ready. Dannie did the evening work. When he milked, he drank most of it, but that only made him hungrier, so he ate the lunch he had brought back from the river as he sat before a roaring fire. His heart warmed with his body. Irresponsible Jimmie always had aroused something of the paternal instinct in Dannie. Someone had to be responsible, so Dannie had been. Some way he felt responsible now. With another man like himself it would have been man to man, but he always had spoiled Jimmie. Now who was to blame that he was spoiled? Dannie was very tired. His face throbbed and ached painfully, and it was a sight to see. His bed never had looked so inviting, and never had the chance to sleep been further away. With a sigh he buttoned his coat, twisted an old scarf around his neck, and started for the barn. There was going to be a black frost. The cold seemed to pierce him. He hitched to the single buggy and drove into town. He went to Casey's and asked for Jimmie. "He isn't here," said Casey. "Has he been here?" asked Dannie. Casey hesitated, and then blurted out, "He said you wasn't his keeper, and if you came after him, to tell you to go to hell." Then Dannie was sure that Jimmie was in the back room, drying his clothing. So he drove to Mrs. Dolan's and asked if Mary were there for the night. Mrs. Dolan said she was, and she was going to stay, and he might tell Jimmie Malone that he need not come near them, unless he wanted his head laid open. She shut the door forcibly. Dannie waited until Casey closed at 11, and to his astonishment Jimmie was not among the men who came out. That meant that he had drunk lightly, after all, slipped from the back door, and gone home. And yet, would he do it, after what he had said about being afraid? If he had not drank heavily, he would not go into the night alone, when he had been afraid in the daytime. Dannie climbed from the buggy once more, and patiently searched the alley and the street leading to the footpath across farms. No Jimmie. Then Dannie drove home, stabled his horse, and tried Jimmie's back door. It was unlocked. If Jimmie were there, he probably would be lying across the bed in his clothing, and Dannie knew that Mary was in town. He made a light and cautiously entered the sleeping room, intending to undress and cover Jimmie, but Jimmie was not there. Dannie's mouth fell open. He put out the light and stood on the back steps. The frost had settled in a silver sheen over the roofs of the barns and the sheds, and a scum of ice had frozen over a tub of drippings at the well. Dannie was bitterly cold. He went home and hunted out his winter overcoat, lighted his lantern, picked up a heavy cudgel in the corner, and started to town on foot over the path that lay across the fields. He followed it to Casey's back door. He went to Mrs. Dolan's again, but everything was black and silent there. There had been evening trains. He thought of Jimmie's frequent threat to go away. He dismissed that thought grimly. There had been no talk of going away lately, and he knew that Jimmie had little money. Dannie started for home, and for a rod on either side he searched the path. As he came to the back of the barns, he rated himself for not thinking of them first. He searched both of them, and all around them, and then, wholly tired and greatly disgusted, he went home and to bed. He decided that Jimmie had gone over to Mrs. Dolan's, and that kindly woman had relented and taken him in. Of course that was where he was. Dannie was up early in the morning. He wanted to have the work done before Mary and Jimmie came home. He fed the stock, milked, built a fire, and began cleaning the stables. As he wheeled the first barrow of manure to the heap, he noticed a rooster giving danger signals behind the straw stack. At the second load it was still there, and Dannie went to see what alarmed it. Jimmie lay behind the stack where he had fallen face down, and as Dannie tried to lift him, he saw that he would have to cut him loose, for he had frozen fast in the muck of the barnyard. He had pitched forward among the rough cattle and horse tracks, and fallen within a few feet of the entrance to a deep hollow eaten out of the straw by the cattle. Had he reached that shelter, he would have been warm enough and safe for the night. Horrified, Dannie whipped out his knife, cut Jimmie's clothing, and carried him to his bed. He covered him, and hitching up, drove at top speed for a doctor. He sent the physician ahead, and then rushed to Mrs. Dolan's. She saw him drive up and came to the door. "Send Mary home, and ye come too," Dannie called before she had time to speak. "Jimmie lay oot all last night, and I'm afraid he's dead." Mrs. Dolan hurried in and repeated the message to Mary. She sat speechless while her sister bustled about, putting on her wraps. "I ain't going," she said shortly. "If I got sight of him, I'd kill him if he wasn't dead." "Oh, yes, you are going," said Katy Dolan. "If he's dead, you know, It will save you being hanged for killing him. Get on these things of mine and hurry. You got to go for decency's sake. And keep a still tongue in your head. Dannie Macnoun is waiting for us." Together they went out and climbed into the carriage. Mary said nothing, but Dannie was too miserable to notice. "You didn't find him then last night?" asked Mrs. Dolan. "Nah," shivered Dannie. "I was in town twice. I hunted almost all night. At last I made sure you had taken him in, and I went to bed. It was 3 o'clock then. I must have passed often within a few yards of him." "Where was he?" asked Katy. "Behind the straw stack," replied Dannie. "Do you think he will die?" "D!" cried Dannie. "Jimmie D! Oh my God! We mauna let him." Mrs. Dolan took a furtive peep at Mary, who, dry-eyed and white, was staring straight ahead. She was trembling and very pale, but if Katy Dolan knew anything, she knew that her sister's face was unforgiving, and she did not in the least blame her. Dannie reached home as soon as the horse could take them, and under the doctor's directions all of them began work. Mary did what she was told, but she did it deliberately, and if Dannie had taken time to notice her, he would have seen anything but his idea of a woman facing death for anyone she had ever loved. Mary's hurt went so deep, Mrs. Dolan had trouble to keep it covered. Some of the neighbors said Mary was cold-hearted, and some of them that she was stupefied with grief. Without stopping for food or sleep, Dannie nursed Jimmie. He rubbed, he bathed, he poulticed, he badgered the doctor, and cursed his inability to do some good. To everyone except Dannie, Jimmie's case was hopeless from the first. He developed double pneumonia in its worst form, and he was in no condition to endure it in the lightest. His labored breathing could be heard all over the cabin, and he could speak only in gasps. On the third day he seemed a little better, and when Dannie asked what he could do for him, "Father Michael," Jimmie panted, and clung to Dannie's hand. Dannie sent a man and remained with Jimmie. He made no offer to go when the priest came. "This is probably in the nature of a last confession," said Father Michael to Dannie. "I shall have to ask you to leave us alone." Dannie felt the hand that clung to him relax, and the perspiration broke on his temple. "Shall I go, Jimmie?" he asked. Jimmie nodded. Dannie arose heavily and left the room. He sat down outside the door and rested his head in his hands. The priest stood beside Jimmie. "The doctor tells me it is difficult for you to speak," he said. "I will help you all I can. I will ask questions, and you need only assent with your head or hand." "Do you wish the last sacrament administered, Jimmie Malone?" The sweat rolled off Jimmie's brow. He assented. "Do you wish to make a final confession?" A great groan shook Jimmie. The priest remembered a gay, laughing boy, flinging back a shock of auburn hair, his feet twinkling in the lead of the dance. Here was ruin to make the heart of compassion ache. The father bent and clasped the hand of Jimmie firmly. The question he asked was between Jimmie Malone and his God. The answer almost strangled him. "Can you confess that mortal sin, Jimmie?" asked the priest. The drops on Jimmie's face merged in one bath of agony. His hands clenched, and his breath seemed to go no lower than his throat. "Lied, Dannie," he rattled. "Separate him and Mary." "Are you trying to confess that you betrayed a confidence of Dannie Macnoun and married the girl who belonged to him yourself?" Jimmie assented. His horrified eyes hung on the priest's face and saw it turn cold and stern. Always the thing he had done had tormented him, but not until the last summer had he begun to realize the depth of it, and it had almost unseated his reason. But not until now had come fullest appreciation, and Jimmie read it in the eyes filled with repulsion above him. "And with that sin on your soul you ask the last sacrament and the seal of forgiveness. You have not wronged God and the Holy Catholic Church as you have this man, with whom you have lived for years, while you possessed his rightful wife. Now he is here, in deathless devotion, fighting to save you. You may confess to him. If he will forgive you, God and the Church will ratify it, and set the seal on your brow. If not, you die unshriven. I will call Dannie Macnoun." One gurgling howl broke from the swollen lips of Jimmie. As Dannie entered the room, the priest spoke a few words to him, stepped out, and closed the door. Dannie hurried to Jimmie's side. "He said you want to tell me something," said Dannie. "What is it? Do you want me to do anything for you?" Suddenly Jimmie struggled to a sitting posture. His popping eyes almost burst from their sockets as he clutched Dannie with both hands. The perspiration poured in little streams down his dreadful face. "Mary," the next word was lost in a strangled gasp. Then came "yours," and then a queer rattle. Something seemed to give way. "The divils!" he shrieked. "The divils have got me!" Snap! His heart failed, and Jimmie Malone went out to face his record, unforgiven by man and unshriven by priest. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 10. Dannie's Renunciation. So they stretched Jimmie's length on 5 Mile Hill beside the 3 babies that had lacked the vital spark. Mary went to the Dolans for the winter, and Dannie was left, sole occupant of Rainbow Bottom. Because so much fruit and food that would freeze were stored there, he was even asked to live in Jimmie's cabin. Dannie began the winter stolidly. All day long, and as far as he could find anything to do in the night, he worked. He mended everything about both farms, rebuilt all the fences, and as a never-failing resource, he cut wood. He cut so much that he began to realize that it would get too dry, and the burning of it would become extravagant, so he stopped that and began making some changes he had long contemplated. During fur time, he set his line of traps on his side of the river, and on the other he religiously set Jimmie's. But he divided the proceeds from the skins exactly in half, no matter whose traps caught them, and with Jimmie's share of the money he started a bank account for Mary. As he could not use all of them, he sold Jimmie's horses, cattle, and pigs. With half the stock gone, he needed only half the hay and grain stored for feeding. He disposed of the chickens, turkeys, ducks, and geese that Mary wanted sold, and placed the money to her credit. He sent her a beautiful little red bank book and an explanation of all these transactions by Dolan. Mary threw the book across the room because she wanted Dannie to keep her money himself, and then cried herself to sleep that night because Dannie had sent the book instead of bringing it. But when she fully understood the transactions and realized that if she chose she could spend several $100s, she grew very proud of that book. About the empty cabins and the barns, working on the farms, wading the mud and water of the river bank, or tingling with cold on the ice went 2 Dannies. The one a dull, listless man, mechanically forcing a tired, overworked body to action, and the other a self-accused murderer. "I am responsible for the whole thing," he told himself many times a day. "I always humored Jimmie. I always took the muddy side of the road and the big end of the log and the hard part of the work, and filled his traps with rats from my own. Why in God's name did I let the deil of stubbornness in me drive him to his death? No. Why didn't I let him have the black bass? Why didn't I make him come home and put on dry clothes? I killed him, just as sure as if I'd taken an axe and broken his head." Through every minute of the exposure of winter outdoors and the torment of it inside, Dannie tortured himself. Of Mary he seldom thought at all. She was safe with her sister, and although Dannie did not know when or how it happened, he woke one day to the realization that he had renounced her. He had killed Jimmie, he could not take his wife and farm. And Dannie was so numb with long suffering that he did not much care. There come times when troubles pile so deep that the edge of human feeling is dulled. He would take care of Mary, yes, she was as much Jimmie's as his farm, but he did not want her for himself now. If he had to kill his only friend, he would not complete his downfall by trying to win his wife. So through that winter Mary got very little consideration in the remorseful soul of Dannie, and Jimmie grew, as the dead grow, by leaps and bounds, until by spring Dannie had him well nigh canonized. When winter broke, Dannie had his future well mapped out. And that future was devotion to Jimmie's memory, with no more of Mary in it than was possible to keep out. He told himself that he was glad she was away, and he did not care to have her return. Deep in his soul he harbored the feeling that he had killed Jimmie to make himself look victor in her eyes in such a small matter as taking a fish. And deeper yet a feeling that, everything considered, still she might mourn Jimmie more than she did. So Dannie definitely settled that he always would live alone on the farms. Mary should remain with her sister, and at his death everything should be hers. The night he finally reached that decision, the Kingfisher came home. Dannie heard his rattle of exultation as he struck the embankment, and the suffering man turned his face to the wall and sobbed aloud, so that for a little time he stifled Jimmie's dying gasps that in wakeful night hours sounded in his ears. Early the next morning he drove through the village on his way to the county seat with a load of grain. Dolan saw him, and running home he told Mary. "He will be gone all day. Now is your chance," he said. Mary sprang to her feet. "Hurry," she panted, "hurry." An hour later a loaded wagon, a man and 3 women drew up before the cabins in Rainbow Bottom. Mary, her sister, Dolan, and a scrub woman entered. Mary pointed out the objects which she wished removed, and Dolan carried them out. They took up the carpets, swept down the walls, and washed the windows. They hung pictures, prints, and lithographs, and curtained the windows in dainty white. They covered the floors with bright carpets, and placed new ornaments on the mantel, and comfortable furniture in the rooms. There was a white iron bed, and several rocking chairs, and a shelf across the window filled with potted hyacinths in bloom. Among them stood a glass bowl containing 3 wonderful little goldfish, and from the top casing hung a brass cage from which a green linnet sang an exultant song. You should have seen Mary Malone. When everything was finished, she was changed the most of all. She was so sure of Dannie that while the winter had brought annoyance that he did not come, it really had been one long, glorious rest. She laughed and sang and grew younger with every passing day. As youth surged back, with it returned roundness of form, freshness of face, and that bred the desire to be daintily dressed. So of pretty light fabrics she made many summer dresses, for wear mourning she would not. When calmness returned to Mary, she had told the Dolans the whole story. "Now do you expict me to grieve for the man?" she asked. "15 years with him, through his lying tongue, when by ivery right of our souls and our bodies Dannie Macnoun and I belanged to each other. Mourn for him? I'm glad he's dead. Glad, glad. If he had not died, I should have killed him if Dannie did not. It was a happy thing that he died. His death saved me mortal sin. I'm glad, I tell you, and I do not forgive him, and I never will, and I hope he will burn." Katy Dolan clapped her hand over Mary's mouth. "For the love of Marcy, don't say that," she cried. "You will have to confiss it, and you'd be ashamed to face the praist." "I would not," cried Mary. "Father Michael knows I'm just an ordinary woman. He don't expict me to be an angel." But she left the sentence unfinished. After Mary's cabin was arranged to her satisfaction, they attacked Dannie's, emptying it, cleaning it completely, and refurnishing it from the best of the things that had been in both. Then Mary added some new touches. A comfortable big chair was placed by his fire, new books on his mantel, a flower in his window, and new covers on his bed. While the women worked, Dolan raked the yards and freshened matters outside as best he could. When everything they had planned to do was accomplished, the wagon, loaded with the ugly old things Mary despised, drove back to the village, and she, with little Tilly Dolan for company, remained. Mary was tense with excitement. All the woman in her had yearned for these few pretty things she wanted for her home throughout the years that she had been compelled to live in crude, ugly surroundings, because every cent among the plainest clothing and food went for drink for Jimmie and treats for his friends. Now she danced and sang and flew about trying a chair here and another there to get the best effect. Every little while she slipped into her bedroom, stood before a real dresser, and pulled out its trays to make sure that her fresh, light dresses were really there. She shook out the dainty curtains repeatedly, watered the flowers, and fed the fish when they did not need it. She babbled incessantly to the green linnet, with which swollen throat rejoiced with her, and occasionally she looked in the mirror. She lighted the fire and put food to cook. She covered a new table with a new cloth and set it with new dishes, and placed a jar of her flowers in the center. What a supper she did cook! When she had waited until she was near crazed with nervousness, she heard the wagon coming up the lane. Peeping from the window, she saw Dannie stop the horses short and sit staring at the cabins, and she realized that smoke would be curling from the chimney, and the flowers and curtains would change the shining windows outside. She trembled with excitement, and then a great yearning seized her as he slowly drove closer, for his brown hair was almost white, and the lines on his face seemed indelibly stamped. And then hot anger shook her. 15 years of her life wrecked, and look at Dannie. That was Jimmie Malone's work. Over and over throughout the winter she had planned this homecoming as a surprise to Dannie. Book fine were the things she intended to say to him. When he opened the door and stared at her and about the altered room, she swiftly went to him and took the bundles he carried from his arms. "Hurry up and unhitch, Dannie," she said. "Your supper is waiting." And Dannie turned and stolidly walked back to his team without uttering a word. "Uncle Dannie," cried a child's voice, "please let me ride to the barn with you." A winsome little maid came rushing to Dannie, threw her arms about his neck, and hugged him tight as he stooped to lift her. Her yellow curls were against his cheek, and her breath was flower sweet in his face. "Why didn't you kiss Aunt Mary?" she demanded. "Daddy Dolan always kisses Mammy when he comes from all day gone. Aunt Mary's worked so hard to please you, and Daddy worked, and Mammy worked, and another woman. You are pleased, ain't you, Uncle Dannie?" "Who told ye to call me uncle?" asked Dannie with unsteady lips. "She did," announced the little woman, flourishing the whip in the direction of the cabin. Dannie climbed down to unhitch. "You are going to be my uncle, ain't ye, soon as it's a little over a year, so folks won't talk?" "Who told ye that?" panted Dannie, hiding behind a horse. "Nobody told me. Mammy just said it to Daddy, and I heard," answered the little maid, "and I'm glad of it, and so are all of us glad. Mammy said she'd just love to come here now, when things would be like white folks. Mammy said Aunt Mary had suffered a lot more'n her share. Say, you won't make her suffer any more, will you?" "No," moaned Dannie, and staggered into the barn with the horses. He leaned against a stall and shut his eyes. He could see the bright room, plainer than ever, and that little singing bird sounded loud as any thunder in his ears. And whether closed or open, he could see Mary, never in all her life so beautiful, never so sweet. Flesh and blood Mary, in a dainty dress, with the shining, unafraid eyes of girlhood. It was that thing which struck Dannie first, and hit him the hardest. Mary was a careless girl again. When before had he seen her with neither trouble, anxiety, or worse yet, fear in her beautiful eyes? And she had come to stay. She would not have refurnished her cabin otherwise. Dannie took hold of the manger with both hands because his sinking knees needed bracing. "Dannie," called Mary's voice in the doorway, "has my spickled hen showed any signs of setting yet?" "She's been over 12 weeks," answered Dannie. "She's in that barrel there in the corner." Mary entered the barn, removed the prop, lowered the board, and kneeling, stroked the hen, and talked softly to her. She slipped a hand under the hen, and lifted her to see the eggs. Dannie, staring at Mary, noted closer the fresh, cleared skin, the glossy hair, the delicately colored cheeks, and the plumpness of the bare arms. One little wisp of curl lay against the curve of her neck, just where it showed rose pink and looked honey sweet. And in one great surge, the repressed steam of passion in the strong man broke, and Dannie swayed against his horse. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he caught at the harness to steady himself, while he strove to grow accustomed to the fact that hell had opened in a new form for him. The old heart hunger for Mary Malone was back in stronger force than ever before, and because of him Jimmie lay stretched on 5 Mile Hill. "Dannie, you are just fine," said Mary. "I've been almost wild to get home because I thought everything would be ruined, and instead of all that it's exactly the way I do it. Do hurry and get ready for supper. Oh, it's so good to be home again. I want to make garden and fix my flowers and get some little chickens and turkeys into my fingers." "I have to go home and wash and spruce up a bit for Lady," said Dannie, leaving the barn. Mary made no reply, and it came to him that she expected it. "Damned if I will," he said as he started home. "If she wants to come here and force herself on me, she can, but she canna make me." Just then Dannie stepped in his door and slowly gazed about him. In a way his home was as completely transformed as hers. He washed his face and hands, and started for a better coat. His sleeping room shone with clean windows, curtained in snowy white. A freshly ironed suit of underclothing and a shirt lay on his bed. Dannie stared at them. "She thinks I'll tog up in them and come courtin'," he growled. "I'll show her if I do. I winna touch 'em." To prove that he would not, Dannie caught them up in a wad and threw them into a corner. That showed a clean sheet, fresh pillow, and new covers, invitingly spread back. Dannie turned as white as the pillow at which he stared. "That's a damn plain insinuation that I'm going to get in ye," he said to the bed, "and go on living here. I dinna know as that child's jabber counts. For all I know, Mary may have already picked out some town dude to bring here and farm out on me, and they'll live with the bird cage, and I can go on climbing into ye alone." Here was a new thought. Mary might mean only kindness to him again, as she had sent word by Jimmie she meant years ago. He might lose her for the second time, and again a wave of desire struck Dannie and left him staggering. "Ain't ye comin', Uncle Dannie?" called the child's voice at the back door. "What's your name, little lass?" inquired Dannie. "Tilly," answered the little girl promptly. Well, Tilly, you go tell your Aunt Mary I have been in an elevator handling grain, and I'm covered with fine dust and chaff that sticks me. I can't come until I've had a bath and put on clean clothing. Tell her to go ahead." The child vanished. In a second she was back. She said she won't do it and take all the time you want, but I wish you'd hurry, for she won't let me either. Dannie hurried, but the hasty bath and the fresh clothing felt so good he was in a softened mood when he approached Mary's door again. Tilly was waiting on the step and ran to meet him. Tilly was a dream. Almost Dannie understood why Mary had brought her. Tilly led him to the table and pulled back a chair for him, and he lifted her into hers, and as Mary set dish after dish of food on the table, Tilly filled in every pause that threatened to grow awkward with her chatter. Dannie had been a very lonely man, and he did love Mary's cooking. Until then he had not realized how sore a trial 6 months of his own had been. "If I was a praying mon, I'd ask a blessing and thank God for this food," said Dannie. "What's the matter with me?" asked Mary. "I have never yet found anything," answered Dannie, "and I do thank ye for everything. I believe I'm most thankful of all for the clean clothes and the clean bed. I'm afraid I was neglecting myself, Mary." "Well, you'll not be neglected any more," said Mary. "Things have turned over a new leaf here. For all you give you get some return after this. We are going to do business in a business-like way and divide even. I liked that bank account pretty will, Dannie, thank you for that, and don't think I spent all of it. I didn't spend $100 altogether. Not the price of one horse. But it made me so happy I could fly. Home again, and the things I've always wanted, and nothing to fear. Oh, Dannie, you don't know what it means to a woman to be always afraid. My heart is almost jumping out of my body just with pure joy that the old fear is gone." "I know what it means to a mon to be afraid," said Dannie, and vividly before him loomed the awful, distorted, dying face of Jimmie. Mary guessed, and her bright face clouded. "Some day, Dannie, we must have a little talk," she said, "and clear up a few things neither of us understand. Till then we will just farm, and be partners, and be as happy as iver we can. I don't know as you mean to, but if you do, I warn you right now that you need never mention the name of Jimmie Malone to me again, for any reason." Dannie left the cabin abruptly. "Now you gone and made him mad," reproached Tilly. During the past winter Mary had lived with other married people for the first time, and she had imbibed some of Mrs. Dolan's philosophy. "When he smells the biscuit I mean to make for breakfast, he'll get glad again," she said. And he did. But first he went home and tried to learn where he stood. Was he truly responsible for Jimmie's death? Yes. If he had acted like a man, he could have saved Jimmie. He was responsible. Did he want to marry Mary? Did he? Dannie reached empty arms to empty space and groaned aloud. Would she marry him? Well now, would she? After years of neglect and sorrow, Dannie knew that Mary had learned to prefer him to Jimmie. But almost any man would have been preferable to a woman, to Jimmie. Jimmie was distinctly a man's man. A jolly good fellow, but he would not deny himself anything, no matter what it cost his wife, and he had been very hard to live with. Dannie admitted that. So Mary had come to prefer him to Jimmie, that was sure, but it was not a question between him and Jimmie now. It was between him and any marriageable man that Mary might fancy. He had grown old and gray and wrinkled, though he was under 40. Mary had grown round and young, and he had never seen her looking so beautiful. Surely she would want a man now as young and as fresh as herself, and she might want to live in town after a while if she grew tired of the country. Could he remember Jimmie's dreadful death, realize that he was responsible for it, and make love to his wife? No, she was sacred to Jimmie. Could he live beside her and lose her to another man for the second time? No, she belonged to him. It was almost daybreak when Dannie remembered the fresh bed and lay down for a few hours' rest. But there was no rest for Dannie, and after tossing about until dawn he began his work. When he carried the milk into the cabin and smelled the biscuit, he fulfilled Mary's prophecy, got glad again, and came to breakfast. Then he went about his work, but as the day wore on, he repeatedly heard the voice of the woman and the child, combining in a chorus of laughter. From the little front porch the green bird warbled and trilled. Neighbors who had heard of her return came up the lane to welcome a happy Mary Malone. The dead dreariness of winter melted before the spring sun, and in Dannie's veins the warm blood swept up as the sap flooded the trees, and in spite of himself he grew gladder and yet gladder. He now knew how he had missed Mary, how he had loathed that empty, silent cabin, how remorse and heart hunger had gnawed at his vitals, and he decided he would go on just as Mary had said, and let things drift, and when she was ready to have the talk with him she had mentioned, he would hear what she had to say. And as he thought over these things, he caught himself watching for furrows that Jimmie was not making on the other side of the field. He tried to talk to the robins and blackbirds instead of Jimmie, but they were not such good company. And when the day was over, he tried not to be glad that he was going to the shining eyes of Mary Malone, a good supper, and a clean bed, and it was not in the heart of man to do it. The summer wore on, autumn came, and the year Tilly had spoken of was over. Dannie went his way, doing the work of two men, thinking of everything, planning for everything, and he was all the heart of Mary Malone could desire, save her lover. But little Mary pieced it out. Dannie never mentioned fishing. He had lost his love for the river. She knew that he frequently took walks to 5 Mile Hill. His devotion to Jimmie's memory was unswerving. And at last it came to her that in death as in life, Jimmie Malone was separating them. She began to realize that there might be things she did not know. What had Jimmie told the priest? Why had Father Michael refused to confess Jimmie till he sent Dannie to him? What had passed between them? If it was what she had thought all year, why did it not free Dannie to her? If there was something more, what was it? Surely Dannie loved her. Much as he had cared for Jimmie, he had vowed that everything was for her first. She was eager to be his wife, and something bound him. One day she decided to ask him. The next she shrank in burning confusion, for when Jimmie Malone had asked for her love, she had admitted to him that she loved Dannie, and Jimmie had told her that it was no use, Dannie did not care for girls, and that he had said he wished she would not thrust herself upon him. On the strength of that statement, Mary married Jimmie inside 5 weeks and spent years in bitter repentance. That was the thing which held her now. If Dannie knew what she did and did not care to marry her, how could she mention it? Mary began to grow pale and lose sleep, and Dannie said the heat of the summer had tired her and suggested that she go to Mrs. Dolan's for a few weeks' rest. The fact that he was willing, and possibly anxious to send her away for a whole week, angered Mary. She went. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of At the Foot of the Rainbow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wooly B. At the Foot of the Rainbow by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 11. The Pot of Gold. Mary had not been in the Dolan home an hour until Katy knew all she could tell of her trouble. Mrs. Dolan was practical. "Go to see Father Michael," she said. "What's he for but to help us? Go ask him what Jimmie told him. Tell him how you feel and what you know. He can tell you what Dannie knows, and then you will understand where you are at." Mary was on the way before Mrs. Dolan fully finished. She went to the priest's residence and asked his housekeeper to inquire if he would see her. He would, and Mary entered his presence strangely calm and self-possessed. This was the last fight she knew of that she could make for happiness, and if she lost, happiness was over for her. She had need of all her wit, and she knew it. Father Michael began laughing as he shook hands. "Now look here, Mary," he said. "I've been expecting you. I warn you before you begin that I cannot sanction your marriage to a Protestant." "Oh, but I'm going to convert him!" cried Mary so quickly that the priest laughed harder than ever. "So that's the lay of the land," he chuckled. "Well, if you'll guarantee that, I'll give in. When shall I read the banns?" "Not until we get Dannie's consent," answered Mary, and for the first time her voice wavered. He said, "And is Dannie dilatory?" "Dannie is the finest man that will ever live in this world," said Mary, "but he don't want to marry me." "To my certain knowledge, Dannie has loved you all your life," said Father Michael. "He wants nothing here or hereafter as he wants to marry you." "Then why don't he tell me so?" sobbed Mary, burying her burning face in her hands. "Has he said nothing to you?" gravely inquired the priest. "No, he hasn't, and I don't believe he intends to," answered Mary, wiping her eyes and trying to be composed. There is something about Jimmie that is holding him back. Mrs. Dolan thought you'd help me." "What do you want me to do, Mary?" asked Father Michael. "Two things," answered Mary promptly. "I want you to tell me what Jimmie confessed to you before he died, and then I want you to talk to Dannie and show him that he is free from any promise that Jimmie might have got out of him. Will you?" "A dying confession," began the priest. "Yes, but I know," broke in Mary. "I saw them fight, and I heard Jimmie tell Dannie that he'd lied to him to separate us, but he turned right around and took it back, and I knew Dannie believed him then, but he can't after Jimmie confessed it again to both of you." "What do you mean by saw them fight?" Father Michael was leaning toward Mary anxiously. Mary told him. "Then that is the explanation to the whole thing," said the priest. "Dannie did believe Jimmie when he took it back, and he died before he could repeat to Dannie what he had told me. And I have the feeling that Dannie thought himself in a way to blame for Jimmie's death." "He was not! Oh, he was not!" cried Mary Malone. "Didn't I live there with them all those years? Dannie was always as good as gold to Jimmie. It was shameful the way Jimmie imposed on him and spent his money and took me from him. It was shameful, shameful." Be calm," cautioned Father Michael. "I agree with you. I am only trying to arrive at Dannie's point of view. He well might feel that he was responsible, if after humoring Jimmie like a child all his life, he at last lost his temper and dealt with him as if he were a man. If that is the case, he is of honor so fine that he would hesitate to speak to you, no matter what he suffered. And then it is clear to me that he does not understand how Jimmie separated you in the first place, and lied me into marrying him, when I told him over and over how I loved Dannie. Jimmie Malone took everything I had to give, and he left me alone for 15 years, with my 3 little dead babies that died because I had no heart to desire life for them. And he took my youth, and he took my womanhood, and he took my man." Mary arose in primitive rage. "You needn't bother," she said. "I'm going straight to Dannie meself." "Don't," said Father Michael softly. "Don't do that, Mary. It isn't the accepted way. There is a better. Let him come to you." "But he won't come. He don't know. He's in Jimmie's grip tighter in death than he was in life." Mary began to sob again. "He will come," said Father Michael. "Be calm. Wait a little, my child. After all these years, don't spoil a love that has been almost unequaled in holiness and beauty by anger at the dead. Let me go to Dannie. We are good friends. I can tell him Jimmie made a confession to me, that he was trying to repeat to him when punishment, far more awful than anything you have suffered, overtook him. Always remember, Mary, he died unshriven." Mary began to shiver. "Your suffering is over," continued the priest. "You have many good years yet that you may spend with Dannie. God will give you living children, I am sure. Think of the years Jimmie's secret has hounded and driven him. Think of the penalty he must pay before he gets a glimpse of paradise, if he be not eternally lost." "I have!" exclaimed Mary. "And it is nothing to the fact that he took Dannie from me, and yet kept him in my home while he possessed himself for years. May he burn!" "Mary, let that suffice!" cried the priest. "He will! The question now is, shall I go to Dannie? Will you tell him just what Jimmie told you? Will you tell him that I have loved him always?" "Yes," said Father Michael. "Will you go now?" "I cannot. I have work. I will come early in the morning." "You will tell him everything," she repeated. "I will," promised Father Michael. Mary went back to Mrs. Dolan's comforted. She was anxious to return home at once, but at last consented to spend the day. Now that she was sure Dannie did not know the truth, her heart warmed toward him. She was anxious to comfort and help him in the long struggle which she saw he must have endured. By late afternoon she could bear it no longer and started back to Rainbow Bottom in time to prepare supper. For the first hour after Mary had gone, Dannie whistled to keep up his courage. By the second he had no courage to keep. By the third he was indulging in the worst fit of despondency he had ever known. He had told her to stay a week. A week! It would be an eternity. There alone again! Could he bear it? He got through to mid-afternoon some way, and then in jealous fear and foreboding he became almost frantic. One way or the other, this thing must be settled. Fiercer raged the storm within him, and at last toward evening it became unendurable. At its height, the curling smoke from the chimney told him that Mary had come home. An unreasoning joy seized him. He went to the barn and listened. He could hear her moving about, preparing supper. As he watched, she came to the well for water, and before she returned to the cabin, she stood looking over the fields as if trying to locate him. Dannie's blood ran hotly, and his pulses were leaping. Go to her now, demanded passion, struggling to break leash. You killed Jimmie! You murdered your friend! Cried conscience, with unyielding insistence. Poor Dannie gave one last glance at Mary, and then turned, and for the second time he ran from her as if pursued by demons. But this time he went straight to 5 Mile Hill and the grave of Jimmie Malone. He sat down on it, and within a few feet of Jimmie's bones, Dannie took his tired head in his hands and tried to think, and for the life of him he could think but two things: that he had killed Jimmie, and that to live longer without Mary would kill him. Hour after hour he fought with his lifelong love for Jimmie, and his lifelong love for Mary. Night came on, the frost bit, the wind chilled, and the little brown owls screeched among the gravestones, and Dannie battled on. Morning came, the sun arose, and shone on Dannie, sitting numb with drawn face and bleeding heart. Mary prepared a fine supper the night before, and patiently waited, and when Dannie did not come, she concluded that he had gone to town, without knowing that she had returned. Tilly grew sleepy, so she put the child to bed, and presently she went herself. Father Michael would make everything right in the morning. But in the morning Dannie was not there, and had not been. Mary became alarmed. She was very nervous by the time Father Michael arrived. He decided to go to the nearest neighbor and ask when Dannie had been seen last. As he turned from the lane into the road, a man of that neighborhood was passing on his wagon, and the priest hailed him and asked him if he knew where Dannie McNown was. "Back in 5 Mile Hill, a man with his head on his knees is a-settin' on the grave of Jimmie Malone, and I allow that would be Dannie McNown, the damn fool," he said. Father Michael went back to the cabin and told Mary he had learned where Dannie was, and to have no uneasiness he would go to see him immediately. "And first of all, you'll tell him how Jimmie lied to him." "I will," said the priest. He entered the cemetery and walked slowly to the grave of Jimmie Malone. Dannie lifted his head and stared at him. "I saw you," said Father Michael, "and I came in to speak with you." He took Dannie's hand. "You are here at this hour, to my surprise." "I dinna know that ye should be surprised at my comin' to sit by Jimmie at ony time," coldly replied Dannie. "He was my only friend in life, and another mon so fine I'll never know. I often come here." The priest shifted his weight from one foot to the other, and then he sat down on a grave near Dannie. "For a year I've been waiting to talk with you," he said. Dannie wiped his face, and, lifting his hat, ran his fingers through his hair, as if to arouse himself. His eyes were dull and listless. "I am afraid I am no fit to talk sensibly," he said. "I am much troubled. Some other time—" "Could you tell me your trouble?" asked Father Michael. Dannie shook his head. I have known Mary Malone all her life, said the priest softly, and been her confessor. I have known Jimmie Malone all his life, and heard his dying confession. I know what it was he was trying to tell you when he died. Think again. Dannie Macnoun stood up. He looked at the priest intently. Did ye come here purposely to find me? Yes. What do ye want? To clear your mind of all trouble and fill your heart with love and great peace and rest. Our Heavenly Father knows that you need peace of heart and rest, Dannie. To fill my heart with peace, ye will have to prove to me that I'm no responsible for the death of Jimmie Malone, and to give it rest, ye will have to prove to me that I'm free to marry his wife. Ye can do neither of those things. I can do both, said the priest calmly. My son, that is what I came to do. Dannie's face grew whiter and whiter as the blood receded and his big hands gripped at his sides. Aye, but ye canna, he cried desperately. Ye canna. I can, said the priest. Listen to me. Did Jimmie get to anything at all said to you? He said Mary, and then he choked on the next word. Then he gasped out yours, and it was over. Have you any idea what he was trying to tell you? Nah, answered Dannie. He was mortal sick and half delirious, and I paid little heed. If he lived, he would tell me when he was better. If he died, nothing mattered, fra I was responsible, and better friend mon never had. There was nothing on earth Jimmie wouldna have done for me. He was so big-hearted, so generous. My God, how I have missed him. How I have missed him. Your faith in Jimmie is strong, ventured the bewildered priest, for he did not see his way. Dannie lifted his head. The sunshine was warming him, and his thoughts were beginning to clear. My faith in Jimmie Malone is so strong, he said, that if I lost it, I should never trust another living mon. He had his faults to others, I admit that, but he never had ony to me. He was my friend, and above my life I loved him. I wad gladly die to save him. And yet you say you are responsible for his death. Let me tell ye, cried Dannie eagerly, and began on the story the priest wanted to hear from him. As he finished, Father Michael's face lighted. What folly, he said, that a man of your intelligence should torture yourself with the thought of responsibility in a case like that. Anyone would have claimed the fish in those circumstances. Priest that I am, I would have had it, even if I fought for it. Any man would. And as for what followed, it was bound to come. He was a tortured man, and a broken one. If he had not lain out that night, he would a few nights later. And it was not in your power to save him. No man can be saved from himself, Dannie. Did what he said make no impression on you? Enough that I would have killed him with my naked hands if he hadn't a taken it back. Of course he had to retract. If I'd believed that of Jimmie, after the life we lived together, I would curse God and mon and break for woods, and live and die there alone. Then what was he trying to tell you when he died? Asked the bewildered priest. To take care of Mary, I judge. Not to marry her and take her for your own. Dannie began to tremble. Remember, I talked with him first, said Father Michael, and what he confessed to me, he knew was final. He died before he could talk to you, but I think it is time to tell you what he wanted to say. He was trying to tell you that there was nothing but love in his heart for you, that he did not in any way blame you, that Mary was yours, that you were free to take her, that... What? Cried Dannie wildly. Are ye sure? Oh my God! Perfectly sure, answered Father Michael. Jimmie knew how long and faithfully you had loved Mary, and she had loved you. Mary had loved me? Careful, mon! Are you sure? I know, said Father Michael convincingly. I give you my priestly word. I know, and Jimmie knew, and was altogether willing. He loved you deeply, as he could love anyone, Dannie, and he blamed you for nothing at all. The only thing that would have brought Jimmie any comfort in dying was to know that you would end your life with Mary, and not hate his memory. Hate! cried Dannie. Hate! Father Michael, if ye have come to tell me that Dannie held me responsible for his death, and he was willing for me to have Mary, your face looks like the face of God to me. Dannie gripped the priest's hand. Are ye sure? Are ye sure, Mon? He almost lifted Father Michael from the ground. I tell you, I know. Go and be happy. Some other day I will try to thank ye, said Dannie, turning away. No, I'm in a little of a hurry. He was halfway to the gate when he turned back. Does Mary know this? He asked. She does, said the priest. You are one good man, Dannie. Go and be happy, and may the blessing of God go with you. Dannie lifted his hat. And Jimmie, too, he said. Put Jimmie in, Father Michael. May the peace of God rest the troubled soul of Jimmie Malone, said Father Michael. And, not being a Catholic, Dannie did not know that from the blessing for which he had asked. He hurried away with the brightness of dawn on his lined face, which looked almost boyish under his whitening hair. Mary Malone was at the window, and turmoil and bitterness were beginning to burn in her heart again. Maybe the priest had not found Dannie. Maybe he was not coming. Maybe 1,000 things. Then he was coming. Coming straight and sure. Coming across the fields and leaping fences at a bound. Coming with such speed and force as comes the strong man 15 years denied. Mary's heart began to jar and thump, and waves of happiness surged over her. And then she saw that look of dawn, of serene delight on the face of the man, and she stood aghast. Dannie threw wide the door and crossed her threshold with outstretched arms. Is it true? He panted. That thing that Father Michael told me, is it true? Will ye be mine, Mary Malone? At last will ye be mine, oh my girl? Is the beautiful thing that the priest told me true? The beautiful thing that the priest told him! Mary Malone swung a chair before her and stepped back. Wait, she cried sharply. There must be some mistake. Tell me exactly what Father Michael told you. He told me that Jimmie held me responsible for his death, that he loved me when he died, that he was willing I should have ye. Oh, Mary, wasn't that splendid of him? Wasn't he a grand man? Mary, come to me. Say that it's true. Tell me if ye love me. Mary Malone stared wide-eyed at Dannie and gasped for breath. Dannie came closer. At last he had found his tongue. For the love of mercy, if ye are coming to me, come noo, Mary, he begged. My arms will split if they dinna get round ye soon, dear. Jimmie told me fra 16 years ago how I loved ye, and he told me when he came back how sorry ye for me, and he almost cried when he told me. I never saw a mon feel so. Grand old Jimmie, no other mon like him. Mary drew back in desperation. You see here, Dannie McNown, she screamed. You see here. I do, broke in Dannie. I'm lookin'. All I ever saw, or see now, or shall see till I dee is here, when here is ye, Mary Malone. Oh, if a woman could ever understand what passion means to a mon. If ye knew what I have suffered through all these years, you'd end it, Mary Malone. Mary gave the chair a shove. Come here, Dannie, she said. Dannie cleared the space between them. Mary set her hands against his breast. 1 minute, she panted. Just one. I have loved ye all my life. Me man, I never loved anyone but you. I never wanted anyone but you. I never hoped for any heaven better than I knew I'd find in your arms. There was a mistake. There was an awful mistake when I married Jimmie. I'm not tellin' you now, and I never will, but you must realize that. Do you understand me? "Hardly," breathed Dannie. "Hardly. Weel, you can take your time if you want to think it out, because that's all I'll ever give you. There was a horrible mistake. It was you I loved and wanted to marry. Now bend down to me, Dannie Macnoun, because I'm going to take your head on me breast and kiss your dear face until I'm tired," said Mary Malone. An hour later, Father Michael came leisurely down the lane, and the peace of God was with him. A radiant Mary went out to meet him. "You didn't tell him!" she cried accusingly. "You didn't tell him!" The priest laid a hand on her head. "Mary, the greatest thing in the whole world is self-sacrifice," he said. "The pot at the foot of the rainbow is just now running over with the pure gold of perfect contentment. But had you and I done such a dreadful thing as to destroy the confidence of a good man in his friend, your heart never could know such joy as it now knows in this sacrifice of yours. And no such blessed, shining light could illumine your face." "That is what I wanted to see. I said to myself as I came along, 'She will try, but she will learn, as I did, that she cannot look in his eyes and undeceive him. And when she becomes reconciled, her face will be so good to see.' And it is. You did not tell him either, Mary Malone." End of chapter 11. The Pot of Gold. Recording by Woolly B. End of At the Foot of the Rainbow by Gene Stratton Porter.